we've still got a way to go, Chris. It's sort of, do you think anybody has the answer to get up on terms with the East Talent racing team?
Unless they can figure out how to do 6 pit stops in the space of 3.5 seconds. No, I don't think so, because it's incredible how the race leader has done so many more pit stops compared to the car that's in second, because that's a lot of time that they've lost. But like you said, with their strategy, maybe during those code 60s, they played it to perfection. They saw what they could do here, and they kind of figured out, right, well, we've got to try this. You know, what's the harm in trying it? And it seems to be whatever they tried during those code 60, during their rapid pit stops, it's worked out, because it's the best time to do it, right? The entire field is neutralized, no one overtaking, no one's going to come at you pretty fast, that you can take your time in the pit lane if you need to. But of course, that's not something that they did. They found a strategy that I don't think anyone else thought of.
Yes, quite true. It'll be interesting to see how that's going to play out. Di Binks will be joining us in the pit lane in a little while. We've got a bit of a break in the pits give the camera guys a rest for an hour or so. So Di Binks will be back on with us around about 6 a.m. Oh, we're still going. Okay, camera's still going, but Di won't be talking. She'll have a little break, and she deserves it as well. And I'm going to step out for a little while. I may be gone for a walk, and I may be gone for quite a while, or I might just throw myself at the floor in the back of the commentary box for a few hours, and I'm going to hand over the reins to Snowy, who can sit down and talk for a little while. And look at, oh God, he's taking his shoes off. I've got to get out of the box now.
I would do the same thing, but I don't want to have to open a window, because then it's going to get very, very loud.
These windows do open, by the way.
I don't think we want to do that at the moment. I'm just for the sake of this, I'm going to keep my shoes on for the foreseeable future. I can't believe we're having this discussion at this state of the race. But however, we're just going to wait for Snowy to get himself all collected here, make sure he's all comfortable. And Chris, thank you for the last hour, and it's been a pleasure having you up here and also in pit lane today. It's been brilliant. And I probably won't get to chat to you again before the end of the race, as you'll be heading off duty after a stellar stint. Thank you very much for that, my friend. Really appreciate it. I'm looking forward to having a break soon enough and having a small nap myself before, of course, the end of the race takes place. So Phil Anson hops out of the seat, and in his place will be Peter Snowden, who, I can't believe I'm going to say this, I've only just figured out what his actual name is. I've been calling him Snowy the entire weekend. I probably should have asked him what his full name is before I started using a nickname, but he gives me a cheeky smile, so I think I've done the right thing there. I have noticed that Ahmed Al-Khaja is now behind the wheel of the 36 of Simpson Motorsport Audi. That is the leader in the TCE category, and they finally made their way onto the first page of the timing screen, which is fantastic news to what is a team of drivers who are, well, half of them are actually based here in the United Arab Emirates, some hailing from the country itself, some hailing from nearby Arab countries as well. And it's fantastic to see more and more drivers enter these races and these series and actually proudly wave the flags of the Middle East around. And it's fantastic to see. Ahmed Al-Khaja, of course, originally from Lebanon, up into, as we said, the 36th position overall, and again, the class leader. Didn't get it quite, had to have a chance with him, but Peter Snowden has joined me up in the commentary box. And Peter, you and I have been running up and down the pit lane. Has you any last-minute stories? Did anyone come running after you before you entered the tunnel?
Not quite. The very last thing I did was I did mention to CP Racing, had they got another spare gearbox, and Charles Espinel just got out of the car and he just said, what for why? And he said, do you know something we don't know? I said, yeah, I know that the Get-Speed cards just failed. Theirs had just failed. And he goes, well, he goes, they can take the one out of our spare car from Abu Dhabi last week. If they want to take it out and put it in, but at this time of the race, they went, but they can have that for the rest of the race if they want. I don't think that deal's happening, but I was just trying to do a little bit of brokering there, you know, sort of keep everybody in the race. We like that.
A little side hustle there.
Exactly,
Side closing hours.
You've exposed me.
Well, you team manager duties, you should be used to this kind of stuff.
What, exactly, yeah. That's why I went back to driving.
But interesting, though, that the other Mercedes AMG has not had any relative issues that we've seen so far on our screen. They're a little bit further down the harder racing by SBS. Darren Turner currently behind the wheel of that car. 24th overall, he's just come across the line as well. 13th overall, 5th in Pro-Am. And I've just seen a personal best has popped up on our screen. As I do apologise, I did hit my microphone. Martin Ranganer in the Neuhofer Rennsport car is just in a 2:04.536. A personal best here when what is essentially just before the break of dawn.
Yeah, I mean, I heard you guys saying earlier, and you're absolutely spot on with how the race changes again. It's sort of this nighttime bit. We're going up to dawn breaker at sunlight. Sunrise is 7 o'clock, I gather. Yeah, and it will suddenly become a whole different race again until 1 o'clock. It's quite mad.
Yeah, and it's that time of day, like Phil said before, it's the challenge that the drivers had when the sun is rising and there's that glow, and then you have the glint in your eyes, and it can really catch you off guard. Now, with doing races such as 12 hours or 6 hours, you may not have to, you may face it maybe once, but when you do 24 hours, you actually have to go through those stages twice, because you've got sunrise and sunset. So there's 2 periods when you've got sun glinting in your eyes, and it can really throw you off. It can be very, very problematic. And, well, fatigue is also settling in now as well with a lot of the drivers. Okay, a lot of them have had a long time to rest. I know, obviously, a lot of the quicker drivers have probably had a bit more time to relax.
Yeah, I mean, as you probably know, that when you look out of the windscreen of one of these cars, we've seen it on the onboards as well, you get a very narrow field of vision, deliberately so, because you've got a dash, your driver wants to be focused, you've got your windscreens, sun strip with obviously this one's 24-hour Dubai on it. But it's a very narrow window. It's almost like in the Cars film. It's that little bit they could pair of eyes on. We're done. That's great during the day. But as you say, when you get into that sunrise, sunlight, haven't got much altitude change here at Dubai, but there are a few bits, and it's just where the sun is. It can suddenly on one light, it can catch you, and you basically, sunrise or sunset, you cannot see what's going on in front, and you're doing 120 miles an hour, and you're thinking, I really should have listened to my careers advisor at school and had a different job. Why am I doing this? You know? I do remember that once I did actually the best one. That was in a 24-hour race. I did Spa 24-hour in 2003. So what's that? 21 years ago in a Dodge Viper, and the wiper packed up, and it rained in biblical proportions for 20 of the 24 hours, and the Blanchimont corner there was up to the old bus stop as it was then, which was a very tight, slow 90-degree left, 90 right, and then out fast past the pits until they changed it. And it was sponsored by Proximus, Belgian telephone company at the time, and they had those large vertical flags that we see around all the circuits nowadays. They were quite new then, on the left-hand side. I remember counting that there were 7 of those, and that you'd got to pass 5, and the 6th one, that was your braking point, because you couldn't see out of the car. Doing 175, 180 mile an hour in the rain, thinking, I hope I've picked up the first one.
Before we realised it too late. Oh no, I missed I missed one.
Yeah. Really? Why am I doing this? It's 4 o'clock in the morning, and really, I could be asleep. Yeah, exactly. Never mind other sorts of nefarious activities. Just be asleep.
I see the Lotus there on the left-hand side of your screen. A very interesting car. Some interesting regulations for that car as well. But I think the most interesting story behind that car is what happened in the early hours of the morning. Actually, no, it was just before midnight. It happened. It had that catastrophic issue that it came in with the left front tyre not where it should have been. The car was leaning heavily on that side as well. It did take me some time to get Stefan Daste to talk to me about it, but he was very open about it, and he told me everything that went wrong, and an incredible job of getting that car back around, because that is no easy car to get back around with that kind of issue.
Well, no car really is. It's just what was the exact issue? Because I wasn't actually on air at the time. What was the exact issue with it, Chris? So
I didn't quite catch him fully, but there was definitely he had an issue on track. He hit something went wrong, and it went pretty much catastrophically wrong, because the tyre had far too much camber. It was pretty much coming off the suspension itself. They got that car fixed in the space of about 2 hours. So another great job from the team for a really quick turnaround.
It never ceases to amaze me that almost it tends to be the case with the races, certainly the 24-hour races. We watched it with Muller, didn't we, at the very beginning, that constantly chasing that electronic problem, and they kept trying to get there, and it's that or Grove, and it's just like, out, done. At some point, the team manager or the technicians have to make a decision there and just say, right, we either can do this and we keep going, or we can't.
Speaking of issues, I still have a feeling that Kobe Powell's car is still struggling. I don't know if the team have found out what that issue is, and we have to look a little bit further down the order to find it. No, because Kobe Powell's is still shown as the driver of that car. They have completed 271 laps. They've been in the pit lane for an hour and 48 minutes. So whatever issue they're having, it's still causing them issues. And again, a very strange issue. To have something as a steering issue that when you turn one direction works perfectly fine, but then when you do it, the power steering for some reason doesn't work. So a very unique and an anomaly, essentially, for an issue like that to appear.
Yeah, I heard you guys describing that when I was walking up the pit lane, and I was like you. I wasn't on air, but I was trying to process that of what could it be, because I heard you and Phil discussing it, just saying, well, it's not a rack, it's hard to process what that could be, unless it's just a. They were saying it turned one way, it didn't turn the other.
It was like when you see the Audi.
It's almost like it's been seized, hasn't it? One element seized.
Exactly, and when you see the Audi representative puzzle, then you see the driver puzzle and the team puzzle, then you know, like, okay, well, this is very strange. If they don't know what the issue is, then how are they going to get it solved? Because, of course, they're the ones that build the cars. They're the ones that are constantly in it, testing, practicing, racing the car as well. And, of course, Audi have a massive crew on site here with a lot of spare parts available. But when it comes to finding the issue that you can't find, well, it makes things a little bit harder, doesn't it?
Well, it goes back to what we were saying about the Muller car, that when I interviewed the technician on Muller from the team, and they were completely relaxed. And I was trying to work out the dynamic of what was going on, and they were all standing around the car, obviously attentive, but they weren't doing a great deal of work, and not suggesting they were remotely lazy. The reason being, once I had a little bit of greater depth to it, was a Porsche issue. So their point was, if you think about it logically, you have a driver issue, you have a track issue, you have a car issue or a preparation or a manufacturer. And at that point, it was they had to. It was just a process elimination. It's just a list. It's not a question. It's not a blame game. But there was nothing that Muller had done wrong or could have done wrong. It was something that failed with it. It was a Porsche component because it was electronic. So they were just standing back and just, and literally the great quote was, he said, as long as the Porsche's engineer's head is red, he was follically challenged as well, by the way, said that is good. And I said, and the reason being, the metric was, he said, that means he's stressed, which means it's still a Porsche problem. He said, when he becomes de-stressed, it becomes our problem. And I thought, what a great little window, literally, into looking into the pit lane, just watching this car working. And I looked in exactly that moment, of course, you did. And the Porsche engineer there, he was like a beetroot, trying to find that electronic issue, yeah. But it's a Porsche problem, it's a manufacturer issue.
Yeah, well, of course, when you've got customer racing like this, there's a lot of staff on hand that are the ones that have to solve the issue. When you've got factory backing, there's many people, but usually when you've only got one from well, then they're the ones that have all the headache to deal with, like you said. So Simon Recker, the Estelant racing team car, still out in the lead. 400 laps completed. 25 minutes currently behind the wheel of that car. He only just got in about half an hour ago. And, well, there's still that interesting statistic of 25 pit stops completed, where the car that's in second has only done 19 pit stops, which is... again, I still find it bad. I know Phil and I spoke about it quite a fair bit. It's just incredible just how much time they've managed to get back, even though they've done 6 more pit stops compared to their closest rival of Sergei Borisov and the Proton Herbert competition car, that is the 83. Ricardo Feller, the Attempto racing car, 3rd in class and 3rd overall. Then we have the first of the Pro-Ams. That's Lewis Plato behind the wheel of the 22 car for Century Motorsport, having completed 402 laps, but he's been chased down by the number 95. The gap between them is 6.4 seconds. And of course, well, he's got his teammates close behind him as well. Sean Galal, though, is in the GT3 AM category. But of course, when you have backing from a fellow BMW M4 GT3, especially being run by the same camp, it makes things a little easier. Well, at least for Lewis Plato with the 95 behind it. But then when Sean Gallar starts to catch up to the back bumper of Lewis Plato, well, then it's a completely different story, isn't it? Now, 7th position, Dennis Marshall in the Car Collection Motorsport Porsche, currently 7th overall in GT3 and 3rd in Pro-Am. Now, Mika Panu is the driver that Phil tasked me to see if I could find out any information about the young man. The only thing I can find out about him is that he raced in the Golf 12 Hours about a month ago, and well, that's where the trail ended for him. Now, I do know that he is relatively new to the scene of racing. I did receive a Facebook message from somebody not too long ago, but unfortunately I brought the wrong phone with me upstairs, and I don't have access to my Facebook because I don't remember my password ever, to be honest. But I do know that he is he's not been in the industry for decades, but 2 years is nothing really to shy about. You've obviously picked up a lot of things, especially if you're running as high up as 8th already.
Yeah, we've only got to look at people like Darren Lowen, who's started racing in 2021, and he's already British GT champion. Yeah, and he's got the right car, the right team, and Century and Nathan Freakin. But it shows it can be done. It's almost to the point of like, well, all these people, these seasoned characters like myself included, who've raced all these years. Oh no, you need this. No, you can't do. You can't go in there. It's like, well, actually, who says I can't? Why not? If you've got the right attitude and aptitude, why not?
Yeah, and the skill set as well.
Yeah. I mean, it never ceases to amaze me with these people who've talked about Lawrence Tomlinson and Sean Lynn, and his beautiful collection of cars, and he's made his money elsewhere. And Lawrence Tomlinson, turned Ginetta around to me. A Ginetta when I was growing up, Ginetta was an old brand that made a few plastic sort of. I wouldn't call them kit cars, but they were in the day, because it was the you won't remember this. You're way too young for this. Chris, do you know what predated VAT, value-added tax, in the UK? It's not a fair question, really.
No.
It was called purchase tax, yeah? And that's why the kit car phenomenon started. So things like Gilbans and whatever and Ginettas, you could buy a chassis and a body as it literally buy it in kit form, put your own engine in, whatever, but you didn't pay the purchase tax on it because it wasn't a complete car. So then you built it up over the weekend. Obviously, the government decided to change that again. But Ginettas were at that point in the 60s, 70s, to me, that's what they were. It was a quirky kind of fiberglass car that you could put a Ford engine in, or an MGB or whatever you wanted to put in it. And then Lawrence Tomlinson made his money in care home business, turns it all round, and it never ceases to amaze me what these people have the fingers in everything almost. And they've got this mindset where they obviously can get things done and delegate and say, right, we're going to build this brand. And it's a vision, if you think about it. And look at these Ginetta, just watching the car now on the screen now, that very car, 795, that was sparking earlier. Did we get to the bottom of that, by the way?
No, we never found out the reason for that.
No. But look what he's brought into, and he was talking yesterday to Di, wasn't he, about the academy in America now. And it's like, we'll go and build this, and how they put it all together, quite extraordinary.
Now, what's interesting to me is because, I grew up overseas my entire life. I might be English by passport nationality, but I've never spent any time in England. And looking at something like a Ginetta here, especially for the fans that are currently in attendance and have been here this whole weekend, a Ginetta is somewhat of an oddity to us here. We don't, everything else throughout the field except the Vortex, obviously, because we know that is not an actual road car, but the Ginetta is pretty close. Like you said, they are kit cars, so essentially you can get a road legal version of these things. But Ginetta is somewhat new, but at the same time it's somewhat old, because Ginetta's been racing in this championship or this series for a very long time. As long as I can remember, the Ginettas have been around. Yeah,
and of course they obviously go back to the 60s, and there's some great cars, and there's a Ginetta G10 that races with a massive Ford, I think it's a Ford V8 in the front, and David Brabham races that at Goodwood Revival. And it's something like, it's about 175, 180 mile an hour car in a straight line, but on crosswise. So not quite so good at the corners.
Is that what the Ginetta is supposed to be? Is this supposed to be a quick handling car in the corners, but with a throaty V8?
Well, not originally, no, because there were little Ford engine things, but it's like the Gilbans, so MGBs, Ford engines, so cheap and cheerful. You could go for a stock engine, as it were, and great because they were light, hence the construction, a little space frame and a fiberglass body, and that's continued through the architecture of them now. But of course, what happens is just like Carroll Shelby took an AC Ace. And that's got a lovely 6-cylinder in it, but if we just fatten the arches a bit and sort of stick a V8 in it, you're just like, oh, crikey. But of course it became the Cobra, and we all who doesn't love a Cobra, and but that's exactly what happened with the G10. It was just like, take this little sports car, why not just put a massive V8 in it? What have you got in a GT3 Bentley? Yeah, a massive V8. Yeah.
Exactly right.
Audi's got the V10s, the Mercedes with V8s. You know, it's still a theme, that big V8 up front.
Of course, and going back to the Mercedes, because they still run the 6.2, don't they, or the 6.3? Is it with the GT3 regulation cars?
The GT3 regulation cars, yes, they're starting to phase them out in the road cars. And I was involved with a little bit of Mercedes stuff only a couple of weeks ago, and here's a figure for you. When I were a lad, and that's a long time ago. So you know, all the photographs are in black and white as far as you're concerned, Chris. The halo figure for production figures of power figures out of a car was if you could attain reliably 100 brake horsepower per litre, that was a good engine. Yeah, that was like, oh wow. Anything that was under 10 seconds to 60 was, that make it take notice. Now we have motorbike figures of, you know, under 3s, under 2s, certain cars, quite incredibly. But I was looking at the new architecture of the what is the A series Mercedes engine, the little A-class cars, sorry, and they're a 4-cylinder, 2-litre, and they started at 420 horsepower out of a 2-litre, and they've now just going to introduce it into the new C43. So they're going to move away from AMG, going to move away from the V8 6.3, the thing that we've been known synonymous with for years. And they've now, with their technology, they've now developed a turbocharger that has a little, I think it's a 5 or 8 kilowatt motor, electric motor, on the turbo shaft to spin it all, keep it at the right speed, so it takes away the turbo lag. And with that also, it makes now 476 brake horsepower out of a 2-litre.
That's ridiculous when you think about it.
Nearly 500 brake horsepower.
It's such a small little engine, a little 2-litre engine, and you're churning out close to 500 horsepower.
But we say that. Formula 1 cars, 1.6 is 1,000 horsepower.
Fair enough.
Why are we surprised, really? You know, but in road cars, it's incredible.
I think it's that thing when you look at it from a race car call, they're throwing all the budgets at it, they're, you know, testing everything to see what will work, what doesn't work, can the engine actually withstand 1,000 horsepower. But when it comes to a road car, you don't really think, oh, my 4-cylinder engine's got 500 brake horsepower. How much has your V8 got? Oh, 150. Well, that's nice.
Well, talking to German manufacturers is very much their forte today. I heard you guys talking earlier. I think it was you, Chris, said there's going to be another German manufacturer win here. It'd be a very unwise man or person that bet against it, wouldn't it, at this point? Because let's face it, the leading non-German brand is the Team Parker Racing Bentley, with Max Lynn at the wheel now, which is currently in 12th, not even inside the top 10. You say it's Audi, Porsche, Audi at the moment, then a BMW. And Porsches, good old mix up there, but it's I think with the demise of the Get Speed Mercedes, that was the car that was really going to challenge the Esteland racing team Audi. They're only 2 laps ahead, though. I won't do the curse of the commentator. I'm gonna pause and rewind. Actually, exactly. Yeah, I'm not going to say what was going through my head.
Yeah. So
there's a long way to go.
Yes, there is. And interesting enough, we were talking about Ginetta before. They are the second highest non-German manufacturer at the moment. They're in 15th at the moment, with Michael Simpson currently behind the wheel of the 795. But I think it might be an arduous task for him to tackle the GT3, the 992 cars that are in front of him. So maybe not really look at the Ginetta, but the Bentley, it could be a force to be reckoned with. We still do have 7.5 hours remaining on the clock. They are a couple of laps behind because of a fair few issues that they had earlier on in the race. But motorsport is motorsport. We can't count them out just yet. But as you said, it's looking very likely that we'll have another German manufacturer winning in the 19th edition of the 24 Hours of Dubai here.
Yeah, top 10 cars are all the GT3s. I'd mentioned Max Lane and the Team Parker car there in 12th. That's because just snuck in between there is Fabian Dance at the wheel at the moment of the Red Camel Jordan's Porsche, which is the 992 category. Of course, therefore is leading that, and it's 13th and 14th as well as first, second, and third in that class. And the leading GTX category car is Michael Simpson in that Ginetta we were talking about in the Toro Verde Ginetta. Yeah, currently in 15th overall, but first in GTX. Talking of which, is that the red and Porsche that's in the pits at the moment? I think it is. No, it's the Red Camel. Look on the bonnet. it's a slightly different livery. So this is the 909 car. Now, it looks like a rotor change about to be undertaken on that car. Chris, I don't know what we call them, rotors. We'll just say rotors for our Australian friend Phil, and discs for us, I think we call them. I think it really matters. Tomato, tomato, doesn't really matter, does it?
I was going to say, when he said the word rotors, I was thinking, isn't that a different part of the brakes to be changing?
Well, a rotary engine, I was thinking.
Oh, yes, exactly.
Going back to Mazdas at Le Mans, yes.
So unfortunately, we just saw the Get Speed Mercedes drop off the first page of the timing screen, which moves one of the other Mercedes AMGs that had its own issues with transmission. Shane Lewis, now behind the wheel of the 85 for CP Racing, moves up onto our first page of the timing screen in 36th overall. Currently behind Ahmed Al-Haja for Simpson Motorsport, the leader in TCE. Of course, he's here actually this weekend for a little bit of redemption after what happened to him in the 6 hours in Abu Dhabi last weekend. Had a bit of an issue when he was driving behind the wheel of the... And, well, he's come back, as you said before. He wants to be on the top step of the podium, and he's now doing it in a different category. Granted, he's in the same garage, but, of course, he will be doing it in style, to say the least, of course, with some other local talents alongside him. Fuck Autotech, Porsche is in as well, the 961 of Mark Davis. It is currently in the pit lane as well. They've just come in there, so that's not a lengthy pit stop. The Neuhafer Rennsport Porsche is also in. Martin Ginger behind the wheel of that car at the moment, 13th overall in the 992 category. Red Ant Racing is in the pit lane, so you weren't wrong. You did have it right with the 903 being the pit lane as well. They're currently in from 17th overall, 4th overall in the 992 category, and of course we just saw pictures of Fabien Dow's the 909. Maxwell Lynn moves up into 11th overall, Team Parker Racing in that Bentley. Jason Hart, I think, has just got back behind the wheel of the Herber Motorsport Porsche. Yes, indeed he has. We'll continue on in 10th position overall. Mikhail Pitmamba for Razun More Than Racing has got behind the wheel now of the 714, taking over from the Kuwaiti driver who just hopped out of that car. There's our Riker there across the line in the East Talent Racing Team Audi. Race leaders by at least 2 laps to the good, and well, plenty of pit stops under their belt as well, which is still, every time I look at it, it baffles me how they've done that, how they found the time to actually physically be this far ahead. Looking through the time pages, though, it looks like Lewis Plato will have to owe us a pit stop in the not-so-distant future. He's been behind the wheel for 1 hour and 35 minutes. The car behind him, Cosmo Pappy, has been behind the wheel of the 95 for about just over an hour. The Autotech number 962, the driver's been behind the wheel of the for 1 hour and 18 minutes, 1:16 for Alex Bukanchdov in the MRS GT Racing car. And further down, we have another car, the Team Captain America, Richard Edge, the 925 car in 27th, also been back behind the wheel for 1 hour and 15 minutes. Closing in on 1 hour and 20 minutes is the Vortec V8 driver of Oliver Gomez in the 701. As we now have 7 hours and 25 minutes left on the clock. It's starting now to, well, we're edging closer to sunrise, which is going to throw a spanner in the works for all the drivers. Not just fatigue, but of course the sun elevating up in the sky as well.
And just before Paul Troswell picks me up on this, because I know he will, and he's absolutely right to do so, his car, the Red Camel 909 Porsche there, didn't have a brake disc or rotor change, just brake pads once they viewed in there. In fact, there's still a little bit of issue with the right rear there, just finishing that car off now. So that's now dropped them out of, well, obviously still leading the class, Fabien Dance. I think Fabien Dance stayed at the wheel of that. It's going off down the pit lane now. I'm guessing it's going to go to refueling, so the Lumirank will update when it comes out of, yeah, it has gone to refueling. That's just put them, they were just one inside there, the GT3. So it's now the top 11 cars are now all GT3s. That's promoted Maxwell Lynn in the Team Parker Bentley up to 11th overall. So it's all GT3 cars in the top 11 rankings who stand there. But I'm sure that it'll all protect. I'm sure that the Bentley owes us a pit stop or two at the moment. Nice little bit of on-track action there with one of the Audis chasing the KTM. It's been good racing, I would say, this 24 hours so far. I would say there hasn't been a great deal of sort of head-to-head combat. there's been various battles sort of throughout, but often separated by the timing. There's not been a lot of close quarter combat, I would say, which probably makes team managers very happy, actually.
Of course it does.
Yeah. As when I was talking to Charles Espinab, and he said that he had a stonking time with one particular car. He said, but he kept sort of not necessarily blocking, but it made it difficult. And he said the point is he was 3 laps down the car in front. So he said, I just never get into racing with that. I said, if it's just 1 lap, where's the point? And he said, and it was another insight into the driver's mind of how you've got to think and process and rationalise out there. He said, because the driver in and the instinct was to, because I want to get past the guy, And he said, it's not for position because it's 2-3 laps down on us anyway. And it's almost to the point where they said that sometimes they had a car behind them that was ahead of them physically, but not on the track, but lap-wise. And their pit came down to CP and said, are you okay to let our guy by? And Charles Leclerc said, hell yeah, what's the problem? Why hold it up? And it's again, I think that's slightly indicative of the nature of Creventic, and they all work together. You can go from one used to call them Pratt purchase, didn't they, down on the pit wall to another, and just say, our guy's behind you. There's no point. We're 2 laps ahead or something. Well, that's not racing, is it? Let them through.
Yeah, I get what you mean, because we did see that with one of the Porsches that did not get to start yesterday due to contact, and actually the team actually ended up borrowing a car from somebody else, and it's got a nice sticker on the front of it, which I actually just read as a rental. But no, one of the mechanics had to tell me that there is a complete sentence, Chris. You have to read from left to right, not just the one on the right-hand side. So I had to go on the other side, and it said along the lines, don't be gentle, it's just a rental.
Brilliant. What a great strap line. Yeah, there you go.
So we're on board now with the heart of racing. Now this is I have a feeling this is the sole Mercedes AMG.
I think you're right. This is the sole Mercedes left on track, isn't it? Yeah.
Only 4 of them started this race, and we're down to 1.
So there's Darren Turner on board this at the moment. This is the 27 Heart of Racing by SBS Mercedes in 23rd place. I always forget that Darren drives quite a lot of Mercedes leads as well, but he's all just synonymous with Aston to me.
I think as soon as you hear the name Darren Turner, you just automatically assume Aston Martin, isn't it? But here he is this weekend.
Same architecture.
Are you sure about that? Because this is the
it's very similar.
Yes, but it just doesn't have the same engine, does it? Because
I'm going to get shot for that, aren't I? I guess yes. I can just, social media's going to light up now. There you go.
The GT4 one is the one that has the same engine, isn't it? For the Aston Martin and GT3. Speaking of Darren Turner, well, he's just coming to the pit lane as well, so he's already on his way to come and get you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he will. He will.
So into the pit lane comes the Heart of Racing by SPS, the sole Mercedes AMG. Now, interesting enough, he was in the penalty box.
Yes, he was, wasn't he?
What did he do that was a little bit cheeky? Is there anything that's popped up on our screen? I don't think so. Maybe it's for track limits, because it was a rather short hold. It was roughly about 5-ish seconds. So I think he may have been paying for track limits, which has not been unusual over the course of the weekend. Now, I have noticed that the Neuhofer Rennsport car has been in the pit lane for quite some time. 15 and a half seconds? No, 15 and a half minutes.
There was. You're absolutely right. There was a warning for car 27 at 5:31. Which is what we were now talking. That's 9 minutes ago, and that's a warning penalty, and it has been served.
So that's the reason why he visited the penalty box before he comes upstairs and shakes your hands after those Mercedes and Aston Martin comments. But it's interesting to see what happened to the 988 Neuhofer Rennsport. As you said, it's been in the pit lane for quite some time now. We haven't seen it out on the pit lane either, so it's obviously inside the box somewhere. It hasn't got to the refueling area either, because 16 minutes is quite a long time, even if you're doing refueling there. Up the order goes the 962, but they've actually just come into the pit lane as well, as they move into 13th overall. Alex Bukunstov moves up as well in the MRS GT Racing car. He's going to have to come in soon enough and do driver change as well. Speaking of driver changes, Rick Broik is now behind the wheel of the 909, so Fabian Downs is out into and behind the wheel goes Rick Broik. So the red Camel Jordan's .NL car. They're currently third overall in the 992 category. So those brake pad changes did cost them quite some time because they were up there in the lead. Now Julian Hunt is behind the wheel of the QMF by HRT number 931. That's the Qatari car. They are currently leading with a gap of at least 1 lap between themselves and their closest rival, which is the 962, which has come in to do a pit stop, and that's actually the car that we're looking at right now. And
that has had a brake disc change at the front right there. I just actually saw that taking place, unlike the red Camel car that didn't.
And you can see it on the right hand side as well, so well spotted there. So we know that they've had a fresh set of brakes on the front end of the car. Of course, those are the bigger brakes, because that's where all the stopping power, isn't it? Because all the weight of the car shifts to the front end. And of course, those are the ones that probably wear out more compared to the rear ones. Because, as I said, there's more weight on the front end of the car, isn't there? That is the 909 that we're looking at now. As you said, that's the car now that's in third place overall in the 992. Rick Broik is currently behind the wheel. He is a minute up the road from his closest rival of Flint Showing in the 908 car that's currently 17th overall. So we could have a battle brewing up here soon enough.
That'd be good, wouldn't it, as we get to head towards dawn? How far are we off, do you think we are? What time did we say that was going to be? 7 o'clock, we said, so we're an hour and a half off, an hour and 20 off that, aren't we? Yeah.
And of course that will throw the spanner in the works. Ollie Webb now behind the wheel of the Simpson Motorsport 138. That again is the leading car in the TCE category, having completed 365 laps. Have to look quite a long way down the order to spot who is the car that's currently placed in second in that category, and that would be the Porsche Cayman, is it? Yes, it is. It's the 718 GT4. The SRS Team Sorg Oren Sport. That was one of the cars that got caught out by the timetable change at the start of the race. Currently circulating in 38th position overall. So, well, actually, I've just seen that they're actually shown as behind Dominic Bauman's car. Now, that would mean they're actually technically behind Ollie Webb, but there looks to be, there's at least 2 laps separating those 2 cars. So quite a long way to go there for the SRS Team Sorg Ren Sport car. Now, the car that's in third in that category is the CWS Engineering Ginetta G55 of Colin White. I know that you had a quick chat with him before on the pit lane. That is the 278, and then there's Tom Holland in fourth. Now, are those 2 in close proximity? No, because that's one of the cars, actually, that's one of the Ginettas that had a lot of issues over the course of the duration of the race that we've ran so far as well. So they've got a lot of catching up to do at the moment. Now, when you look further up the field, now, we did have a battle in GT4 not too long ago between the AGMC Racing Team by Simpson Motorsport and the Continental Racing by TTR car. Now, that position actually swapped. Fabien Defio now leads that category for AGMC Racing Team by Simpson Motorsport. They're currently circulating in 31st overall. And for some reason, I don't know how this always happens, but the number 961 is always somehow in the middle of those 2 cars. I don't know how Nico Verdonk always ends up the meat in the sandwich of the GT4 cars there.
It's obviously a place he's comfortable with.
It must be, because he just seems to always be floating around there. Yeah. He's certainly going to be the cork in the bottle there as well for whoever's in second when the checkered flag waves in about 7 hours and 15 minutes. But still plenty of time left on the clock. Of course, the 992 car is quicker of those 3, so he should really get through in due time. But it just seems to be every time I look at the screen, that car is always just nestled in between those 2 cars. Darren Turner has stayed behind the wheel of the Harv Racing by SPS. The 27 car now in 24th position, trying to climb its way back and get some laps back. Greg Gorski now behind the wheel of the HRT Performance car. Yeah, oh no, he's been out in that car for a while actually, because he's done that for 44 minutes. Salam Al-Ketbi is behind the wheel of the 971. That is the car that's currently in 8th position overall in the 992. Now, I wanted to go up the order a little bit as well, because I wanted to see where Alex Bukhanshtov is, because he is climbing his way up the order, but he's now 14th, just behind Michael Simpson. But I think he would get that lap back on him. No, it's saying 1 minute and 54 seconds, so he's still a lap behind Michael Simpson before we can get that back. As into the pit lane comes the 95 from 5th overall. So we have 2 cars currently in the pit lane, but still that 998's just been in there for an excruciating amount of time.
You mentioned Darren Turner there, and the comment I think was down the pit lane that I've forgotten who was attributed to at the time of stay racing because it's the easiest job in the paddock. And I mentioned it was Darren Turner. It was actually, I remember now the conversation from a couple of nights ago. It was Darren Turner recounting that Steve Soper had said to him very early on, race as long as you can because it's the easiest job in the paddock. Don't get involved in anything else. So what do? Went up and build a simulator business.
Oh, that was a bit of a twitch there from one of the Ginettas just in front of the onboard of
Darren, yeah.
Exactly. Now, that looked quite worrying because, of course, a lot of the Ginettas have been having a lot of issues, especially those CWS engineering ones. Now, could that be now more issues for that car there? And it is quite uncommon to twitch like that through a corner.
Yeah, I mean, it's slightly showing. I mean, it depends what it can be. Now, obviously, that car depends which one it was. It was the 278 car that had the issues with the anti-roll bar that had snapped. Literally, it wasn't even a link or a drop link on it. It was the anti-roll bar itself had snapped. And on that note, it was quite funny when we were interviewing Colin White, because he'd obviously forgotten that he needed to do that as well. And we're talking to him about the power steering, and he just went. It was like tomatoes. Oh, got to put those on the shop. Mustn't forget milk. It's like, and he went, oh, I need to go and do that. Must go. Sorry. It's just like, oh yeah, it's just like, wow. As you say, so commentators helping preparers get their preparation guys get their car sorted. Fantastic.
You got to go pick up your check from them after that. For
I don't think. Well, if it is, it gets divvied up amongst the commentators. Trust me. It's like tips at the pub, isn't it? It's divided between all the staff equally. Yes, we work as a team.
Simon Wrecker now is still in the lead, but it looks like that gap has come down to about a lap between the top two now. So, Pro Herbert Competitions, Sergei Borisov, well, lead is just gone across the line, so it goes back up to 2 laps difference between the 54 and 83. But Sergei Borisov, is trying his best to try and reel in that 54 car. Freddie Tomlinson now behind the wheel of the Toro Verde Ginetta, the leader in GTX, having completed 401 laps. And then we have Van Eindhoven behind the wheel of the Auto Tech, number 18th position, the number 962, excuse me.
Chris, very quickly, sorry, which colour Ginetta was it that Darren Turner had in front of when it had the twitch?
It was black.
Black. So it was the 278 car, because just watching the onboard with Darren here, he's just gone past the 277, and I don't think he's done that quickly in a lap. So even slightly different. So it sounds like it was the 278 car, i.e. building up that which you said of that was the car that had its issues with its power steering and anti-roll bar at the same time. So I'm hoping there aren't any issues with that. So let's have a look at the lap times of that car. So Owen Hissey was in that car. This is the 278, which I haven't got on my screen over this side. Have you got it down?
You're looking for the 278
CWS.
car. It is. I see the 227. There's Cotton and White in the Ginetta G55. Last time around a 2:14.874. So 2 seconds slower than his personal best behind the wheel of that car, so not too much off the pace there. But that twitch, that could be sending some alarm bells off here and there. I mean, it's a possibility that fatigue could also be setting in as we fast approach.
I think fatigue's setting in with the commentator as well, as in AKA this one. I didn't realise that there's so I'm used to doing pit lane. I don't know, there's a thing here called a mouse, and it has a wheel on it, and if you roll your finger across it that way, it moves the screen down to the bottom and doesn't just leave it at the 36th position on the grid. It's witchcraft. I didn't know these things existed.
We need to get touchscreen up here so we can do the same thing on the screen, so we just scroll straight up so we can actually see the bottom half of the timing screen, because I'm currently using my phone to do the same thing, so I'm currently having to scroll up and down
being somebody that uses a fruit-based system of IT, if you know what I mean, not mentioning any other brands are available too. I'm not used to. I haven't used a mouse in probably 10 years, so I'm used to a touchpad type thing. So I was like, what is this? I honestly, for a minute, and then I dismissed it really quickly, I wondered if it was Phil's wallet. But he wouldn't have left that here, would he, now?
No, I don't think he would have. 278 is having an issue.
Hang on. Big issues, absolutely. Sorry, right, that huge moment there for the 278. Is it Mark Griffith in this car now? Is it Mark that's in the car?
We've got to use the mouse of dreams up here.
No, it's Colin himself. It's Colin White in that, and they're 40th and 41st in positions. They're running in tandem as team efforts, 278 and 277 in that order. But Colin White having a massive moment there as you quite rightly pointed out in the CWS Ginetta, it is his car, it is named after him, CWS Colin White Services. Based down in sort of Glastonbury way, isn't he? With his dismantlers. Now, just watching it exit there, nice and tidy again. Now, he had one of the big moments very, very early on in one of the first qualifying sessions, I think, on Friday, didn't he? Had this car was twitching around a bit, and we went and had a chat, and he said, no, it's just me getting used to it and the circuit and whatever. And it was very, very sandy there. But let's just watch it. Looks to me like he's taking a very careful apex there. Where is he on the track at the moment? Let's have a look. 278. He is just coming to turn 16, isn't he? Yeah. So he's coming through. So you've got the 14 and 15. You do a left hand. You stay centre of the track coming out of turn 14 there. That's the big bowl. So you've got the 12. Big fast run down through 13, pretty well flat out in a GT3 car, gorgeous. And then that big bowl, that pull up for 14. You then sort of come out of 14, you don't go to the right hand side of the track, you stay central. I just noticed that Colin White just seemed very slow through 14. They were very cautious with it. Maybe it was just an anomaly. Might be, as you say, getting tired.
True that, and he did come into the pit lane, did he, as well? So, as you said, it's probably fatigue that might be setting in here at the moment for the races. Of course, it is now fast approaching 7 hours to go here at the Dubai Autodrome, with 7 hours, 7 minutes to go on the clock. It's about to go 6 a.m. local time. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you're watching around the world. We'll be saying good morning. Well, actually, no, it's almost 6 a.m. We can officially say good morning here, can't we? It's good evening still, technically, if you're watching in the UK. If you're watching in Australia, I'm pretty sure it's Monday already, if I'm not mistaken. And of course, if you're watching somewhere over in the US, you're probably just waking up for you're having lunch now, so wouldn't it be in the US right now? Into the pit lane, though, comes what we can't see behind the flags. Who is that? That's making their way into the penalty box, first of all. It disappeared out of view now. That was Sergei Borisov, the Proton Herbert competition car. Now, that's interesting that they picked up a penalty, because they are the second place car. That is not their pit box. Their pit box is a lot further down the road. A short hold there, so give or take about 5 seconds. And the car will now make its way to its pit box. And it looks to be there will be a driver change taking place as well. So Sergei Borisov, after a fantastic stint behind the wheel, will relinquish duties to the next driver, who we'll see who gets out, or will get confirmation once they exit the fuel station on who that driver is. And incredibly enough, it's the only car currently in pit lane as well before we hit the 7 hours to go. The only other cars that are kind of in the pit lane are the ones that are having some sort of issues, and they've been there for quite some time. I have noticed that the 701 has just made its way out of the pit lane, and off it goes. That was a very quick stop.
Yeah, that's what you need. Nice and efficient. I've said it a few times in the race, and forgive me for repeating it again, but it is the adage of sports car racing of stay out of trouble on the track and stay out of the pits, and that's what you need to do. I think it was Christopher Haas that was saying that earlier when we were talking to him, and then of course the Fabian Schiller. I spoke to the two of them consecutively, and it was the curse of the commentator, because the gearbox then went in the Audi and in the Mercedes, and it's just like, oh. Really feel bad for that one. Thank you, Andrew, for setting those two up.
It's interesting you said that Christopher Haas said that. They spend less time in the pits. They're the ones that have the most amount of pit stops as well. So is he contradicting himself, perhaps? Or is that all just a game, just to psych everyone out and be like, no, this is what I'm saying, this is what the strategy should be, but we're going to do something completely different? As we see the GR Supra, that is the Ginetta number 795 going around the outside through turn 8. Now that move actually happened through turn 6 and 7. Again, there's the 797 going through, puts them 17th in class. Is that correct? A bit further. No.
Can you believe, Chris, that pit stop you just mentioned is the 900th pit stop of the race?
No. Have we really done 900 pit stops
900 pit stops, including all participants? Yes. Yeah. So we're going to smash 1,000 before the end of the race.
It's a very interesting statistic that we'll reach before the end of that. 1,000 pit stops. That's very, very interesting. That I wonder how much time that means that we spend in pit lane in total. If we're doing about average is what, give or take 3 to 4 minutes if we're not doing any servicing.
It's a great stat actually to think of when you think. I just saw the number to click over and I thought, oh, interesting. And when you try and explain to a layperson what it is we do, when they talk about you going commentating, we're doing this. So what? Because most people they're just so Formula One generic. That's what they know. They might know about touring cars, but everybody knows about Formula One or have heard of it. You can get some people, you mention Le Mans, and they just go, no, look blank, and you think, how can you have not heard of the world's greatest motor race? You must know Formula One, Le Mans, and Indy 500 as a minimum. Sometimes we don't. But I always try and use stats like that, or context of Formula One. Right, it's 20 cars, one driver in each car. They stay in the car all the race. People are just like, why wouldn't you? It's like, well, they do an hour and a half, because what's 200 miles or 2 hours, isn't it, a Grand Prix, how long it lasts? And I said, try doing a 24-hour, going for the whole day. You have over 1,000 pit stops, 3, 4, 5 drivers a car. It's different strategies, different classes, and they're just like, sorry? So, oh, some of the races we have, NLS races, okay, they're only 4 hours, but we have 140, 150, 160 cars starting, and people look at you, literally, you are mental, saying, what? You have 160 cars starting? Yeah, that's quite normal. But they're all the same type. No. It's rather like, have you ever seen that sketch of Robin Williams, the late great, sadly missed Robin Williams, describing golf? And basically getting a stick and a wee ball and knocking it down to a wee hole this mile away. Like, so he explains it so well, and the person he's explaining to just says, "You do this once?" "Oh no," he says, 18 times. Yeah, just go and do it. You just think, how do these things come about? Whoever came up with the idea of this 24-hour racing?
Someone who really wanted to put a car through its paces and just say, oh, hang on a sec, why don't we have a race instead?
Exactly my point. That was exactly the point, yeah.
Why would we test endurance of a single car when we could test the endurance of hundreds of cars? I mean, it must be great for manufacturers to come in here, because they can learn so much, because one car might have an issue with the transmission, one might have an issue with the brakes, and of course, this is all a learning curve for them that eventually trickles into the cars that we use on a regular basis.
Of course it does. It improves, obviously, the age-old adage of, win on Sunday, sell on Monday still applies, but it does improve the breed, it improves the road cars, and you think of all the things that are developed through racing and motorsport for performance, but bring us, just disc brakes. Jaguars back in the 50s at Le Mans would come on through it. You can't imagine, a non-disc braked car now. Just they aren't about. Very occasionally you might have some smaller cars with drums on the rear stuff, but even that's getting less and less. But you think of just the safety aspects that have been evolved through motorsport as an application for performance in the first place, but manufacturers have then used it as an arena and a theatre to do that, and then pass it on down to the road. And it's all the safety systems we have now, ABS braking. ABS was on the road, developed by Mercedes in 1979, but it's on race cars now. It's variable, very different to a road version, but the principles are the same. It's there. What does it do? It saves lives. That's the point. It sells cars, and they're safer cars. And that's one of the things I've noticed over the years of being a really old man now, is that how much cars have changed, road cars have changed immeasurably in the last 20 years. It's just incredible, and a lot of it's all based on this stuff on the track.
Well, you say 20 years, look what's happened over the past few years, how we've evolved as cars in many different ways, whether it be gearboxes, engine types, the way a car looks in terms of safety. Cars have gotten a lot more safer. We've lost a lot of the boxiness of or some of the most iconic cars ever built. We're witnessing the end of the wagon era. Wagons are becoming a thing of the past as everyone looks to more crossover-based cars. As now into the pit lane comes the leading Audi R8. We did see Marcus Winkelhock was patiently waiting about 2 laps to go for Simon Recker to come into the pit lane. The East Talent Racing team have bought their car in now for the 26th time. It's incredible how they are still 2 laps ahead, but actually made that 3 because Ricardo Feller from Attempto Racing has decided to follow them into the pit lane as well, by the looks of it. Or did he come in beforehand? I think he may have come in beforehand, but there is Mark Winkelhock there, opens the door, assists Simon out of the car, puts his insert in, and he will get in. I see Simon's a bit more reserved when it comes to the seating, so he's not flinging it through the garage and trying to hit something with it. He just gently rests it next to the car, but then maybe he's conserving his energy for a stint later on this in the race. A very, very quick pit stop there for the 54, and that's probably how they've been able to do so many pit stops so far. That was mighty quick. They were in the pit lane for, well, they did that from pit in, well, less than a minute. They were in the pit lane and they stopped, did a driver change, and into the fuel station. Impressively fast to get that done so quickly, but of course second place also with them there, the 99 of Attempto Racing, Ricardo Fella. Jack Barlow now behind the wheel, the Century Motorsport, not Country Motorsport, Century Motorsport, it says on the screen here, Chris. That is the 22 car. They are now 4th overall and leading Pro-Am still. Car Collection Motorsport currently 2nd in that category. Dennis Marshall behind the wheel of that car. A gap of 4 minutes and 17 seconds between those two. And then Sabino De Castro behind the wheel of the 95 car, currently circulating in 3rd in that category and 6th overall. Michael Johnston in the 2nd of the Century Motorsport cars, the BMW, the number 14 down in 7th, as Wilfred Mafrina from Centlock Junior team in the Audi in 8th place. Mathieu Dutry in the Haas RT car. That's one of the top 4 that Phil had his eye on. That's the one that hasn't had, well, is not out of the race just yet. I'll touch some wood before I finish that sentence. But it's not exactly been a perfect race for them either. They've had their fair share of issues, but they've also done a fantastic job to stay within the top 10 again. And Jason Hart actually rounds out the top 10 for Huber Motorsport there in the 50. Now, in terms of the classes, GT3 leader is now Marcus Winkelhock, who's behind the wheel of the 54. In Pro-Am, it's the Century Motorsport Jack Barlow down in 4th position. In GT3 Am, it is the Michael Johnston Century Motorsport car, currently in 7th. The leader of the 992 category is Johansa, the QMMF by HRT Porsche, currently circulating in 12th. Then we have to look back to 17th position for Freddie Tomlinson, the Toro Vide, the leader of the GTX category. And then we go down to the leader of GT4, which is David Pogosyan in the Continental Racing by TTR. The 496 has retaken the lead, actually, in GT4. It seems to be the 496 and the 438 constantly swapping positions right when we're not actually looking at the screen and rather looking on the action that we're seeing on the screen rather than the timing screen. And Ollie Webb is the leader in TCE here at the Dubai Autodrome, and I have a feeling that's all the classes that we have here. Yes, indeed, because the last car that I see here is a GT4 car, and that is the Century Motorsport M4 of Piers Johnson, who unfortunately is out of this race.
No, extraordinary. We heard you mentioning the temperature earlier on, and it's well, we're an hour off sunrise yet, and it's already 22 degrees, but it's only going to go to 27, it's predicted today, so we're already 5 degrees off the maximum temperature predicted today. And I heard yourself and Phil talk about this earlier, that it's not actually dropping that much during the night. You know, it's into, I think he said low teens at best, or low to mid teens, and there's it is proven. It's, you know, an hour off sunrise, it's still only 5 degrees less than it's going to be at midday.
It's interesting, the weather here this time of year is quite odd, because usually around January, February, okay, bit to December, it does get a bit cooler. We've had some cooler days here, but it just doesn't seem to be that cool here tonight. And as you said, we're already at 21 degrees centigrade. We're only going to go up to 22. Yeah. Sorry. We're going to go up to as high as 27. Yeah. And you said we're only 5 degrees off. It is honestly still warm. Okay, I do find it a bit cold downstairs. That's why I'm running around in trousers and the sweater, obviously, because this is cold for us here, essentially, but it's not as cold as it could be.
Yeah, it seems quite a constant. It doesn't drop so much. I mean, usually sort of in the desert, it can be very high in the day and very low at night, and it doesn't seem to be doing that here. Which I wonder if that's had a difference on strategies and tyre work. So we were talking to was it Christopher Haas who was saying that the deck on the tyre, the degradation was really high in this race, which they're not used to. There was a little bit with a sand abrasion very early on. Obviously, that most of that's gone So we are just coming up. So we're just under the 7 hours to go mark now. In the moment since I mentioned the 900th pit stop, we've had 8 more, by the way.
So 9:08, so
Exactly.
that means we are, let's do some quick maths, that 92 pit stops away from reaching 1,000. Like I was like, do I need to bring a calculator? I've got something called a phone. I could use the calculator on that. I think that'd make it a lot easier, wouldn't it? It's like the whole mouse situation. Phone, calculator,
exactly, yes.
Same thing, isn't it? We're looking now at the 909. This is the Rick Broikers driven car. They're currently second overall in the 992 category. They're a little bit further back from Julian Hunter by little, I mean 2 laps behind that car at the moment. The QMMF by HRT. Marcus Winkelhock there indeed behind the wheel of the race-leading 54, now ahead of Sven Muller, who's got behind the wheel of the 83, the Proton Herber competition car. Ricardo Feller stayed behind the wheel of the Attempto racing car, so no driver change for them, just a splash of fuel. Well, we're probably a bit more than a splash of fuel because we're not that close to the end of the race just yet. We're about 53 minutes away from the sunrise. I think that's where things are getting quite interesting. I've noticed that on our screen, Alexander Bukanchdov for MRS GT Racing has been behind the wheel of the car for 1 hour and 48 minutes. He's definitely going to have to come in and do a pit stop soon and do a driver change. Jörg Veerman from Pro Sport Racing, the 901 in 26 overall, 20.6 seconds from Bob Herber, is into the pit lane now. So, is that a change of position? It could be. No, it wouldn't, because the Team Captain America car is a little bit further back. Now, I probably should have asked this, and I know the question was, why did they do it? I get that, obviously, they're fans of it and everything like this, but I would have thought if you're going to decorate a car, or, you know, cover a car, livery it up with a superhero, I'm pretty sure if you're going to do a race car, I think the Flash is probably the best option to do. Not Captain America, but I don't know. I'll be honest, it does look very cool, though.
Well, there's your answer then. That's all we need to do. It looks very cool. Somebody else is being very cool, by the way. We commented on this before. You guys certainly did, on Jack Barlow on his return to racing after 9 years away at the tender age of 28 now upon his return, not when he even left. Just to put a perspective in, they're running in 4th place in that Century Motorsport BMW and the number 22 car. Sven Muller, you've just mentioned, in the Hooper competition Porsche. Sven Muller is a pro, let's just say, exaggerate for clarity, yeah? His last lap was a 2:01.9, yeah? Jack Barlow, it's just gone slightly different actually, it was a 2:02.3, sorry, 2:02.2. It's only 0.3 different to Sven Muller in a M4 BMW that he's had not a massive amount of seat time in and hasn't raced for 9 years.
So I'm pretty sure he shook the rust off quite fast.
Well, exactly. I don't think there was much rust there, but was it?
Or he laser cut it off.
Yeah, Team Verdigray. The car would have to be green, wouldn't it?
Car 96 now currently in the fueling station. Darren Turner's come into the pit lane. That is the 27. Remember, that car was in for quite some time. For those of you tuning in and are rooting for Mercedes AMG, unfortunately you're down to just one car in the race, and that is said car, the 27 of Darren Turner. They have had their own issues though in the race, but they are still running for the time being. As you said, currently running at 23rd overall. Now we do have Jörg Veerman behind the wheel of the Pro Sport Racing car. Now we're currently looking at the 901. That's the car in question that we were just speaking about. This is a car that's 11th overall in the 992 category and 7th they're 7th in the class because they're all listed as AM. So yes, so they are. No, they're 11th in class, but 7 in AM. Apologies there. That's where they sit at the moment. Currently down in 26th position, but it looks to be. Did you spot the brakes coming off of that as well? Were there any brake pads that were removed? Or they were just checking the rear side of the car? Maybe an oil change, perhaps? Maybe adjusting a few other fluids here and there. We'll have to wait and see what we can get from that. Marcus Winkelhock there across the line with the 420 laps completed here around the Dubai Autodrome. The 54 still leads. There he is, working his way around. Now, excuse me, that is turn 1, which has been quite interesting, to say the least, over the course of this weekend. It's been relatively incident-free, actually, for the past couple of hours, which is very good news for us in the box.
Don't do it.
I'm touching the table. I'm touching as much wood as humanly possible. Should I go grab another table, actually? Yes, I'll grab 2, just in case.
Dreaded curse of.
But continues on in the lead. Sebastian Gorga, who's got behind the wheel of the Car Collection Motorsport, now in 8th position. Didn't actually get a chance to speak to him while I was down in the pit lane. I just always called him at the wrong time, either he was having dinner or he was just having a rest somewhere. I thought, you know what, it's best not to interrupt these drivers as much as possible. Of course, he's done a lot of racing here in the United Arab Emirates. He did Carrera Cup Middle East last week when we were here at the Dubai Autodrome. He also did Golf Pro Car a couple of, I want to say a couple of years ago, but I don't think it's that long ago. I think it was only last season he actually did it with us. But interesting enough, I don't think he has a lot of nighttime experience, so this is kind of a new thing for him now. And I think they've probably put him in what could be possibly the worst time to do his stint, because with not much experience racing at night, he's going to have to now sit through the sunrise here with the sun glinting in his eyes. But we'll keep a close eye on it, and Sebastian Gorga, to see what he can do here. Of course, he does have a bit of track knowledge around the Autodrome. Didn't fare too well, though, in the Carrera Cup Middle East race that we have had a big issue. But interestingly enough, he was very quick with ABS turned on, but when ABS was turned off, that's when he started to struggle ever so slightly with the car. But here he is this weekend, racing in the Dubai 24 Hour, and he's currently circulating in a very respectable 8th place after having completed 21 pit stops there, looking to climb their way up the order. They sit just ahead at the Haas RT, the Mathieu Ditry, the number 21 car, currently, as you said, in 9th position. Now, Darren Turner is in the pit lane, and it looks to be a bit of a lengthy one, but I assume this is something routine for that car, because it has been circulating for some time, and no doubt something needs to be changed on that car before they set it out again.
Well, it's hardly surprising. I think it probably need brakes at some point. The Porsches, we're talking to Paul Treswell sort of early on in qualifying as to what the strategy was, and they're saying, he was saying, for instance, their Red Camel car has 100, Porsche recommend 100 hours on the gearbox. He said, but we'll talk about strategy and how you think of things as a team manager and whatever. He said, that gearbox had finished Abu Dhabi last weekend with 102 hours on the gearbox. He said, so how vital is it? On the basis that it's had a strip down part way through and had some new bearings and bits and bobs in, as it puts it, had some new components. It's not done exactly 102 hours. So their view was, it'll do 24. But it's, you know, all that's lived and thought about in terms of some of the Heart of Racing, and that all the teams that we have these ideas, you know, have literally everything logs to what it's done. Of, you know, is why would you go and put a 24-hour race, the hardest race on top? And we saw the Mercedes; they've had troubles with gearbox. The Get Speed, it's retired the car. CP had just over an hour to do that one, to do their gearbox. Oh, right. Now, that's the thing I didn't expect. We're talking about money now. Now, Phil Anson, we should really film this. It's just come. I've actually got my hands on Phil Anson's wallet, which we didn't know. I think I'm going to hold it away because there's so many moths flying around in the commentary box right now that, yeah.
It's a Porsche design.
Yeah, yeah. You can tell. It's not faded at all. It's never really seen daylight much, has it?
It doesn't.
That was a joke for those that weren't listening. We saw this mouse on the desk, and I thought it was Phil Anson's or Phil's wallet. He just bowled into the commentary box and slammed his wallet down. I thought he was buying a round, actually, Andrew.
I know this will probably be wildly off topic, but I wonder if you saw my wallet lying around, what would you think that is then? If you thought Phil's mouse was a wallet.
It doesn't surprise you that somebody like you has a wallet like that, given the shoes and shirts and socks that you seem to be drawn to and watch.
You can't forget the watch.
Yes, and the sunglasses.
And the sunglasses, yes. And Diane is down in the pit lane. She's joined us. Good morning, Diane.
Morning, Diane.
Morning, Diana.
Oh, sorry.
It's Diana. Right. Yeah, just come back into the pit lane. We're all ready back down here, just waiting on a few more cars to come in. It's see a few teams coming out onto the pit apron now to to wait on the cars. So as soon as I've got any info for you,
So you managed to fix the headset then?
No, it's still broken.
Have you read your messages on WhatsApp? Yeah, okay. There's a grovelling apology from one of your fellow commentators about your headset. That would be
Who
me.
would that be?
Okay,
I don't know you.
fair enough. I'll disappear then.
See ya.
So, race leader still the 54 car. Now, who are we currently on board with at the moment? This is the Krone Racing car. Now, let's have a look at where they are currently on track. Or maybe let's have a look at where they are in the running order, because I'm not seeing them on our first page of the timing screen. Let's have a quick scroll. Let's grab the mouse and scroll through. But I'm using a touch screen, so I will scroll with my finger instead. That's once I find the awesome 24-hour series app. And if you haven't got download on your phone and you're watching at home or trackside, download it, because it has the wealth of information that you need so that you can stay connected at all times and you can stay up to date with each and everything that's happening, including pit stops, where everybody is on track, fastest lap times, who's going out of the pit lane, who is currently out of the race as well. It's great to have.
Well, I can tell you who will be going out to the pit lane in a minute, certainly who's come in. That's Max. Lynn has just brought the Team Parker Bentley, and it is a fabulous looking car, that, isn't it? I've been standing next to it obviously a lot during the weekend, but seeing it even there on television, it looks quite extraordinary. That amazing LED setup around the grille there, that lovely 1930s-esque SHL grille there. Max Camaro, I think it looks like Rob Huff that's got into it. I don't know where Diana is down there close enough to find out, but that gorgeous Bentley display, she is right there. I think it's going to be Rob Huff has got into that car. It's obviously got down for refueling. And when it comes back on track, the Lumi rank on the windscreen will update for us, and it'll tell us that it's not Sean Lynn and tell us who it is. That car currently running in 11th position at the moment, so it's the last of the GT3 runners. In fact, all top 11 cars are from GT3 at the moment. Hi, Diana.
Hi, just to pick up on what you were saying there, Snowy. Yeah, it was Max that jumped out, and it was Rob that got into the Bentley, which has just gone back out onto track. So, Max, morning.
Morning.
How was that?
Busy, but fun. It's hard to tell who's coming up behind you. All the lights look the same, so you don't know if it's a Cup car or a GT3 car. So it's just trying to stay out of trouble as much as possible and make the morning.
Yeah, that must be one of the most difficult things to sort of work out, especially when you're adjusting to, I don't know, it's been night time for some time, but you're still adjusting and the lights are different on most of the cars.
It feels like I haven't driven in the daytime yet. I mean, this whole race has been in the night so far, but it's also the depth perception. You don't know how far, they always seem like they're right on your bumper, but they could be 20 metres behind you, so that's the most difficult thing at the moment for sure.
There's been a lot of talk about the car, the Bentley in particular. You know, the Radio Le Mans fans are sort of loving that, as we're hearing on the forum. How would you describe it to drive?
It's easy to drive for an amateur pace, but for the pro drivers, they struggle to get onto the pace of them just because the way that the car drives. It was built for an amateur, but what it lacks in the low speed corners, high speed, it's unbelievable, and straight line speed we're not lacking either.
Obviously the plan and the strategy for the team was, at the very beginning, I think I spoke to Stuart and he said, look, we're not going to be going for a win here, but we want to just get into this race and really enjoy it and learn as much as we can about the car. But the performance is going well so far.
Yeah, we've had our fair share of problems with ABS issues and engine sensor issues, so that's why we're quite a few laps down. The pace of the car is really good. We're really competitive when we're out on track. But yeah, we've just had a few issues, but we just wanted to do the race. I mean, I'm racing with my dad. It's pretty special. And driving the Bentley with an all-British lineup as well is pretty special.
It certainly is. It really, and you forget those sort of things, don't you? But I was, yeah, absolutely. What is it like driving with your dad?
I drive against him quite a few times, and it's a lot better driving with him than against him, that's for sure. Because when you're side by side with your dad trying to outbrake him, you have a thought in your mind, go, do I really want to do this? but when you're driving with him, it's really fun, it's really special, and I wouldn't change it for the world.
So what's the preference, driving with him or driving alongside him?
Driving with him, for sure, driving with him. It's not many father-sons get to do this, and I'm really proud that we do, and we're going to hopefully continue to do it for as long as we can.
Thanks ever so much, Max.
Diana, thank you very much there. And Max Lynn there, obviously enjoying driving alongside his father, and I can totally understand there the feeling of driving against him or racing against him, as they do a lot of historic racing together, which he mentioned a little bit earlier in our show, but earlier in the weekend. And one of the cars that Sean races, he had a T70 stuff, but he got a wonderful GT40 known as Tessie. TES1E is the number plate, hence it's nicknamed Tessie, and it's a proper original GT40. And I can imagine racing against your father in cars of that value is it comes with its challenges, I would imagine. So but you could just tell from Max's voice there that yeah, that lovely phrase there, that he wouldn't change it for anything in the world, driving alongside his dad in the same team, and that's wonderful. It just goes back to a thing we've mentioned a few times during this weekend of the Creventic family we refer to quite often, of how there's a lot of family teams involved here, fathers, sons, daughters involved in the racing, Tomlinsons, Janettas and stuff, and it's just to what never but a few to see them up and down the pit lane. And it's very much the philosophy of Creventic, that it's a family that travels the world and does these wonderful race meetings. Dubai here, there's these three being the Middle East Trophy of the Kuwait, Abu Dhabi and Dubai. That's the Middle East Trophy, that you've got to do all three of those races to be to count for points towards that. But then obviously Creventic then becomes, these count as part of the bigger series. When we go to Barcelona for a 24-hour, we have Estoril, etc., Mugello and Spa, of course. So it's very much a worldwide series, and it's just great. Everybody travels. It's a whole group. We all get to know one another in the pit lanes and whatever. And you can just see, even the joke about CP Racing. They're at one end of the pit lane, and do they want to borrow a gearbox? It's just like to get speed. You just like to take the one out of ours over there. Help yourselves, boys. And I can't imagine that happening in, let's say, some higher categories that are more televised. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, it's interesting going back to what you said as well about if you want to contest in the Middle East Trophy, you must do all three rounds. You have to do Kuwait, you have to do Abu Dhabi, and you have to do Dubai. Because I was sort of wondering why during the same weekend that we had the Kuwait, the 12 hours of Kuwait, we also had the 12 hours of the Gulf 12 hours, excuse me. And we had a local team participate in Kuwait. Now, of course, with them being based here, it would have been, you would have thought they would race here instead of Kuwait. But however, because they want to be in that championship hunt, which they are in, and they're currently, leading that category at the moment by the end of this, we're looking to be at the end of this 24-hour. It's a smart move, right? They want to stay here. And like you said, it's a family-friendly environment within the teams itself. Everyone's here, everyone's got each other's back. If you need something, someone's going to have it. Someone's going to have some sort of spare part lying around, whether it's a really small bolt or, like you said, entire transmissions. There's probably there are spare cars as well that people have borrowed from other teams as well, just to get them on the grid. And that's what's great about the Creventic series here. It's true sportsmanship.
Yeah, I mean that's very much the case. And you said about the spare cars. I mean, you mentioned CP Racing here. We're joking about them potentially loaning, or the offer of the loan of that gearbox to get speed, and that was out of their car they used at Abu Dhabi. And that finished very, very high up the order there, but that car's at the back of the garage and it's there, and they can take bits off it, but it's not tucked away in a container or transporter. It's there at the back of the garage because they may need to, for want of a better phrase, rob bits off it when it's needed, and it sits there. But what they're doing is, what I did notice was, what they've got some mechanics earlier in the weekend, they're starting to cycle through that car whilst they're all here now. It saves workshop time back at the workshop of doing that car. The car's obviously the American team, but the cars are based mostly in Europe, but of course, obviously Middle East now for these weeks. They don't go back again, but they're starting to work on that car whilst there's the race car that's ready for this one. That one did last week. That's old news. That's last weekend's car. You're like, it's a week old. Hell, yeah, we got to do things with it. You just like, it's done 6 hours. You're like, so it's done a quarter of this race. Yeah, wow. But it's never ending, and that's one of the things I always find absolutely fascinating about motorsport is that it's constantly evolving. There's no downtime. They do play hard when they get the time, but in the garages there's always something to do. There's always a schedule. There's always something to be going, and they're always working on those cars. Busy boys. And that's one garage right up at the end of the pit lane. It's the same all the way down. Doesn't matter whether it's in a GT3, an AM, a Pro-Am, a TCE, a GTX car, whatever. They're always working on it. Some cars more often than others, like so let's say Ginettas, the black ones. So that'd be Colin White's. Yeah, they do a lot more work on their cars. But that's because they're dismantlers. That's his business. He likes doing that. He likes tinkering. You won't mind me saying that. yeah. It's kind of with him. It's like if it's not broke, fix it. It's the wrong way around, isn't it? Yeah. The old age-old adage: if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, he'll do it the other way. No, let's do it. Yeah.
We're getting some incredible aerial shots here around the Dubai Autodrome. And there is the Ginetta as you requested, the 278. Now remember, this is the car that had that moment not too long ago. Remember, it got quite squirrely through 6 and 7.
I think it was just Colin being tired. I think it was just, yeah. He's probably in the car booking his Glastonbury tickets. It's in his backyard when all said and done. So.
Fatigue definitely settling in here with just over 6.5 hours remaining on the clock. We see the race leader going past the 278 Ginetta there around the outside. Actually, that would have been the inside for the corner there. It is currently working his way through turn 9 onto the back straight and tucked up now behind the race leader. Uses as much of the runoff area that he can before being hit with track limits. But there you see on the back straight. Is that him weaving side to side? Is that just trying to avoid marbles?
Well, everybody had commented, but they did as well, about the amount of detritus out on the circuit in Derby. You can see a bit of the marbles there and a slightly more lit part of the circuit there. But that did seem more than I would anticipate. Of course, when they went offline, it was a piece of debris that came up through and took out their power steering belt earlier, of course. Not quite sure whether. I just wondered if there's a steering issue there, or trying to. That was slightly more weaving than I would have expected. It's not exactly tyre warming at this stage of the race, is he?
As we continue on watching the 278 working its way up towards the Bowl complex here at the Dubai Autodrome. We've got to have a look at where they're currently placed in class. Now, Lucas Walter is now behind the wheel of the number 908, currently circulating in 19th overall. Greg Gorski is behind the wheel of the 929, currently in the pit lane for HRT Performance. Now, I think that is a routine pit stop for them. I did spot that there is a driver change for the number 17. John Corbett is now behind the wheel of that car, currently circulating in 20th position for MRS GT Racing, still 12th overall, just not having the race weekend that they'd like to have here. Well, they just moved up into 17th at the moment. Now, the 27 car has actually changed position. That is the Heart of Racing by SPS. Pierre Clambing behind the wheel of that car, now in 26th overall. And then we have the 925 now dropping down to the 27th position, and the 988 is still in the pit lane after an hour. So I do wonder what's wrong with the 988 for Nurhafa Rennsports, because that is a rather long time to be in there. Abdullah Ali Al Khalifi, the QMMF by HRT man now, the 931, makes his way out of the pit lane as Rick Broikers retakes the lead in the 992 category ahead of that 931 car. The number 26 in the driver change as well for Steinlock Junior team. Into the pit lane has come Patrick Hoseman of RPM Racing. That is the 14th place car overall, currently third in the 992 category and second in 992 AM.
Yeah, of course, I'm forgetting that the Ginettas, the CWS Ginettas, they changed their drivers around between their cars as well. So Mark Griffith, the Australian, is now in the 277 car, because he's been driving the 278 as well. They do move them across with different cars, and it's Daniel Morris that's at the wheel of the 278 car. So he's not squirreling around the way that Colin White had in that, but I do think that was just possibly just a couple of corners, and that's all it was. Perhaps a little bit of fatigue setting in there, but it all seems good with it now.
On board now with the red Camel Jordans.nl car. I think you were actually trying to spot that car, weren't you? Because they, of course, the leaders in the 992 category there. So we'll follow them through turn 16. A few cars in front of them, including a Ginetta as well for that car. So through turn 16 they come. Well, actually, that was the... we're actually now focusing on a different car, because that is a 718 Cayman with a GT3 car going around the outside. I think that's one of the 992 cars, is it? I think it might have been. Can't quite see where they are on track, because that screen is a little bit small for me to see from this far away. But we do have a change of position on track. The Pro Sport Racing number 20, the 901 has gone up into 27th position. David Pogosyan is now in 33rd position, but that's not a driver change, because he was already behind the wheel and he's currently on an outlap. Cameron McLeod behind the wheel of the AGMC racing team by Simpson Motorsport, so that car has retaken the lead in GT4. It seems to be every time we go through the order, we look at GT4, there's a different race leader. It's either the Toyota or it's the BMW. I wonder when they're going to sort that out. I guess that'll be sorted out when we hit 24 hours of race completion. Salomon Kepi's moved up into 22nd position. That's because the HRT Performance car is currently in the pit lane getting refueled, as is the 907 as well, is down in the fueling area.
Did we? I just want to wonder, where did the Bentley rejoin, didn't it, with Rob Huff at the wheel? That's currently 11th. Yeah, I'm just trying to look at its times there. So it's 2:03 dead is what it's doing. So it's only slightly off the pace with Rob at the wheel. Just over half an hour to sunlight or sunrise. No signs of that at all yet. So. You guys are the local ones. You've got the knowledge of how quickly that is. I mean, I don't expect somebody just goes and turns a light on, but it's I'm quite surprised that in half an hour's time, predicted sunrise, it's still, it's still as dark as. Yep. So Phil's apparently how it works is there's just an Australian click of the fingers and that's it. It's just like that's how it works. He's going. Oh, he's got a switch. He's got a big switch over there on the wall. That's how it works. I mean, honest.
Just you wait and see. You'll see. You look at the screen.
Say, guess what it is yet, but.
You'll look at the screen at one point, it'll be darkness, you'll look again and the sun will be out. So we're about half an hour away from sunrise here at the Dubai Autodrome, and now we see a driver change for the HRT Performance car. Holger Harmsden is behind the wheel of that car, now 23rd overall. Now we've got a good group of cars here. This is two of our 992 cars, and I think we got some info from the pit lane.
Hi Chris, hi guys. You were talking about the 988 Neuhupper Rennsport by MRS GT. You're correct, has been tired. One of the drivers is ill. He's not feeling well, not well enough to continue. So the team have decided that it's too much for the other drivers, and they've decided to park the car in the garage. The garage door is obviously not shut, but the car is in the garage. It won't be continuing the rest of the race. I did ask if everything was okay, and yes, it is. He's just feeling quite ill.
And so, thanks, Diana. Diana, which car number was that? Sorry.
The 988. Neuhoffer.
So that's the car that we'll be keeping a close eye out now as well, because it was in the pit lane for, well, now it shows an hour and 10 minutes, and well, we have an answer. So that's very.
Talking about it, so I came up to the other end of the pit lane to find out.
Thank you so much for the update. It's very unfortunate that we have another car out, which means we're edging closer to, I think, almost 20 cars. No, I don't think we're that far. We're not that close, are we? I know we've got into the double digits, but I don't think we're near 20 cars just yet. We might have to bring out the red pen of doom, or we might have to give the paper to Phil so that he can use the red pen of doom to tell us who is out of this race, because it does seem to be we have quite a few cars. Let's see if we can actually figure it out by checking out the 24-hour series app, which you can download right now for yourself, and you can stay tuned with all of the action on track with live timing, all the drivers that are behind the wheel, the teams, the times, where they are in class, and of course who is currently in the pit lane as well. Now, it doesn't technically show us who is not continuing on with the race, but we can say for sure there is a fair few of them. So positions 45 to 55, so that is 10 cars are out. So 45th position onwards down towards 55. Magnus Holmgaard, the 902, has not been out for a while. Dominic Baumann in the number 9, we do know, is out. And we just got a report from pit lane that the 988 is officially out as well. So that makes a total of 12 cars that are currently confirmed not continuing. Although I'm inclined to believe that Kobe Powell's and the AC Motorsport team may be able to figure something out. I mean, we still have time left on the clock, but
yes,
when you've got such a
hope springs eternal, hey?
When you have such a mysterious anomaly with the car, how long is it really theoretically going to take to figure out what the issue is? I mean, is there enough time left on the clock to treat this as just then the rest of it can be a testing session, basically?
Well, that's often the case, and we see it in quite a few of the NLS races that we cover on Radio Show. Those are just 4-hour races, but quite often, if they're pre-24-hour races at the Nürburgring, you may have a situation just like that where the car has an issue. It's not going to be competitive anymore. It's not in contention, but it's data gathering. And we always say that the NLS races, they're not about the N24. It isn't part of the series, it isn't part of the championship. In theory, it's got nothing to do with it. Like heck it has, because you will see the numbers before everybody uses those races to build up to the N24, and then it drops off a little bit afterwards immediately, although there are now it's a 12-hour race last year as well, a couple of races. But it's that data gathering. So as you say, you've paid the money out to be here. Team, logistics, shipping, spares, whatever. You pay money to go testing. Well, you've got this here testing now. There's no better test environment than racing. So, but then again, of course, there's the risk ratio, the risk-reward ratio, isn't there? Do you go out, if something happens and you're in a non-competitive position and you have an incident or you get hit and it's nothing of your fault, do you think, well, was it worth it? I don't know. It's a tricky one. I guess it depends what kind of team you are, how much data you've got already on those cars.
It's that double-edged sword, isn't it? Like you said, you don't know whether you should do it in case something does happen, but then at the same time, like you said, you've paid to come here, you've paid the teams to come here and everything like that. Might as well use the time that you have left to continue on, and like you said, test it in an actual real environment around other cars that also at the same time could pose a risk to others on track.
Yeah, and that can come down to as well, if you've got drivers that are quite new to a car or something, well, go and get them acclimatized, get some seat time, because otherwise you're going to have to go and run a test again, which is another expense. You've got the outlay already here. So then we didn't mention, by the way, Chris, is we've talked about various components on these cars and having to do all this time and whatever. Something that I haven't really mentioned is the electrical side of stuff, because obviously so much of it's running the dog, you've got to run lights, and cars don't often run lights for as long. Of course, lights these days, they're high definite, high intensity lights. They're very, very different to how the days when I was racing, which was a couple of wet candles at the front with maybe a cover over it. But joking apart, it's very, very different, and all those charging systems, alternators, everything's got to work. In fact, we saw one of the Ginettas, didn't we? I think it was a CWS car with the headlight out. It was just literally the fact that the multi-block on the back of the lamp had just wriggled loose, and they put the bonnet off, push it back on and put the bonnet on. It took less time to do that than the whole pit stop bit, or pit coming in, slowing in, going out again.
So we're looking at the race leader here in the GTX category, Freddie Tomlinson of Tora Vida. The closest car to them is the Mikel pit number Resume More Than Racing KTM, down in 17th at the moment in the 714. So quite a ways back is that car. There's two 992 cars in between. And, well, let's go back down to the pit lane.
Just chatting there, I think you mentioned that the Vortex 701 had come back in, the Vortex V8, but they've actually had to wheel the car into the garage. It's on the trolley jacks, and it's in there. They've just taken the rear engine cover off, and they're having a look in there. There's no one that I can talk to, unfortunately, at the moment. They are running around. You can probably see it on camera now if you're actually watching in vision. Otherwise, that car is getting some attention. So a bit of work going on around the 701 at the moment.
Diana, it looks like the driver's staying aboard, so hopefully, yeah.
He is, yeah, at the moment. He looks like he's talking to the team manager there. But I think he's just getting out now.
I shouldn't have said that, should I?
So.
Yeah, I know.
Commentators,
I seem to have an aptitude for this. Yeah, it's like headphones. Headsets, not very good with those either.
Yeah, it's not very well. It's not endured the 24-hour endurance. Yeah, so if I can find out any information, I'll let you know. But that's again not looking too good.
Thank you, Diana. Binks down there in the pits, our intrepid pit lane reporter. And if anybody can get to the bottom of the story, Diana can. So we just see there, actually, I think it's Seb, our cameraman, still in the back of the pits there. Now, we were talking about the 296 Ferraris, weren't we, earlier, Chris, earlier in the parts of the race, of how well the cars are deconstructed, able to work on those cars now. And this second generation Vortex there, in its, I think they call it nude carbon, don't they, these days? The previous ones were all orange. A little bit of orange on them at the moment, but the whole left-hand side rear wing of that car, literally from the door aft all the way over the wheel to the back, just being lifted off out of the way, and it wasn't a difficult thing to try and wriggle it out. It's obviously been nicely thought out there when it's been designed. It was a couple of clips, and two mechanics just picked it up and took it away.
Makes life so much easier, right, when you have an issue. Just instead of having to take bits and pieces off here and there or smacking things with a hammer, a couple of clips and off the whole unit comes, right? Rip off the whole left side of the car. Now, did you see the pictures there? You saw the sun is rising to our right just now. As Phil said, you ask, you shall receive. Sunrise is...
But Chris, anybody can do that, because a few minutes ago, Phil was in the room. He's obviously gone out, gone and turned the main switch on and come back in again. That's all it is. Just turn the dial up a bit to a bit less dark. That's what he's done. Yeah.
He's rotated our screen so it looks like it's a little bit lighter than it should be. Yeah, so
we're
sunrise,
simple folk in a commentary box.
Sunrise to take place at about 7 a.m. local time here at the Dubai Aerodrome, and it's going to make things very interesting. You actually see in front of us now, the sky is starting to brighten up ever so slightly. It's a little bit bluer now out there. As we continue on, we are fast approaching 6 hours remaining on the clock, which means it's go time for a couple of drivers out there. I think it's now time to start churning out some pit stops if required. If there is any issues that may need to be solved, they may need to be solved within the next hour or so to ensure that it's plain sailing all the way to the end of the race, and you're not going to face an issue with an hour to go or better yet 1 minute to go, because that's the definite last point. You don't want that to happen.
Absolutely not, no, but it's, I've always said I've done a few 24 hours in my day, and very privileged to have done so. And in days of, you're going to go off this days of GT1 cars, you probably don't even know what those are, do you? I'm not being rude. No, I'm just. I didn't mean that in a bad way.
I will interrupt you here. I do know what GT1 is, because I remember the last year that they raced, and they actually raced at the Asmarina circuit. And I always had an obsession with the Maserati MC12, and when I saw one in person, it was the most phenomenal car ever. So I do know what GT1 is.
In fairness, that wasn't a GT1 car. That was really an LMP. It was a GT1 car. You are quite right. But it moved the bar up so much. It was a bit like the 550 mile an hour Ferrari when ProDrive got their hands on that. It was suddenly they just raised the game quite incredibly. It was a whole different thing.
So are you referring to the GT1 regulations where we had the ridiculous Porsche, the flying Mercedes, and then the Panos at some point?
Yeah, those sorts of things, and some of the big front end, the Vipers and cars like that. But it was a great era of those cars. I can't remember why I came into GT1s on that. There was a reason for that. where we were. We lost our thread already. Daylight's done it for me.
Yeah, it's fatigue is starting to settle in for us, isn't it now?
Yeah. But I do always say that I'll talk about 24-hour races. That I always think that a 24-hour race, it can be a little bit monotonous at night because people are cautious, careful. You've always got your speed differentials. Isn't always the case, but it usually comes alive in the last 4 or 5 hours, which in this case is 8, 9 o'clock onwards, because we're finishing obviously at 1 o'clock today. We normally start at 4 o'clock. We've got an earlier start and therefore finish this 19th running of the Hankook Dubai 24-hour. So I think around about 10 o'clock it could be quite interesting because people will be getting into the groove then of their final strategy, their final runs, their drivers. Where can they be? What grounds can be made up? What can't be? Gains and losses. Can they do anything or not? Is there anything to aim for, or is it just a question of just get it to the end? But as you say, it's that balance you said, Chris, again, of then not pushing it too much and having something, just stressing the car a bit and some component breaking. Never mind a driver making a mistake with, heaven forbid, on the last lap. That would be.
And we've seen it happen, right? We've seen wins come down to literally the last lap of the race. It's not uncommon. This is something that certainly could happen. And of course, this is something on the mind of everybody in the current, in the 54 camp at the moment, the Estella Racing team and the Audi. Marcus Winkelhock currently behind the wheel of that car, having completed 446 laps, showing us a lap ahead of the Proton Herbert competition car of Sven Muller. We can't see the gap there because it's just showing us as 2 laps. But you did see that Sven Muller is pretty fast, but Marcus Winkelhock is probably just as fast, maybe just a little bit faster. So it's going to make the job of the 83 team a little bit more difficult because they're going to have to start pushing really hard now in the closing stages of this race, this final 6 hours that we're approaching here.
I'm just loving the neon light strip there. I'm sure you guys have mentioned already on the 992 Porsche there, as in I do mean the 992 number, not just the fact that it's a 992. Which one are you talking about, Snow? Yeah, the one that's got 992 written on the side of it, but it's got the canards down the side with the neon of it that's then flowed down up the upright onto the rear wing, but it's also on the inside of the circuit, so it's done for the team rather selfishly. It's not done for the commentators on the outside of the circuit, is it? We must make a note on that, Chris. Well, I'm going to have a word with the team.
We should have it on both sides, right?
But there's absolutely right.
There's 100% a reason why they have it on the right-hand side, right? Probably makes it a bit easier to spot the car at certain times, especially when it comes through across the pit entrance like this, or even pit lane, that is. And well, we've got the 937 of SMP Racing currently in the pit lane. That was Alexander Smolyak, currently who was behind the wheel. Didn't see if there was a driver change for that car, but we'll get an update once he comes out of the pit lane. If there was a driver change, the Resume More Than Racing car, Artur Choist, is now behind the wheel of that car in 19th at the moment. Now, where's Alexander? Has he come through yet? No, he hasn't. No, he's gone into the fueling station, so we have to wait a little bit longer before we find out who is behind the wheel of that car. The 701, as we got the report. Thanks for the update there. So no driver change there. So Alexander will stay behind the wheel of the 937. The 907 and 908 have all moved up as well because the 714 has been in the pit lane. They have done, I think they've done a driver change on the previous stint as well. And Mika Panu has got back behind the wheel of the Haas RT car. That is now in 9th overall. Jason Hart still floating around the top 10. He's currently in the 10th position, of course, behind the wheel of the 50 in the Herbert Motorsport car. Now, just having a quick look to see if we can see any battles, because as Snowy said before, we haven't really had a lot of these going on except in really GT4.
Yeah, exactly. We're talking about sort of wheel-to-wheel, as in racing forward track position. Exactly that. Haven't had a great deal of that. So still, GT4 seems to have been the only area that's really had it. I'm just looking at the 992 category again. It is Red Camel that are still leading that. Rick Broikers at the wheel of the 909 car. That's 12th overall. They had managed to just split the GT3s at the very end there. That's now changed back order then. There was Rob Huff. It was actually Max Lynn in the Team Parker Racing Bentley number 31 that was slightly out of position there. They've managed to get that back ahead again and jump them at the pit stop. So top 11 cars are GT3s. Leading 992 classes, to say the 909 Red Camel Jordan's Porsche with Rick Breukers at the wheel. That second is the QMF by HRT Porsche right behind that, and then we get our first of the GTX cars. Our leading class there is Freddie Tomlinson, son of Lawrence Tomlinson, owner of Ginetta, the Toro Verde white Ginetta in Furton GTX. And we then have, actually, I've forgotten, so we do have one, John Corbett in the MRS GT Racing Porsche is in 17th position. That's a GT3 amateur AM car as well, and there's one a little bit further down. That's Pierre Kleinebling in the Heart of Racing Mercedes. That had a couple of issues, didn't it? It was a little bit of time out. That's down in 25th place. And of course there's the recovering CP Racing with Darren Law, a Daytona 24-hour winner, way down in 34th place. Of course they've had over an hour out having a gearbox change on that Mercedes, and Mercedes usually, pretty much like a Porsche, really tends to do what it says on the tin and pretty reliable and just keep going. And very bizarre that CP Racing have had a gearbox failure on their car. They were able to change it, and Get Speed Racing knocked out entirely by their gearbox issue. It took them out of the race completely. So not normally the case. Now there has to be a correlation for the fact that Phil Hansen has disappeared out of the commentary box for a few moments again, and it goes a little bit lighter, and he reappears as if it's just like nothing to do with me. There's a definite synergy going on there.
He was a bit early though for the switch, because it's 6 minutes early, but according to our screens it's actually 8.
See, that's my point. I don't think it is a switch. I think it's a dial. I think what he does, it disappears out a bit and just moves the dial up a bit on the sunlight and brings it back. That's what it is. Comes back in again. It's just, yeah, it's like a magician. It's all smoke and mirrors, you know. It's sort of, yeah.
Seems to have got a timer on it as well. It just slowly turns, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We've got some beautiful shots, though, of the sun rising here at the Dubai Autodrome, and of course it gives us an amazing view of what the Autodrome have done over the past couple of years to make this facility bigger and better every single year. We've got a lot of grass, we've got some branding, we've got the new viewing deck as well through turn 14, the Apex Garden that you can now see into view as well, a lush green area that of course will be packed later on as we get later on in the day towards the end of the session as well. There'll be lots of fun things to do down there later on. Of course, that comes in when we come to the end of the race here, though, at the Dubai 24-hour. I can't believe it's almost 6 hours to go. Where has time gone, to be honest?
So almost 6 hours to go. So like the race we had in Abu Dhabi a weekend ago, we've got that race to go yet, and we did a whole build of that. Oh, we still got that to go, and we're saying again, it's almost done. It's not. Phil, you need to go and do the dial a bit more. The sunlight's lost a little bit.
It's not come as much as he said it would.
Exactly. He's there. See, look, see, he's moved it. He's good. He's good, isn't he? He is good. We knew he was good, but I didn't realize how good he was. And we had to work with him. It's amazing.
Now,
seamless.
Next time it's cloudy back home in the UK, just give Phil a ring, and he'll crank the dial and he'll send the sun over to you.
Yeah. I think I know what the response will be. yeah. I was asleep. Yeah, do you mind? Yeah. Do you not understand time zones? Yeah. You mentioned the Apex Garden there, which we can see fantastic view of that from the commentary box. And I know you talked about it a little bit earlier, but it is. I mean, it's a great idea. How hasn't everybody ever thought of that before? It's one of those things that when you see it, you just think it's so blindingly obvious. You go, oh yeah. I mean, it's no pun intended. It's a light bulb moment, quite literally. Of wow. I went across there during when our break we were on earlier on in the night, and just thought, what is that? And you talk about getting close up and seeing how it is. You literally, and there's merchandise stalls and all sorts there, and you literally just walk past a little bit, and there's a marshal and a barrier, and there's racing cars. You're just like, wow, real life racing cars. You can sit and watch them going past here and have a coffee. It's just brilliant.
It definitely is
brilliant. Get down, spectators, get down there. That is the place to be at the finish. Now, on the start-finish straight, you guys will cover that. That's the place to be to watch that last bit of the race. Fantastic. And I imagine being there at the start was amazing.
100%, because you get that great view through turn 15, and that's kind of where the cars start to pick up speed coming after the ball complex. So you can experience what the lines they take, the sound that emanates from each of the exhaust pipes that come through there, and you seem like you can literally reach out and touch the cars. It's an amazing area. So if you're here or if you're listening and you're planning to come later on for the end of the race, do come down and check out the Apex Garden. It is a family-friendly place as well. There's a lot of fun things that the kids can do there. There's food trucks, there's merchandise, as Snowy said before, and it's a grassy area as well, which we don't tend to get too much here, but it is a nice area where you can sit. You know, you don't have to get a table and chairs. You can actually just sit on the grass and enjoy the racing that whizzes past you, essentially. And I know what you mean, because I actually started the race over there, and I do every year because it's such an awesome place. Because we start, obviously, while we do the start, when we got the cars side by side, they kind of roar through that, and that's as close as you can get. Yeah, the grandstand gives you a great view, but the Apex Garden just gives you that better view. It just seems like you could just reach out and touch it. Like you could literally try and open the door. Obviously, don't do that. It's a bit ludicrous, but it feels like you're just so much closer to the action. And of course, this year, the Autodrome have added a new viewing area, which is a little bit further down. It's near the bowl complex. We did mention it before as well. Yeah. This also gives you great views of that back, or that straight that kind of comes towards the bowl complex into that heavy braking zone. But then if you crank your head back a little bit, you can actually see through turns 3 and 4. Plus, you can see a bit more of the track 5 and 6 as well, and you can also see the back straightaway. So it gives you like a 360 view of the entire track from that area over there, and it's just in walking distance as well.
You should be a salesman.
Should I?
Honestly, I can see you. I can see you. Property, that's it. That's your job. Real estate. There's a whole new career. But if the commentating doesn't work out, which I think it will, by the way, I think it's fine. I think you're on safe ground there. Real estate, I can see in there. Maybe a little side hustle.
I don't think so, because when it comes to buying and selling stuff, I'll always go for whatever the buyer is asking for. I'll probably pay that, if not more. I get swindled to doing that. And when I sell something, I always get lowballed hard. So no, definitely not. And with my family history, when we've been car dealers in the past, and while we've bought a lot of cars in the past, we've never really sold a lot of them because we like to keep our cars. I'm pretty bad at selling most things anyway.
That's not ideal, is it? So just not selling them.
So
no.
I don't think I would do very well as a sales agent, that's for sure. I don't think I would do that. I would lose money before I even started. Before I even took out the loan, I would have lost all the money that I was supposed to take out. But 3 minutes to go before the 6-hour mark here at the Dubai 24-hour. We are once again on board with Crone Racing. This is the, if I'm not mistaken, this is the RPM car. Now we have to have a quick look through the list. Now, where is this car on track? It is, Phil pointed out to me, but he hasn't got a dial because he should be turning it where they are. That is the 907, currently running in 18th position overall. Now, into the pit lane comes the 95 car. This is another one of my personal favourites, this car, actually, because it's got paint splats on it. I really like the car, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is the same car that ran at the Golf 12 Hours, and we probably asked them the same question: why did you choose this? And they said, well, because we couldn't really decide on the colour that we wanted in the car, so we just said, well, we can do this. We can have a colour that we all like, right? We can have a black base, and then we can have some paint splats on it to make it a bit more interesting for everyone to enjoy. You can see in the background there's the 971. That's the local team, so that is Salam Al-Ketbi that's getting out behind the wheel of that car. I do wonder who's going to get behind the wheel of that, because I think we'll see Christopher Zorchling towards the end of the race. As there goes the, now that is the 95 car, excuse me. That is the car that's 5th overall. Sabina De Castro, who's behind the wheel of that car. There is the 903. He's getting busy again here with 6 hours to go.
I think just as we head into that 6 hours to go, and of course the sunlight bit at 7 o'clock just come out, we're going to have a change in the commentary box as well, change of order to take you through to the end of the race. I'm going to be replaced by the man that should be in charge all the time anyway, Mr. Phil Anson. He's very kindly let me come out of the pit lane and do a bit in the commentary booth, which I don't do a great deal of these days, for his NLS. So thank you for letting me have your chair for a while. And just show me where the daylight, I won't knock the daylight switch on the way out, but make sure that's where it is. But you're going back in safer hands now for the end of the race. So I'm going to step away, and I believe Andrew Marritt's going to replace yourself, Chris, and it's going to be a whole change of team right to the very end. So Phil, I will hand over to you, sir.
Great. What's the update down there?
management like? Obviously it's gone, you know, from darker into light. How are things evolving out on the circuit?
Yeah, of course, in the night you always see a little bit more. But yeah, they put some new lights in the circuit, so in the night it was quite okay.
How is the balance of the car for you?
Yeah, in the night was really good. We had a really good pace, but yeah, in the afternoon, and I hope today will not be the same, but in the afternoon when the sun is shining, it's a little bit tricky.
Yeah, there's so many different conditions to be managing, isn't there?
Sorry?
There's many different conditions to be managing now as we go into the next part, or the final part of the race.
Yeah, you need to find the middle way, and that's the hardest thing about this race.
Thanks very much, Yannick.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the update. I think now we've reached the 6-hour mark, and Phil, that means we should take a look at the standings and see where everyone is with 6 hours to go.
Well, Marcus Winkelhock is leading the way in the 54 car, the Atalant Racing team. They've been leading for a massive amount of hours at the moment. Sven Miller in the Proton Hubert competition in the pits at the moment in second position, second in GT3. We'll get the standings up on screen. Now, there's one car that I just want to mention. It's the 936, the Kate Kramer Racing. It came into the pits and drove straight into its pit box under its own power. It's not allowed to do that. We'll get back to that. There we go, the 54 in first position. 83 in second position, and then we have the Century Motorsport, the number 22 car in third position. Attempto Racing in fourth in the 99, the 95 in fifth position, Manamuri by Abbey Motors in the GT3 Pro Am class. Then the Century Motorsports number 14 in sixth. The 96 Car Collection Motorsport in 7th place. The Centerlock Junior team in 8th in the Audi R8 LMS. In 9th position is Haas RT running in the GT3 AM category. Huber Motorsports in the 50 in 10th position. 11th is the 31 from Team Parker Racing, the Bentley Continental GT3. Red Camel Jordans.NL leading the 992 category in 12th position. QMMF by HRT leading the 992 AM category in 13th position. Toro Verde leading the GTX category in the G56 Cup. Ginetta in 14th. The FAC Autotech 962 in 15th position, and then it is the 903 Red Ant Racing in 16th position. 17th is MRS GT Racing with John Corbett at the wheel. 907 in 18th position for RPM Racing. 19th is the 908 of Seb Jalou Racing by Duo Racing. The 714 Northern Racing KTM at Crossbow in 20th position. 21st is the 971 Rabdan by Fulgenzi 992 Cup car, and then in 22nd it's the 992 NKPP Racing by Baz Coton Racing. In 23rd it's the 929 HRT Performance running in the 992 AM category. Kate Kramer Racing is in 24th in the 936 car, also running in the 992 AM category. Currently in the pits. The 27 Heart of Racing by SBS in 25th position. 26 is the 901 Pro Sport Racing running in the 992 AM category. The 925 Team Captain America by Baz Coton Racing in 27th. And then in 28th is the 937 SMP Racing. 29th is the 961 FAC Autotech in the 992 Cup class, and then it's the 438 having this great battle. They're in 30th position, the AGMC Racing team by Simpson Motorsport, now just with a little lead over the 496 number 31, the Continental Racing by TTR. That's the battle for GT4 honours. As we go to 32nd position, it's the 930 from HRT Performance running in the 992 Cup class AM. 33rd is the Vortex but had some troubles overnight running. That's the 701, the 85 CP Racing after a gearbox change in 4th position. 35th is the leading TCR. That's the 138 Simpson Motorsport RS3 LMS DSG Audi. The 988 in 36th position, New Hofer Rennsport by MRS GT in the 992 Cup class. 37th is the 227, the SRS team Sorg Rennsport Racing in the 718 Cayman. They've had a very good run. The 38th position is the 278 CWS Engineering in the TCX class in the Ginetta G55. GT3 Evo of Gatsby, the number 9 Gatsby's in the pits for retirement for that car. We're going to start getting into the cars that have had some trouble now. The 902, the Homegard Motorsport in 40th position in the pits as well. The Muller Motorsport has got back out there. Vladislav Lomko out at the wheel at the moment in 41st position. 42nd position in the pits at the moment, the 226 Lotus. But the CWS Ginetta, the 277, had a few issues and back out racing as well. In 44th position, it's the 989 MRS GT Racing running in the 992 AM category, back out on the race. And then we have the 48, in 45th position in the pits at the moment, the Silicon by Cox Racing, and that's a retirement. AC Motorsport in the 188 in the pits as well, running in the TCR category. The 429 had that big incident down there at turn 7, and that was our retirement for that car. Then the 296 GT3 Ferrari, the racing one, and that one has been retired as well, with the replacement door going on early in 48th position. 49th is the lovely 720S, but unfortunately Axel Jeffries brought that back in, and retirement for that. Also for the 91 Herbert Motorsport in 50th. The Dragon Racing issues for their Ferrari 296 as well. Grove Racing retired very early on in the piece. 88 laps done for the Santlock Junior Racing team in 53rd position when they their power steering failure again. Then one of the early retirements, the 927 SRS team Sorg Rennsport in 54th position, and unfortunately the Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan did not take the start, and that's how we wrap it up with around about 5 hours and 52 minutes to go. And we have Diana Beatsdown in the pits.
I was just waiting for you to take that breath there before I interrupted you. I'm so sorry, but yeah, I have got Freddie Tomlinson, who's just jumped out, who was, while you're in the middle of doing the updates there. Freddie, how was that stint tonight? It seemed as if you were had a few challenges, but you've overcome them.
Yeah, we had a few challenges with the car and things, and obviously it's tricky with the traffic at the track because there's lots of cars out there, but it's good to get through the night, and then fingers crossed for the rest of the day.
And how's the Ginetta holding up?
Yeah, at the minute it's holding up pretty well. I don't think we've had any issues since I've been asleep or anything, so I think we're all good. So touch wood, it goes well to the end.
Looks like the team were doing a fantastic job, a very sort of slick pit stop there when you came in to hand over.
Yeah, very quick pit stop from the boys. They've been doing a very good job, so yeah, thanks to the whole team, yeah.
And are you going back out?
I'm not sure yet. I think I'll have a little sleep, and then I'll see how I'm feeling after that.
And how much did you enjoy being part of that race?
Yeah, it's been amazing. It's just such a huge spectacle for the whole country and for the city, and all of the buildings around the Motor City is really cool, so it's been a great race, yeah.
It's been great to see so many fans here, wasn't it? Like at the start of the race, the grid was absolutely packed.
Yeah, I've never seen a grid so packed at the start of the race, so yeah, it's unbelievable seeing how quickly motorsport spread in the UAE, and hopefully it'll continue to spread over the whole of the Middle East.
Thanks, Freddie. Thanks very much for chatting to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that was Freddie
Thank you very much,
Tomlinson
Di. Let's have a look at a pit stop from our leader, Marcus Winkelhock, at the wheel. He's done a 1 hour stint in that car, 30 laps done. Driver change happening. We'll find out who the new driver is when he trips the beam as he exits the fuel. Normal stop, 4 wheels going, 4 of the Hankook tyres going on. New driver getting strapped in. Everything going very, very swimmingly for the 54, the Easterland racing team at the moment. They've been leading this race now for many, many hours from lap 226, and we're on lap 456 as Andrew Marriott joins me to go to the end.
Absolutely. Well, we've got a great battle still going at 3rd place. Unbelievable performance by young Jack Barlow in the Century Motorsport BMW, battling for 3rd place now with the Attempto Racing. But I'm just looking back at this performance of the Easterland racing team, a new racing team, only a year old. As we said several times before, they won the GT Open Series in their first year, the Spanish Run Series, and then cruelly had that championships taken away from them. But I think analysing that as we see the 929 Porsche go through, is you've got 2 of the very best guys who race Audi R8s in that car.
True.
In Marcus Winkelhock, he knows how to win 24-hour races. And you've got Christopher Haas as well. And we've spoken to both of them. So, you know, terrific outfit by them. And then young Simon Riker, the son of the owner, the 23-year-old, well, he's done a superb job.
Indeed, Gilles Wagner's getting behind the wheel of the 54 car for its next stint.
And the 3rd place just swapped, hasn't it?
Yes, it has indeed.
Guys,
good morning.
By the
Good
way.
morning,
How
Di.
are you? Good morning.
We're
How
all
are you?
very, very fired up for this last stanza.
Holmgard Motorsport, the 902 Porsche, is on the pit apron, and now earlier on they did get hit, and now they've got a problem with the rear axles. So the car is on the pit apron, but they're going to take it back into the garage there. They've brought the trolley jacks out to move it back in, so they're just a bit frustrated, obviously, after the earlier incident, and they've got to have a look at it now to see what they can do, if they can do anything really. But they're all walking quite slowly, which leads me to believe there's no urgency at this stage. But I think that it's not looking as good, I'm afraid, for the
Di, can you head down to the 936 pits, the Kate Kramer Racing? They brought that car in, they drove it straight into the box. They've been in the box for 22 minutes at the moment to see what is going on down there. Thank you so much.
And just to round out that thought about the Easterland racing team, of course, we've had a terrific performance by a young guy who's really made his mark in this race here in Dubai, young Giles Magnus.
Yes.
And obviously he had 3 years in the World Touring Car Championship and a former top Formula Renault racer. But what a magnificent job by him as well. And let's give a name check. Sebastian Hoffman is the chief mechanic there at that team, and he's put a great group of guys together. So now we're watching this multicolored BMW. Of course, last year we had the WRT team here, the factory BMWs. They were going to come and defend the title. Then we had the date changed. So sadly, we didn't have them arriving here. And of course now their guys all racing over at another 24-hour race, which is going around and round the lights of the Florida Bowl right now. But the BMW mark has been so well represented by Nathan Freak's Century Motorsport, and they're battling for 3rd place with the Attempto racing car. The owner's son of that team, Alex Acker, is now on board, and they are separated by just 4 seconds. And we can pick that battle up on the track as we see chasing down that place. And Jack Barlow came in at the last minute into that car, and he must have been in longer than any of the other drivers, because whenever I've looked at the scoreboard, it seems to be him in the 22 Century Motorsport car. And let's not forget the other other century car either. And Darren Lung, a British GT champion at the moment in that 14 machine. So terrific job from those boys.
Indeed, just having a look at the GT4 battle, which has been going on for a couple of hours now. Mikhail Loder in the Continental Racing by TTR just put in his fastest lap of the race at 2:10.086. Now they've got 21 pit stops. The BMW for AGMC Racing by Team Simpson Racing, Cameron McLeod at the wheel of that one. That's leading the GT4 category, but only 19 pit stops. Now they had a terrific race for probably 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah, we mentioned Cameron McLeod, didn't we?
Yes.
Well, on during qualifying, young man, third generation racer. His granddad won the Bathurst 12 hours.
That's coming your way, not in a not too distant future as well after Daytona.
Yeah, and his dad a racer as well. His dad involved that company Mark Cars that raced in this series, Silhouette Mark Cars. Yes, also been seen at Bathurst, of course.
Well, they've got their latest evolution. They started off with the Ford Focus and the Mazda 323 Silhouettes, which raced here very successfully and raced in the Creventic series. I was with Amro Mohammed when he was driving one of those Mark Cars at the Creventic event at Zandvoort before all of the modifications were made for Formula One. He'd never driven a V8 car before, and it was raining. And basically, the head honcho said, "There's all the switches for all the safety stuff. Do not turn them off."
Now we got Diana. Now I think we can go down to Diana Binks doing sterling work down there in the pits.
Thank you very much. I've just come down to find out about the 936, and they've actually just wheeled the Porsche out onto the pit apron, and it's going to rejoin. But when I went in about a few minutes earlier, they said they had no power in the engine, and they were sort of shaking their heads and not sure what was going to happen. And then within 2 seconds, they've wheeled the car back out. So they must have found some issue, and I guess they're going to go and check and see, you know, what happens on this installation.
Yeah, because they drove that car in under power, which is a definite no-no in Creventic racing. You must put you have to stop on the apron, and the car has to be pushed in and out of the pits. So there may be a penalty coming along for that. We'll wait for that happens. And now they have got a 10-second time penalty for not respecting pit stop regulations.
Now, the Creventic organisation, of course, is Dutch.
Yes.
And Holland undoubtedly punches well above its weight in motor racing.
Of course.
And has had some great heroes over the years, going back to Le Mans winners like Guy van Lennep, and of course now the very best driver in the world, winning the World Championship. Some great drivers along the way. One that we thought was going to go all the way to the top, he didn't in the end. He won the British Formula Ford Festival, and he won, I remember in 1985, the Support Formula 3 race at the British Grand Prix. His name was Gerrit van Kouwen, and he died yesterday.
Oh, that's so sad.
Just 60 years old.
Commiserations from us here in the Global Broadcast Centre to his family and friends.
He's a great guy, Gerrit. I was just in the night talking to Patrick Huysman about him. I hadn't seen him for a long time.
Yep.
So he remembers him as a gentleman.
Oh.
So sad news from Holland. But it is right, isn't Holland? It really does punch above its weight.
It does indeed.
We had a lot, I mean, quite a lot of. Oh, look at that! We got the
714. That is
GTX car. That's the lovely car from Austria, built
and
by.
That's on the entry into turn number 14.
That other Porsche went wide, and you see there's still a lot of sand down there, isn't there?
He's lost that under braking. He's lost that under braking. Let's have a look at what happened to the 714. We'll get down to Diana in a minute. We're just seeing what happened. Oh, he's already off the track. He lost it at turn 13. That's a big lose there. Very, very high speed.
Couple of cars with inches of him.
Well, that's Arthur Twist at the wheel of that car as we'll try and recover that. Back down to you, Di. What do you got for us?
Thank you very much. I thought there was something going on there, but we'll come back to that. The number 22 Century Motorsport, Jack Barlow, has just come into the pits to hand over. Jack doing a sterling job.
Yeah, sorry, it's a bit noisy here, but no, I mean, to be honest, I'm pretty tired. Obviously, we've been up all night, so been really trying to put a bit of a stint in, really. Carl
has just got back from having a good night's sleep in the hotel, so it's all right for some. But
I know the feeling, Jack. I know the feeling.
Say again?
I know the feeling.
Yeah, well, look, I'm looking forward to a good night rest, to say the least. But no, it looks like we're doing well in the Pro-Am class, so really, really happy to recover, as I say, from a few pit stop mistakes we made at the beginning of the race. It really cost us, so we've been working our way. So yeah, obviously now it's over to Carl and see what he can do.
What's been the biggest challenge during the night for you?
I think for me is because I've been out of racing for a while, is my general fitness. You can train as much as you want, but being in the car is just a different type of fitness. Obviously, I'm struggling a little bit on my neck. Obviously, I did a double stint just before this one, so it's taking it out of me really. So yeah, I'm looking forward to some rest, but hopefully we can celebrate on the podium first. Fingers crossed.
Well, you're doing a great job. You obviously need to be back in the car more often.
Yeah, fingers crossed. It's where I'd like to be, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see to see what opportunities come up in the future. But yeah, focus one race at a time.
Are you enjoying this event here in Dubai?
Yeah, what an unbelievable event. It's, I mean, I've never done longer than a 20-minute race, let alone a 24-hour race. So there's a lot to learn, and I'm learning as I go along, but absolutely loving it. It's crazy how much the adrenaline can keep you awake, to say the least. I mean, I haven't slept since. I woke up 8 a.m. yesterday, so nearly 24 hours I've been awake, but hey, it's part and parcel.
It's got to be done. It's endurance racing, Jack.
Yeah, exactly. So it's the part I need to get used to, so I'm going to enjoy it while it lasts.
Well, enjoy that rest.
Thanks, Di.
Thank you very much.
And that boy has put his name up in lights, and I think we'll be seeing him in more endurance racing. I say well done to Nathan Freak, taking a big chance on putting him in the car. He's only done a 20-minute race before, and I'm not quite sure how it came about that he came into the car, but what a magnificent effort. For me, you know, if we had a driver of it's not the day, the driver of 24 hours, it would be him for me.
Indeed, best lap in that stint of an hour and 15 minutes, 37 laps, a 2:01.316. That is right on the race pace at the moment. So great driving from young Jack Barlow. We'll see him a bit. The 96 Dustin Blattner has come in the Car Collection Motorsport Porsche, currently running third in Pro-Am, 8th overall, just on his outlap at the moment. Carl Carvers has got into the Century Motorsport BMW and on his outlap at the moment. Sun now fully risen, but a cloudy morning and a hazy morning, as you can see from the drone shot over the Apex Garden. That'll fill up as people come down to have some breakfast from Motor City. Yes, Diana, what have you got?
The 936 Kramer Racing, we talked about earlier, went back out onto the track. They were having some issues. Martino, you've just had to come back in. You did one lap. Clearly there's an issue that you were not able to resolve. What was it?
There's something wrong with the engine of the car. We have a massive failure. Normally we have RPM like 8,000. Now 7,000 is maximum. No power anymore. And we tried again after checking the data with Manta Racing, but we decided to stop the car because it makes no sense to continue like this.
No, I mean, you're just going to cause so much more damage, aren't you? And our repair bill for sure. Disappointed?
Yeah, of course, I'm very disappointed. We have a race with a lot of ups and downs and fight back. And there was a chance to come to the podium in the AM class, but now everything is over and out, and yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but up until the point, were you enjoying being involved in the Dubai 24?
I was enjoying it a lot. Track is very cool, very hard to drive. If you do one single stint, it's really physically for the body. And yeah, I definitely come back.
Thank you very much, Di. Yeah, they started in 36th position. Remember, then they got missed the pit light green. It went red, and they had to start behind the back of the field. Worked their way back up. Their qualifying position was P5 in AM, so they knew they had the pace. They worked very hard, but that engine issue, that has done them.
Last year they certainly had the pace at the Nürburgring 24 hours, where they were the highest placed non-GT3 car.
Wow.
That relatively new team are also running, of course, the SMP, the Russian car. So Jack mentioned that Carl Carvers is now in his seat in the Century Motorsport BMW. Carl, very much the am in that car, 56-year-old entrepreneur who comes from Sheffield in Yorkshire, and he founded a company called Sumo Digital. Now, I tell you, they employ 1,100 people in 16 different studios, and they come up with some of the most popular computer games. A huge business. And Carl, having made some decent wedge, it has to be said, he is the patron of a major charity called Saving Kids Cancer. It is all down the side of the car, actually. But he's had... he hasn't been racing that long, although he's 56. I think he started in a Porsche Club Championship in 2020, did the GT Cup in 21. He's been running in Ferrari Challenge UK events. In fact, last year he was second in that championship. So, I did also has raced with the Century BMW last season with Lewis Plato. So, Lewis Plato has been mentoring him. But let's see what sort of lap times Carl. Well, he's doing, good times.
Yeah, he's going to be under a bit of pressure. I'm just waiting for Cosimo Papi to come across the line. I reckon it's about 19 seconds. And that is the battle for Pro Am GT3, first and second for Century Motorsport from Manamiri Energy by Ebby Motors.
Well, I call that the Willie Motors team. Yes. That's what it always was, the Willie Motors. Which is
for years, Willie Motors, yes.
But I think as that team progressed, I think they bought the Ebby Motors. They sell Porsches, but they're also a very successful Porsche racing team in Italy. They've won their cars have won the Porsche Carrera Italian Cup a number of years, and very professional. That's had a nice clean run. I say Cosimo is the youngster, the young gun in that car, just drafted in this year to drive along with the Italians and the Romanian. So interested to see. Disappointment really from Haas RT. We thought they might be right up there at the end. They've dropped tonight. And well, what about the Bentley, eh?
Rob Huff has just brought that in now. I want to say something about that. I've been standing outside on the grandstand, and the car doesn't actually move. What it does, with the massive amount of torque it has, it rotates the planet underneath its back wheels, because that thing is just thunderous. And it was that, and about 4 car lengths behind it was the G56 Ginetta, and sonorous V8 noise reverberating around the Dubai Autodrome. But Rob Huff has done his stint in that, running down in 11. They've been having that ABS issue all right from the very off. When we first interviewed, when Rob got out of the car and he had to reset the breakers, and they're having to play with it. All the drivers are having to play with the ABS settings on that car to stop blowing. We saw Rob have that big lock up into turn 14 as the fuse blew and the ABS went away. And as soon as the ABS went away, the wheels locked up. There was nothing to stop them locking except Rob's right foot. And
well, I started driving cars, no such thing as ABS.
Yes, I was also...
you modulated the brakes, didn't you? With,
yes.
Cadence braking,
yes, it's called hands, feet, behind, and head racing. That's all the computer power that you have.
Yeah. And we'll talk about how to adjust the brake balance. Well, you're a former motorcycle racer.
Yep.
And how do you adjust your brake balance?
I had a little winder.
Well, yeah, but I mean, between the front and back, you're braking one wheel with your foot, and the other you're braking the other one with your hand, and the brake balance is your brain.
Yes, it is indeed. Your brain, what's sitting on the seat, all the feel there, and with the bikes I was racing, you needed to have a little bit of back brake coming out of the corners to stop the front wheel jumping up in the air.
Yeah.
And so trail braking on those sort of things. We've got the Heart of Racing by SPS, currently 5th in Pro Am in the fuel bay, and Stephen Paulette also in there for Pro Sport Racing, 6th in the Am, down in the fuel. But a lot of retirements so far, and I think Snowy and Chris were discussing about we're seeing the gearbox issue for the Mercedes. We don't normally see that. So I remember the last 2 years, John and I were discussing, we were having a lot of problems with the gearbox with the 992 cars.
Yes.
And now that seems to have translated over to the Mercedes car, with CP Racing having to change their gearbox whilst in the lead of the AM category. And remember, they're going for the AM category win in the Middle East Trophy, powered by Hankook, and that sort of put a blight on their car, currently down in 34th position. Darren Law at the wheel of that. They're currently running 6th in the AM category, so it's very difficult to get points running that far down in that AM category. But however,
go on.
They are the only AM car that will complete all 3 rounds. So they should get the AM. The problem is they may not get the GT3 winner due to the fact that Manamuri Energy by Ebby Motors is currently leading that championship in the 95 car. So there's a lot to play for. They're on they're actually 68 points and 60 points. So this could get very exciting for the GT3 and the GT3 AM.
Well, it's so unusual for Mercedes. I mean, we've seen them obviously win here with the Black Falcon team, which is now one of the 2 HPT teams. Of course, is Haupt, the Haupt racing team, and then the and then we got the HRT team that we're racing with us here, which is is it the Hanover racing team? It's short for Hanover Racing Team.
Okay.
They have a flag over their pit with the flag of the city of Hanover on it.
I wouldn't know that flag if you hit me with it in the face.
It's got sort of castles on it. So obviously, there's been quite a lot of Australian participation in this race. We just mentioned McLeod. John Corbett, who we see circulating at the moment in the 17, is Sydney-based. I think he's probably a Brit originally. So he's a guy that's raced in the Radical Euro Masters Series and has had a TCX podium here in the past. So he's also raced Le Mans, actually.
It was interesting. We were talking about the sun came up half an hour ago. Oh, the 277's getting pushed back in the box as well. Now they are. Let me have a look at where the 277 is. We've got the 227 there. Where is the 277? Let me just go down there. The 278's running in 37th, currently 2nd in the TCX category. And the 277, with all of those issues, running down in 43rd position at the moment, currently 4th in the TCX.
Yeah, while I was getting my head down, obviously we were talking Mercedes, the Get Speed car disappeared.
Yes.
Was that another transmission? Do we know?
I'm not 100% sure. I've got to look at my writing that is getting harder and harder to read as we get on there. I'll get back to you on that one. But I had a very interesting conversation with Khaled Al-Khabaisi, a multiple winner here with the Black Falcon team.
Yeah.
And he said when the sun comes up, the race restarts.
Yes.
Okay, he said over the night time you hold position, you just make sure you stay out of trouble. Remember, we had 4/10 of the track in pure darkness back in those days. And if you stay out of trouble, keep the car in one piece, and then when the sun comes up, that's the time the strategy starts to play in and you start working towards where you're going to be at 1 p.m.
So quickest man out there at the moment, though, is Mika Panu in the Haas team. He's circulating 2:02. I wonder if we'll get back down under the 2 minutes again before the end of this race.
Well, it's actually quite a cloudy morning this morning, so the sun's not really going to hit the track with. And we saw when the sun does get on this track, it gets greasy.
Yeah.
Okay, there you can see that's all the pickup from the Hankook tyres that is being thrown out of the wheel wells.
Now, my old friend of mine, whose autobiography I ghosted, called David Hobbs.
Oh yes.
used to call these, and he did the Formula One for many years in America, and he called what we've just seen clag nuts. And the American public never heard the expression clag nuts, and they were so excited by it, they even made T-shirts with the word clag nuts on it. That book is called Hobbo. It's still available. It's sold a lot of copies, actually. I signed a lot of them. I'm sure he's probably at Daytona signing them and selling them still.
Yes, I ran into David in 2022 when I was at the IMSA race at Road America.
Yeah.
And he was in the Visitors Centre signing books. I had a great chat with him there. What a character he is.
Yeah, they've got a home in Elkhart Lake, you see. In fact, the family have just sold their Honda dealership.
Really? Wow.
And they own the premises in Milwaukee.
Yep.
Wisconsin, of course, where Harley Davidson comes from.
Exactly.
And also a very famous beer.
Indeed it does.
Yeah. So, Giles Magnus, the former Renault runner, I should say, doing a grand job, keeping that East Talent Racing Team Audi up front there. And now in the Proton Huber competition portion is second. It's Rinat Salikov, who I don't know so much about. When I was doing my prep, try and check him out, Rinat? No, don't know so much about Rinat. But sure we can find out.
Yeah,
well, he's doing a good job as well, actually, for somebody who's not very well known.
Indeed.
So, I look at it, been around a little while, look at an entry like this, and I know who most of them are. And then you say, who's he? And then he's quick. You say, I should know who he is.
It's nice when we have new faces pop up.
Absolutely.
It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
It works. Getting new people into this type of series, and they come here and they really enjoy it. 24-hour race is a huge commitment by all of the teams.
Yeah.
And they all come here with they want to win. They want, there's no two ways about it. Everybody comes here to stand on the podium and stand on the top step.
Little story about 24-hour races. Oh, I think Di's got somebody, so I think we can go down there and get the very latest from the pit lane with Miss Diana Binks.
Thank you very much. And with CWS and Mark has just got out of the car. We saw it being wheeled back into the garage there. But Mark, you were just telling me that you did actually get hit out on track.
Yeah, between turn 13 and 14, the madman in the quad bike,
Sorry, I just need to come back out here. It's not getting the signal.
Okay. Sorry, the madman in the quad bike, or the KTM, belted into the rear of me. And I went off through the rubble. I didn't hit anything. He had a big spin. But I think it's on a toe link in the left rear. So it's just making it hard to drive around corners.
Well, I could see they were struggling, to get it back in the garage there.
Yeah. Oh, they're just getting old.
Well, they're doing a great job behind. They're working frantically on the car. Will we get it back out?
Yeah, we'll definitely get it back out. And I've got to tell you, the mechanics working in our pits this weekend are fantastic. They've done a sensational job. They've kept us going.
They do a great job always.
They do, don't they? Yeah, very good.
Okay, well, hopefully you'll get back out, Mark.
Yeah, we'll get back out. Thank you.
Let's have a look at what happened with that. We may just pick up the end of it, and there is the spin there, and you can see him turning, being rotated around the 714. Now we wait and see
on the right. I think.
So, yes, on the right-hand side. I think we'll see that. There we go. There's a Janetta off to the right-hand side. So it got clipped in the rear. Just a little bit. That was after twist at the wheel of the 714 at that time. They did come in and box immediately after that, just to have a little bit of a look-see at the car. Back out running at the moment. Daniel Drexel has got behind the wheel, currently second in GTX. Quite a few, quite a few laps at the moment behind John Corbett, who's just come out of the pits. Nico Prost is back behind the wheel of the leading GTX car, the G56 from Toro Verde.
Yeah, so just a bit more about Rinat Salikov. He's a guy from Moscow.
Yep.
38 years old, been racing GT cars mainly And I did say this yesterday, to many Ferrari 488s over the years, and represented Russia in the FIA Motorsport Games in the GT section. Very interesting one-off event, that. And then he's been racing in the Italian GT Championship and Intercontinental GT Championship, Blancpain earlier going back. And so he's well used to these guys. He's done the Spa 24 hours where he had a win in the Pro-Am class back in 2018. So, you know, he's got a good history. He's used to these long distance races. He's done the Golf 12 hours.
Just down the road.
He got finished second in the Golf 12 hours back in 2017. So he's got a good history, but nearly all his work has been done in Ferraris, and now suddenly he's in the big rival from Germany, Porsche.
The 277 is out of the pit box down in the fuel bay at the moment, so they were able to have a look at that car, just say, okay, doesn't seem like anything's broken.
So we're just going to start discussing 24-hour races. When I was a kid, when I first started doing, I started very young, I'll tell you that, working at Motoring News, I was very much a single-seater guy.
Yes.
Formula 1, Formula 2, that's what it's all about. I was actually reporting Formula 2 races. And they said, oh, we want you to go to Le Mans. Do I want to go there for silly sports car racing? You know, they don't drive very fast, they just try to serve. And they did, of course, conserve the cars back then.
Yes.
It was 1965.
Ooh.
Yes. And, of course, what happened? One of my greatest heroes, a Formula 2 guy, Jochen Rindt, Austrian, the only ever posthumous world champion, went and won the race with a guy called Maston Gregory. And, of course, there's always the story, did the reserve driver, Ed Hugas, ever drive it? Wikipedia says he did. I didn't see him.
Oh.
But then, you know, in those days it was a bit more difficult.
Yes.
And, you know, but interesting. But the tale to this story is I came back absolutely having loved it. So having gone sort of under sufferance, I came back saying, I've got to keep going back that. And I have lost count of how many times I have done it on the pit lane as a commentator and as for several years as a producer, but it's over 50.
Wow.
So I've been there, done that. I still like to go back, but must say, love the Le Mans Classic, which proud to work for Radio Show Limited the last couple of years. It's every 2 years that event, but
yes.
because to tie in with the 100th anniversary and all that, they had 2 consecutive years, and always great racing.
The Vortex.
Yeah, the Vortex has had a spin.
Vortex has gone around.
One of the guys that always does very well in that event, 2 or 3 of them, of course, you know, are all in the 961 FAC Autosport Auto Technique car, and Yves Shamama is currently driving that, and he's one of the guys that's a real hero at the Le Mans Classic. He drives a beautiful Tosh and other cars as well. And Yves Shamama, Swiss, but was based around a big company in the United States.
A little bit of contact there.
Oh, yes.
Yes, there was contact indeed. Lionel Lamoureux doing a good job to keep that car off the wall.
He got spun out, didn't he?
He did indeed. He got fully rotated, back pointing in the right direction. So he's back motoring again. He didn't come into the pits. He's going, yep, I'm fine, thank you very much. Car feels fine. Let's have a look at if there's any bits of carbon fibre hanging off.
Meanwhile, back to the Ginetta.
276 this time.
Yes. But, I mean, we had a lovely interview, didn't we, just 15 minutes ago from Freddie Tomlinson, young Freddie Tomlinson. I mean, that's sensational performance by that car. And you know, we had an interview yesterday with Lawrence, the boss of Ginetta, talking about how it's been built as a budget car to do these kind of races.
Indeed, it was.
But there's not much budget about it, is it? I mean, that car is, you know, a development car. We're calling it the G56 Plus. Yeah, very impressed with what the team have done with that.
Now, that car that was involved in that incident was a 22 of Century Motorsport. Okay, and that is under investigation at the moment, 22 and 701.
He could get a
the
penalty.
22 is Carl Carver's.
Yeah.
And he, at the moment, is having a battle with Cosimo Papi, Manamuri Energy by Ebi Motors. They are 11 seconds apart at the moment. He cannot afford to get any type of form of time penalty because that's going to bring them very, very close together.
I think he may well get one for that.
Yeah.
Will it be a 10-seconder or?
Probably. We've seen these ones come up before with incidents similar to that. They're never exactly the same, but it was more a tag than anything else. And they were normally a 10-second penalty. One was 15, I think.
Yeah.
We'll leave that up to the stewards. They've had a fairly busy race so far, and they're still going. And we'll let them have a look at that to see if they can work out whether they can work a solution to rectify this. He's not going to lose third place in the GDX because there's only 3 cars running. But they want that Vortex 2.0. They're making more of them. They've sold 2 of them so far. And they want to make some more as well. So we're just seeing if the 22's got any issues as well, whether there's a tyre rubbing on the right-hand side. I just saw a little bit of smoke there. It looks pretty clean at the moment.
Yeah, it was a bit of a NASCAR kiss, wasn't it?
It was indeed. It's a bump and run. Bump and run NASCAR. Dale Earnhardt Sr., the absolute master of that.
Yeah, I had the privilege of interviewing Dale Earnhardt when he raced the Corvette that year at the Daytona 24.
Daytona, yes, he did.
And he told me something that nobody knew, that his grandmother, one of his grandmothers, was Scottish.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No. And then I was producing for Sky Sports a show where he was killed, and that was pretty challenging for us actually.
Very much indeed. I did go to Daytona in 2022, and I went to, took the tour around in the buggy train.
Yeah.
And the American flag at turn 4 on the bowl is always there. And had a great chat with his son, Dale Earnhardt Jr. there. He was actually doing something for his podcast.
Oh, wow.
With one of his old cars in the Daytona Museum, which is absolutely fantastic, by the way.
Wow, lucky to see him there.
Well, it was
Dale Senior, of course, the Intimidator. They call him.
Yes, he is the Intimidator, and that is why Daniel Ricciardo has the number 3 on his car.
Yes.
And he got to drive Dale Earnhardt's car when he won the race for McLaren.
Did he?
Yes, indeed.
So?
And Zach Brown said, I'll give you a drive of his number 3 car if you win a race.
Yeah.
And he won Monaco.
Yeah.
And so that all went out over there. I can't remember where it was in the States, but he had to, okay, I've got a clutch pedal and I've got a H pattern 4-speed gearbox. What am I going to... He had a ball, absolute ball with that. But that's why he wears the number 3. He's a massive fan, and Zach Brown used it as a bit of carrot and stick, I think.
They don't seem to do it so much these days, but 10 years ago, certainly Mobile ran some very interesting programs where Lewis Hamilton and Tony Stewart swapped cars.
Yes.
And it was all filmed, obviously. And love that sort of stuff. When Tony Stewart, former IRL champion, raced so much in NASCAR, who I worked with once at the Daytona 24, handling his PR for a long-gone team, actually. But he was really a terrific guy to work with, Tony. Smoking Tony Stewart.
Yes, well, he is married to Leah Pruitt, NHRA top fuel driver.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, Tony went into A-Fuel, which is a nitro car without the supercharger on it, got all his licensing. They're deciding to have a family, so Leah is stepping away, and Tony Stewart in this season will be driving an NHRA top fuel car.
Okay, he loves racing everything.
He owns
a race.
He races sprint cars, midgets, compacts, everything.
because he had a bit of a reputation not being great with the media, you know. He chucked the odd camera on, but I found him actually delightful. He was running for the Crawford team together with Johnny Molan and Jan Lammers.
Yeah.
And I still got in my office the hero card that they all signed.
Brilliant stuff. The legends of US racing is something else. My cousin Dave Grubnick is used to run for Connie Collitta in the Top Fuel. He was a Top Fuel driver. He's now Brittany Force's engineer for Force Racing. She runs Top Fuel. Her dad, who's 70 now, still runs in the 14-time NHRA champion John Force in funny cars. Robert Heights stepping out this season. Austin Prock's son of the legendary tuner Jimmy Prock is also racing in the Montana Boots brand Top Fueler for John Force Racing as well. So a lot going on. His two other daughters have also, Ashley Force, a funny car, Nitro funny car, and the middle daughter as well won the championship before stepping out to have kids. So
there's something really strange, isn't it? The one sector of motorsport where women are right up there is drag racing. Why?
Reaction times.
Reaction times. Yeah.
Reaction times. You've got you've got top pro bike riders like Angel Sampay's moved over to A Fuel now. Antron Brown, who used to run in the Pro Bike Championship, he's now in Top Fuel. But so many women running in the Angie Smith. They are just talking about Australian Top Fuel. The first Australian women to go over 300 mile an hour in America was Rachel Splatt, the son of the legendary drag racer bounty hunter Ian Splatt, who used to run the Nitro Alters, Fuel Alters. Absolutely insane beast.
Yeah, I've been to a few drag races in my time. I remember going to the Gator Nationals.
Gator Nationals down in Florida.
Terrific event.
Right next to where Don Garlitz's museum is in Ocala, Florida.
Yeah, just to bring that...
Gainesville, that's where that is.
Gainesville, Florida. Just to bring that back into the UAE. There's some drag racing here.
We have the flattest track down at the Yas Marina circuit. Now, when we started here, they decided that they'll buy 2 Top Fuel cars, and they did, and it was from Don Schumacher Racing, and unfortunately Don passed away late last year, so they bought Rocket Rod Fuller out to drive one of them, and Tommy Johnson to drive the other ones, and these guys were saying, because it's at sea level, there's a lot of oxygen, it's so flat down there, it's laser leveled all the way down the quarter mile, and those cars have obviously gone back to America because they run pro mods instead here, but it was great to have the Top Fuelers out here at the Yas. They do lots of racing there. You got the VIP racing where you have to be in a luxury car to do it. They have that.
Oh, really?
Yes. If you don't have a Veyron, you're not racing. So they do the VIP racing. They do a lot of very interesting racing. You can take your Nissan Patrol, your 1500 horsepower Nissan Patrol out there, which they use to climb the red dunes out here for sand racing. So a lot of stuff happening at the circuits. We've got another quarter mile circuit up in Quain as well. The shake up in Quain is a great motorsport family. Built a lovely motorsport complex up there, the Motorplex in Quain. They do sand drags there as well, the motocross tracks and the mini rally stages. So a lot of that type of sport going on here. That track's been around for quite a while. The Yash track was only built when that came on stream in 2009.
Just thinking, this is going to be a pretty big month for Audi in the Middle East, because we've just had victory by the fantastic Carlos Sainz.
Yes.
Senior in the Dakar Rally, which is a bit of
a misnomer.
Yes, it is these days, but it retains the character.
It does, indeed.
And so much sport here in Dubai. And I think you mentioned to me, I asked about the cricket pitch, and they've got a major cricket match going on.
They have, I can't remember which IPL it is, but they've got that happening over this week and this weekend. I know it's happening because all the roads around my place are closed. But lots of cricket happens here as well.
And then, of course, golf last week, and Rory McIlroy, the winner for third or fourth time of the they call it the Desert Masters or something like that.
Desert Classic.
And there is a motor racing connection because Rory McIlroy is one of a number of sports stars.
With Alpine.
Was just bought into Alpine, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
So there is a connection there.
And that's going to happen more and more, I think, in Formula One.
Yeah.
And in other sports as well, as they're bringing on, they're getting in. You can see the sun just getting in the driver's eyes now as they make their way up to turn 12. A bit cloudy this morning, still quite hazy. Temperature dropped down overnight. Coldest it was at 6 o'clock this morning, 19.7 degrees. We had a top of 29.1 yesterday at 3 p.m. So there's only been a 10-degree difference in temperature.
We're on board, aren't we, with the car collection car at the moment, which is currently being driven by Dustin Blattner. And of course, I still can't get used to car collection. Peter Schmidt's team running in a Porsche rather than running the Audis that they've run for so many years. And the company's grown out of supercar storage, basically.
Yes.
That's what car collection is.
Bit of smoke coming out of the back of the 227, so make their way up to turn 12.
Nice move by...
Oh, that left rear tyres rubbing on the 227.
Yeah.
The vortex has gone again.
Spreading the sand all over the show.
You can mix that with some rubber.
Oh, mix it with
that was on
cement.
That was on the exit of turn 12 that he lost that, making his way down through 14 now. You can see that smoking right rear there. Oh, almost a collision between those two. Is he going to come into the pits? Does he know he's got a tyre rubbing on that right rear of the white car heading down into turn number 16? It's on the left-hand corners of that tyre. He must have had a contact and the guard has dropped down onto the tyre.
See if anything happens on this right-hander, turn 1.
Well, it'll be the left-hander at turn 2.
Yeah, that's where it will hook up.
We'll just see if that vortex back running again. Didn't bother going in the pits. That smoking car is behind the vortex at the moment. And he can't continue with that. It'll cut through the carcass. Going to have to be very, very careful.
Just noticing that Sean Lynn is back in the Bentley that he had bought recently. And there's still quite a good battle going on, isn't there, in the 992 category? Because Luke Brook he's led most of the way, but I noticed about an hour or so ago that the QMMF car by HRT had sneaked ahead of it. And I wonder what the gap is. There, the gap's opened up a little bit now. Julian Hans is a young guy that QMMF has put with the Kuwaitis. They've been doing a super job, actually, haven't they?
Indeed, they have. Yeah, the battle on for GT3. There's a couple of laps between 479 for the Easterlat. They're about a lap and a half ahead of the Proton Huben competition. 477, 476 for a tempo. That battle going on for Pro-Am in the GT3. 6.8 seconds separate 6 Century Motors and Manamura Energy by Ebi Motors. That's still continuing on. The battle in the AM category, BMW from Century Motorsport leading the AM category. The second of the AMs down there in 8th position, Mikko Panna with a Haas RT. A bit of work to do there. And but it's the Red Camel Jordan.nl leading that 992 category. They've done that for probably the last 6 or 7 hours. They've been in the lead of that category. QMMF by HRT leading the AM category, second in 992. The second AM is RPM Racing in the Fuel Joe at the moment. Philip Hampret there. We've got a yellow flag at turn 14, which is in the bowl there. I just can't see anybody. Maybe they're up against the wall. We do lose a little bit of vision from our commentary box in the grandstand overlooking the pit lane. Cars running from right to left in front of us.
Interesting guy, Mika Panu from Finland. He is an occupational health doctor in real life, and he says his hobbies include motorsports, boxing, and ice hockey. That's a very sort of Finnish thing, isn't it?
Okay, that's very Finnish.
But his Mika is not spelt like Mika Häkkinen.
No.
So, with 2 I's. And I thought it might have been a typo, but it's not. Because I've just gone on his website. So he's an occupational physician.
GTX battle, well, it's not really a battle at the moment. Nico Prost up in 15th position, leading the GTXs in the Toro Verde Gianetta G56. The KTM...
Oh, there's that smoke.
Yes,
very pronounced now. Very pronounced.
It's the 227. That's the SRS team Sorg Rennsport.
Yeah, that's a sort of Nürburgring-based team, I think. Run a lot of cars in Nürburgring 24 hours. And there's a problem with 22. 22 has slowed.
Carl Carver's at the wheel of that car, or was it just coming out of that
yeah,
corner?
yeah, he definitely came off the throttle.
Yeah,
something happened, and now he's gone past him again.
I think he saw the smoke coming out of the 227, and he backed off.
Discretion being the better part of valour there. Yeah, it seems to be all right now, doesn't it?
That's the 718 Cayman, running first in the TCX category, 6 laps ahead of the Ginetta 278 with Owen Hizzy at the wheel at the moment. And Benito Tagale has a little issue.
I call him Benito Tangle.
And that smoke still coming out from that right-hand rear wheel. He's battling that car now.
Yeah.
He's battling that car now.
He's got to come in.
Now, is that right rear wheel, or is that something else?
Yes, because it could be something else.
Yes, indeed. We don't wish that on them. Only with just under 5 hours to go. Here we go.
I'm not sure it's coming from the tyre, you know.
Yeah, it's that's what
might be leaking oil line,
possibly
like that, onto the exhaust.
Huber car into the pits.
Very bright racing boots there. Of course, Sven Muller, the star driver in that car. Oh, I almost tripped over.
He almost went over it, didn't he?
Yeah.
Very, very close. Second place, 83 into the pits, along with Darren Leung and the Century Motorsport BMW. Now the engineers will be working very, very diligently to work out how many more stops do we have to do. What do we need to do to get to 1 o'clock?
Back in the car collection car, Dustin Blattner driving it. The 96 machine. I haven't spoke much about Dustin Blattner in this broadcast, but just a little bit about the American, who I believe works in the film industry and visual effects. And he's won his class in the past in the Golf 12 Hours, and normally races in the Porsche Sprint Challenge back in the States.
You see all the marbles there off at turn number 11 as we follow the 21 up over the brow. The SRT car. Got a little bit of traffic to deal with, and the smoking Cayman.
Cosimo Papi is just chipping away at Carl Cavers.
He is indeed.
Well, Cavers obviously having lost a little bit of time, presumably when he's slow. So it's just 5 seconds between the pair of them now. And the other Century car, Darren Lung at the wheel, number 14, that has just pitted.
Christopher Zoekling bought the 971 in the Rabdan Byfield Genzi car. He didn't see if there was a driver change. There may well have been. We'll find out when. Looks like that's heading down to fuel at this time. The 83 from second position and the 14 from sixth down in the fuel bay at the moment. Top 3 cars running in the GT3 category. 4th and 5th GT3 Pro-Am. Our first GT3 Am is in the fuel bay. That's the Century Motorsport car.
Yeah, Darren Lung did race in this event last year. He was third in GT4, but now he's up at the sharp end. And, of course, won the British GT Championship with Dan Harper, I think it was, this past season.
Michael Blosseman on his outlap now in the 930 HRT Performance Porsche. 438 laps completed. Our leader has completed 482 laps. We will not get to 692 laps like we did in 2012.
And the 83 car is in fuel at the moment, so the Tempto Racing Audi has moved up to second place with Alex Acker. Young Alex Acker at the wheel in that Audi R8 with its V10 engine. I think I read that those engines, maybe not the race version, but the regular car, are actually built in Hungary.
I have no idea.
Yeah, that's...
it's way...
Audi's factories are spread wide from Ingolstadt, you know, so...
It's way out of my price range, unfortunately.
Yes.
I couldn't tell you that one. Just under 5 hours remaining before we see the checkered flag here at the 19th running of the 24 Hours of Dubai, and round 3 of the Middle East Trophy, powered by Hankook. Hashtag 24H Series, hashtag this is endurance. Don't forget, you can get all timing and the YouTube feed on the 24series.com website, and you can also head over to the radio show limited network of channels on RS1. You can hear the Dubai 24, and on RS2 IMSA you can hear the Daytona 24.
You're really clever. You got 2 laptops or something. You could watch both of them simultaneously. That would confuse you, wouldn't it?
Well, there are people doing that. I've seen the Twitter feed, and definitely. Now, that's a little bit of oil debris on the back of that. I think you're correct at that. They've got an oil leak there. The race control will be looking at that very, very carefully, just to see if that car's not dropping some oil on the circuit.
And just to remind ourselves, as one of the potential winners yesterday went off on oil and into the barrier, and that, of course, was the Herbert Motorsport car ending the run. That machine, and I think it would have been. They would have been right up there.
They would have been up there, yeah.
The Renault twins.
Incident involving car 22 under investigation. So the 22 is under investigation. That's Carl Carvers, and that is for that incident. Down with so. Things drivers are let's have a look at a replay here of the pit stop. Wow. It's there to be knocked over. It's there to be knocked over.
Is that Shane climbing out, I think?
It was of the 95. Sorry, 85. With Darren Law getting out of the car.
Oh, it was Darren Law, okay.
So he was getting out.
Darren promised to come up in the commentary box, so...
he might come up.
Darren's worked TV a bit, just did the pit lane with him for a few races in IMSA 4 or 5 years ago. And jolly good he was too. But now he's very much the big team boss with Flying Lizard, of course. Bought the business with some investors off Seth Neiman, who founded that company. That oil smoke is getting worse, and look at that now.
Getting a lot worse. Race control will be having a very close...
that's going to come in.
The team will be seeing this. They can see this live in there, and they'll be watching the oil pressure gauges, see what's going on with that. And let's throw down to Di Binks in the pits. What do you got for us, Binksy?
I'm with CP Racing and Darren Law, who you were just talking about. He's just getting, just jumped out of the car, so just having a quick drink and sorting himself out. Darren, how was that out there for you this morning?
Actually, it was pretty good. I drove it from darkness into the sunlight, so it's kind of cool to do that. Unfortunately, we had a great car, and I think we were leading at the halfway point, but We had a transmission problem, and now we're just trying to keep going and get points.
That's so frustrating for yourself and the team, and I know what these guys are like. They dig deep every time they have any issues and just keep going.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. They really do. I mean, they literally, it didn't take them long. Had to pull the whole floor off, change the entire transmission, differential, all the lines, but they're just working hard, and it's never quit with this group.
How much are you enjoying being here in Dubai for this 24-hour?
I love it. I haven't raced in a little while, so it's a lot of fun getting behind the wheel. Dubai's been great. Just had a really good time.
And how would you sort of summarise the race? You're a very experienced racing driver, of course, in America and in Europe. How would you rate this event here?
You know, this is a great event, and I would recommend it to anyone. I'm going to go back to the U.S. and tell everybody about it, and I'd love to come back and do it again.
Well, we hope you do as well. Thank you very much, Darren. I'll let you get a much-needed rest.
Thank you.
Well, of course, he could beat some of his Flying Lizard team cars.
Indeed, he could.
If you dive in and ask Darren if he might come and join us in the commentary box and point him in the right direction, if you would. There's the Gilletta in our picture.
Currently leading the GTS. Nico Prost at the wheel of that one. Darren Law, hour 23 minutes in that for that stint, 40 laps. His fastest lap time in that sector was 2:03.430.
I like Julian Westwood's name for his team, Toro Verde, rather than Toro Rosso.
Yes.
Which is no longer, of course, Toro Rosso. It's got a controversial new name.
I'm not looking forward to it.
No.
We're having a conversation between our commentators of what we're going to call that. And
I've got the perfect answer for you.
Thank you very much.
Minardi.
Yes, I will do that.
Which is what it is.
It is indeed a Minardi. I was so lucky to be at in 2006 to be at Monza when Sebastian Vettel won his first race in the Toro Rosso. I was there as a guest of Williams. I've spent the week before in their Heritage Centre.
It's great, isn't it?
Oh, brilliant, brilliant place. And Mark Webber was driving for them at that time.
Yeah.
And I went down to the Ascari chicane just getting photos, and I get a photo of Mark Webber spinning on the exit.
Yeah.
He didn't want to see the photo.
Years and years ago, I launched a lot of Williams in my time, and one of the last ones I did was when Thierry Boots and Riccardo Patrese was driving. And we actually launched it in the old Heritage Centre.
Oh, yes.
Which and there was a garage door which we literally pulled up, and the cars were behind, the drivers walked out. To give it a bit of theatre, I had a smoke machine and an ice machine. And when we did the rehearsal, it was all a bit pathetic. So I told the guys to turn it up a bit.
Oh.
So when we did the big reveal, the garage door came up, and there was all this smoke and everything, but literally Burton and Patrese came out and you couldn't even see them. It was like in a dust storm here. It was funny. I have to,
never tell an AV technician to give you more smoke.
And Frank didn't seem to mind.
No.
And the thing was, this great cloud of smoke then sort of came out of this area and went all over the journalists on the front few rows. It's in the book, that story.
In the book.
Yeah. Luke Breukers there, the younger of the two sons of Evo, and they've been doing an absolutely mega job, as we would expect, actually.
Yes, true.
And Paul Trussell was telling me with that car, it is for sale, but it's a couple of years old, and everything, everything just gets a little bit more flexy, and I think they're ready for a new one. Quite a great club car, now, but these things have to be absolutely new and tight, don't they?
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely. We've got an older 991 Cup car running out there as well.
Yeah.
You can tell the difference because it's the way the rear wing is attached. These have the swan necks. The 992s have the swan necks.
Yeah.
And that one, the 991, is attached underneath.
Now, I should know this, but I'm not quite sure. We've got a red ant and we've got a red camel. The red camel came first, of course.
Yes.
But I can't remember. Eva did tell me why they called it red camel. But there'll be a story.
There always is.
And we're going to see camels at the end of this, aren't we?
We will indeed.
Can I get my camel joke out of the way?
Yes, you can.
All right,
let's do it now before the dignitaries arrive.
Yeah, let's do it now. So, the camel with 1 hump's a Bactrian. A camel with 2 humps is a dromedary. What's a camel with 3 humps called? Humphrey. Yes, I had to get out of the way now.
So your coat's hanging up by the door.
Yeah.
Charles made us into the pits now for the 28th. Possibly the
but the 2 lead cars are in the pits as well.
Yeah, both together. Now, their pit stops, the Estelant racing team had about 6 pit stops over the second place car when Chris and I were talking earlier on from around about 3 o'clock. The Attempto Racing is sort of easing that back a bit because remember the Estelant racing team did a lot of double drive-through through the Code 60s just to top up a little bit more fuel, extend the run. I was going to try. I don't think they were even contemplating double stinting tyres, but they just wanted to keep the fuel load up so that they could run as long as the driver time would allow. And they've managed to do that. So the 22 is getting a 15-second time penalty for causing that collision.
15. Yeah, so that will put it.
Yes, that's going to be a problem for them at the moment.
I think that will put the 95 into 4th place.
Yes. Once they come across the line, remember one of them is pitted. I think the 95 has pitted because Sergio Nicolau has got on board on that. He's only been out for 6 minutes. Yes, they've pitted so that gap has increased out by about 4, where their last pit stop was 4 minutes. So
now the engineers, of course, will be starting to work out their remaining pit stops and so on. What do we reckon? 3 more, I think.
I think about 3 more. We've got 4 hours 44 to go. These guys are just doing over the hour 10 minutes at the moment. Remember that some of the drivers will reach their maximum driving time in the not too distant future. Some of the pros can only run a certain amount of the race. The semi-pros are pretty much free, and then the AMs, they must complete a certain amount of the race. And that's how the balance of performance is.
2 hours, isn't it?
Yeah, 2 hours is your maximum stint time, but they all have how much of the race they're allowed to do. Like they may have to do 1/12 of the race, or a pro may only, and it's still smoking away.
Still, yes.
Or a pro may be told that they can do no more than a certain amount of percentage of the race. You know, a third. It was down at Yas last weekend. Axel Jeffries with Barron Motorsports. They worked his time out to an absolute millisecond. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them in the outright, but they did win the AM category down there in GT3. And this is where I think we're going to start looking at possibly, as you said earlier, dropping below the 2 minutes as we get towards the end.
Yeah, well, actually, Nikolai, he's the fastest guy out there at the moment, the Romanian driver.
Yep.
The Willie Motors man.
Yeah, the only one in the top 10 in the 201s.
So, I think in the 22, Cavers is their AM, and Jack Barlow's AM Plus, despite having not raced for a long time. But anyway, I think they're getting Cavers finishing the time he has to do in the car.
Yep.
Now, and then I presume for the last couple of stints, I would think they'll put Lewis Plato back in the car, or maybe Rafflebury, the Welsh driver.
So just looking at what they can do for AM drivers in the GTX, GT4, TCR, a minimum of 12th of race duration.
Just 2 hours.
2 hours. Any pro drivers, a maximum of half a race duration allowed. When you have a semi-pro in GT3 AM, maximum of quarter race for those. Minimum of 12th of the race for the AM BOP. AM Advantage, that's free. And then we have the difference of AM and plus of what is done. So it's worked all out, a 992 AM if you are running an AM BOP. Full AM drive does not line up, you don't have to worry about it. Everybody can run, but if you have semi-pro drivers, they can only do a third of the race distance, which is in this race is 8 hours.
Yeah. So the 54 car, which has been leading for a while now, East Lent Racing Team, have now put their hot shoe, well, one of their two hot shoes, I have to say, Christopher Haase in the car. Great interview in the night with Chris, wasn't there?
Oh, yes.
He's such a wonderful character, and absolutely one of the fastest guys out there. Nobody rows an R8 around faster than he does.
278 was crawling down the pit lane. You can see him engage the gear and spin the back wheels up. So is a gear selection coming back to haunt the car again?
And now, of course, the tyres picking up all that.
It's going to take him a lap to get the marbles off the tyres.
So Christopher Haase in the lead car. The Proton Huber has now got the very talented Russian driver Victor Shaitar in it, who's done Le Mans and been part of that big Russian program SMP in the past. And then Dylan Pereira now in the Attempter car. And then it's Cabas in fourth place ahead of Nikolai, although they are running close, and maybe the 15 seconds will make the difference.
It may well do.
That car has to serve that penalty. And then it's the Indonesian, Sean Galil, guy that ran in some first practice sessions at a number of Grand Prix 2 or 3 years ago. I think he did 4 or 5 actually for Toro Rosso.
So according to the regulations, any penalties more than 30 seconds must be served before the last 2 hours of the race.
All right. So
but anything under 30 seconds will just be added on to time.
Oh, will it?
Yeah.
Oh, I wish they'd so we have to do the sums then.
I'm not doing sums. I just did a sum.
Yeah.
Our lead car, Christopher Hayes, in the Etisalat racing team, have been leading for the last 262 laps.
Right.
Okay. How solid is that?
Yeah.
You know, we're on 488 laps. That's over half the race they have led now. They did swap backwards and forwards in the early part of the race. The last race leader was a Haas RT car on lap 225 and only led for a lap from Get Speed, who led from 223 to 24, and then Etisalat from 193. So that's where they really got it, and they were swapping it on pit stops with the Get Speed car. And that is the 9, which unfortunately retired. That's one of the AMG Mercedes that retired from the race, but always up the pointy end of the field.
Back at the wheel of the SMP-backed Porsche is now Vitaly Petrov. After his Formula 1, 3 years he did a season at DTM.
Yeah, about now the sun's up, everybody's settling in. Now everybody starts to listen for the rattles. And Team Captain America by Bas Coten Racing is getting a 10-second penalty for track limits, 6 offence. So you get 3 offences, you're okay. Once you get up to 6 offences, that's when the penalties kick in. And then if you get to 9, you get another 10-second penalty. It just continues on. As they put in these new regulations in Kuwait at the second running of the 12-hour Hankook 12 hours of Kuwait, that's when they introduced if anybody gets really out there with their track limits, we will I'll give them a drive-through penalty, which is something you don't want, because a 10-second penalty you serve when you come into the pits, you know, and you're going to do a pit stop anyway. It just adds 10 seconds onto your 4-minute-long pit stop. If you have to do a drive-through, that means you cannot stop, and it's 40 kilometres an hour down this very long pit lane, and there should be a code 60 measure for the pit lane time from pit in to pit out, which I will try and find.
Oh, nice to see the BRDC badge on the Ginetta. BRDC, British Racing Drivers Club, has 800 members. 600 of them qualified through being racing drivers.
Oh, was Damon Hill in charge of that for a while?
A little while, yes. Yeah, David Coulthard is our president.
Okay, so DC's...
So we've got 600 racing driver members and 200 associates, like myself, for having done things for motorsport.
Oh, yes.
I think mine, I pretty well bought mine, actually, because I brought quite a lot of sponsorship to Silverstone back a long time ago, including the main sponsor for the British Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
It's a great club to be in, and a lot of people. Yeah, and there's to become member, you have to. There's a quite complicated, almost point system. You have to have a lot of. Oh, you have to have decent results and lots of things. And quite recently, this series was added to the championships that count.
Wow. That's interesting. So this series looks like a disc change going on down there. It's the 795 into the pits for a disc change. And let's head down to the pit lane in the overcast. A little bit of sun out there. What do you got for us, Diana?
The sun is starting to try and come out. Yeah, you're just talking about the 795 that's in here now. Nico Prost has just jumped out from behind the wheel. And Nico, how was that stint for you?
It was good, you know. It was a tough fight all night long with the KTM. And when I got in the car, I thought it was going to be a push, but apparently they got a problem midway through my stint. So now we have a bit of comfort to check the car and just get it to the end.
Yeah, Lawrence is going to go out for the remainder, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, Lawrence is going there. I think, he's very smart, so he's going to, just cruise it to the end.
So, Nico, it's great to see you back racing. How did this involvement for you come about?
Sorry, I didn't.
It's great to see you back racing. How did this involvement for you come about?
Well, you'll learn a bit more, but obviously we met. I tested the Ginetta P3 at the end of last year, and they kindly invited me for here. And it's been a lot of pleasure so far, and I hope to do more during the season.
How much are you enjoying this Dubai 24?
Yeah, very much. Really cool event. You don't get much sleep, that's the only thing, but it's really nice.
Yeah, it's not got too many comforts, has it?
Yeah, and between the stints is very short, so yeah, I barely slept, but now I think I'm done, so it's good.
It's because they've got you in the car, they just think, well, we'll just keep using you as much as possible, for sure. You're not getting much sleep because they've got you behind the wheel. You're obviously an asset.
Yeah, I don't know if it's for this, but yeah, if I slept like 2 hours, it's the max. But it was okay. I was a bit worried about after the second stint, whoa, it's going to be short, but in the end it was okay.
And what's the traffic like out there as we've come into the morning?
Well, it gets better and better, but no, it's quite difficult. Sometimes you get into a big pack, then the track is really big. At the moment, it's much better now.
Nico, thank you.
Looks more and more like his dad, and look at that nose.
Look. Yes, you can see that. Well, we've got 4 hours 32 to go, but we did have about 12 hours of darkness. And we're going to now run with the... have a look at the highlights of what happened last night. And that was a brief overview of about 12 hours till the sun came up at 7 o'clock this morning. And Andrew Marriott, you spotted something very interesting that happened just before we went on the highlights.
We were speculating, weren't we, whether someone would go back under the 2 minutes flat mark, and just as we were coming into that lovely little package, exactly that happened. Christopher Haase went down into the 199, so back at 2:01 now. Penalty for the Century track limit infringement, 10-second penalty. That'll be added on, so we've got to take that into account, have we?
Well, that's his second one. He's already served the other one, so that one is actually part of... Yeah. So he served the other one, so that's a new one.
Yeah.
That was served at 8:29, just gone. Yeah. So that they don't need that in with this battle for GT3 Pro-Am 1 and 2. Carl Cover, Century Motorsport with that penalty. Sergei Nicolau from the Manamura Energy by Abbey Motors. The gaps are seesawing at the moment due to their pit stop schedule, as we are under 4.5 hours until we see the checkered flag here for the Middle East Trophy, powered by Hankook here at the 19th running of the 24 Hours of Dubai.
We've got at the wheel now, and just coming into the pits actually, the 99 Dylan Pereira in the Attempto Racing Audi. But Dylan Pereira is one of several Porsche Super Cup champions that are in this race. And he won it, of course, Dylan, 2 years ago. He's the 22 champion. And then before that was the Dutchman with the Team Grand GP Elite. I think that had a Dubai connection, didn't it? Larry Ten Vaughan. And then,
Larry Ten Vaughan, yes,
and
indeed.
then before that, for 3 years, Michael Ammermuller. And then before that, Sven Muller, who's racing here. And Earl Bamber, who's had connections down these parts of the world. He won it in 2014.
Do the Attempto team have a problem? He's only been out on track 14 minutes. Okay, this is not a scheduled pit stop. So this is something else. He's only done 7 laps, and he is back in the pits. And it's going to be interesting to see.
It's going into the garage.
It's going into the 99, going into the garage on lap 494.
It's on the dollies and it's going in there, and I'm sure Diana will be following it very soon. But of course, the other Porsche Super Cup champion we got in this race, and we interviewed him about 6 o'clock-ish, wasn't it? Was Patrick Huisman, who won it 4 years running. I've forgotten that. I thought it was 3: 97, 98, 99, and 2000. First ever Porsche Super Cup champion, Alfred Hager.
Wow.
Great guy, Alfred, actually.
So Carl Covers has also come in the BMW that was leading the Pro-Am.
We were speculating who they're going to put in that car now. I think Carl has done his 2 hours, and they am in the team. So I wonder what's happened with that Attempto car. There's the, up on the jacks is the BM. What do you think about that kidney-shaped grille? Because we're used to seeing them the other way around, through 90 degrees, aren't we, in earlier models?
Very cruelly, that has been called a beaver teeth grille.
I hadn't heard that.
Yes, the beaver teeth or the meerkat teeth.
Yeah.
It's either one of those is befitting. I just can't get used to it. I'm sorry. I put a BMW grill on an E320, E30 M3, looks perfect.
Yeah.
On a 840, looks perfect. On that, yeah, I just can't. I'm sorry. It's a taste thing, and I don't have any taste at the best of times, but I just can't like that. I'm really, really sorry.
Well, it's still showing Covers in the car, going into fuel.
Yeah, that'll switch over when they come out.
I didn't see who was in it. So a couple of tasks for Di, really. Nice to hear from Carl. And maybe he can talk a bit about his track limits. And but also that's what... Oh, Di's there, look.
Yes, always on the spot, just getting herself sorted out. And
having a quick chat with Dylan there, who's come to have a chat with me, but it looks as if... Well, Dylan, you've obviously had to put the car back into the garage. What's the problem?
Yeah, so I was driving like 5 laps in my stint. Somehow then I started to brake and something broke on the rear right. I don't know yet what's happened exactly. I still have to see, but looks like we have to end up a race here.
That's very unfortunate, certainly at this point in the race, but was there any indication that there might be something? Had you had any offs on track or anything during the night?
Not really, so I was, everything was feeling normal, so suddenly I just went on brakes and something broke straight away, so I luckily even catch the car. So at that point I just came in and then, I still have to see what's happened exactly, but looks like we had to end up and unfortunately we were looking quite good for a podium, so it's like it is, motorsports, shame, but let's see what we can do.
Incredibly frustrating for you and the team after such a great effort out there, but have you enjoyed the Dubai 24 hours up to that point? Were you enjoying it?
Definitely. I think Dubai is always special. I think it's always my first race of the year, and it makes it always special to be here in the sun when at home everything is cold. So I really enjoyed it. Shame that at the end we could not have a podium, which could give a prize to all the mechanics and all the team, which did a good job.
Come back fighting next time.
Thank you. We will.
Dylan Pereira there, driver of the 99, which seems to be not going to take any further part of this race, and finishes with around about 491 laps, as you heard him say that something on the rear bright broke.
The heartbreak of that.
It is. 4 hours 23 to go.
Yeah.
Just horrible stuff. As the team said overnight, we're talking to them and say it's best if something happens in the first hour. You got a long time to fix it. When it happens in the last 4 hours, you don't get that opportunity.
Well, that's interesting because Century put Jack Barlow back in the car again. And we know Jack can lap at 2:01 in this car.
Yeah, indeed.
Go ahead.
I was just picking up on your point about Jack Barlow. We obviously heard you talking earlier about him and how impressed you were with his performance.
Absolutely. I mean, this guy's done hardly any racing for 10 years. And you heard him say in your interview, Di, earlier, the longest race I've ever done before is 20 minutes.
I couldn't believe it.
The Captain America car's just in the pits, by the way. Great job down there, Di. Keep at it. You know, I trained you well.
Thank you very much. You certainly did. I'm flagging a bit now. I've got to be honest, but
one person I would like to hear from, though, and he is in the other Century car. He's in the 14 at the moment. Is Sean Galil, the Indonesian former Formula 2 racer and very successful in the WEC these days. I don't think we've spoken to him through the show, but it's nice to hear from him. But obviously, he might be in the car for another hour, of course. But there we are.
I know it's him at the right time, but I'll
you might
keep an eye out for him.
Have a word actually with Nathan Freak at Century Motorsport and ask why they put Barlow back in the car and how many hours he's actually done, because he seems to have been in it forever. You know Nathan, don't you?
Yes, will do.
Thanks, Di. Down in the pit lane as it warms up downstairs.
I suppose we ought to just go through the classes again, because you're just noticing that in 992, the Kuwaiti car is back in the lead.
Oh,
it's very close, isn't it? They obviously lead the AM as well. And what's a gap there? Well, you know, it's looking as if it's over a lap now.
Could be pit stop.
Yeah, this is now showing us 1 lap, and it could be the way it's cycling for the fuel, because the fuel loses you a lap, doesn't it? At least,
at least, yeah.
A bit more, a bit more. And good effort, you know, by RPM Racing with Krone, Nicholas Jonsson now in the car, and they're second in AM. Had a very good run in that car at the Nürburgring 24 Hours last year, finished third in the category. And of course, we've got Tracy Crone, the owner, and we're seeing the car there that you can't miss the Crone colours. Oil man from Houston, Texas, started his career working for Mobil Oil, but then became, I think, I'm not sure exactly what he does in the oil industry. Whether he does, I think he pumps it actually, pumps it out of the ground. A bit of that goes on around here.
A little bit.
There's not so much oil in the UAE now, but it's built such a strong economy up, having had that as its base originally.
Well, the base, well, it was oil and pearls. Dubai,
I didn't know that.
Dubai was pearling. Dubai's got is quite a small emirate. And it doesn't have a lot of oil. All the oil is out in the empty quarter, heading towards Saudi Arabia, mainly in Abu Dhabi. And you've done some rally work out there, and that's where all the rigs are out at Madinat Zayed and all the way down towards the Sila on the Saudi border. So that's where all that is. Dubai's built on investment and has been that.
Yeah.
So that's the way it is. We've got a massive solar plant out the back here as well, and the big solar thing. So, and you can see all the solar panels on the top of the pit building from where we are. So it's all about going green and green initiative. We had COP28 here as well.
Yes.
So there was a lot of movement going on with evolving away from a basis of oil, and we do that here in Dubai because we're based on investment. You know, the port down at Jebel Ali is one of the biggest ports in the world.
Yes.
A lot of people bring stuff in here to store it, but because we've got lots of desert, it's probably going to be there's massive amounts of cars down there because if you try and store them in Japan, the price of storage on that is so expensive. Here, you only pay duty on them when you take them out. Okay, so it's very, very smart.
So Jebel Ali is a free zone, isn't it?
Yes, it is indeed.
Can we do a bit of geography for a moment? Tell me about the Emirates. Are there 6, is it?
7 Emirates.
The Sharjah we know. I've been up running there.
That's next door.
North, and then, of course, Abu Dhabi is the other big one. And then there's Ras and
Ras Al Khaimah, Amman Quain, Fujairah.
Okay.
So
and each of them has a family that originally, anyway.
Yeah, originally Abu Dhabi is where the ruler is. Okay, Sheikh Mohammed.
So he's the ruler of this combined group of. So it's one country. UAE is a country. Dubai is an emirate within that. A bit like Britain, I suppose, with Wales, Scotland, and so on.
Exactly. So Abu Dhabi basically is where the ruling seat is. And Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the president. And here in Dubai, we have His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum.
Yes.
He's a vice president and prime minister of the.
But his sport's more horse racing, isn't he?
Yes, so we've got the big endurance racing centre out at Bab Al Shams, where they do the endurance racing. His horse was always number 7.
Yeah.
And he's taken a rest from that now. He's but still very heavily involved. He will always be down at Meydan for the world's richest horse race coming up next month. So a lot going on with the royalty, but every emirate has its ruling family.
Yes.
But all based under the laws of the UAE, and they all have different. They might have different speed limits. They've got different policing. It's very similar to Australia with the states.
Yes. Yeah,
very similar.
Very interesting. A bit of geography.
We got
we just talk about 7, of course, a famous number.
Yes, indeed.
Barry Sheen.
Sheen.
Sterling Moss.
Exactly.
Sterling Moss had cufflinks with the 7 with the
nice.
Continental Cross. You know, the 7 with the cross. And those cufflinks were auctioned recently.
Really?
Gold, though. He always wore them.
Yeah, so I was very fortunate to be at the Goodwood Revival a few years back, and
what an event.
Sir Sterling was racing his Acela. And I was in the paddock, and you know what the paddock's like there. You just walk
Oscar.
up. The Oscar. Yeah, Oscar. And I just walked up and I said, and just wanted to get a little bit of an idea of what it was like. And let's go on board now with Dong Lang in the 929 as he makes his way around turn number 16 up through the paddle shift gearbox on the 992 GT3 Cup car. This is running in the 992 AM category. Now into the braking zone. You can see the braking boards on the left-hand side. Down into turn 1. Don't take too much curb there. Now move the car over to the left. On top of the curb at 2. Now you've got to bolt up to the double right-hander at 3. Don't go in too close, 4. Now you've got to get the car over the right-hand side of the road for 5. Everybody straight lining that now. Brake down into 6. Go down 1 gear. Now coming into the tighter turn 7 on the brakes here. Down another gear. Now accelerate out of here up towards the 8-9 complex here, the Parabolica. Take the first apex in, run up the road. Now turn down the hill, hit the apex at the bottom, get on the throttle early. That's going to maximise your speed down the straight as we go over the bumps where the international circuit comes in. There's the club circuit going off to the right-hand side. Now we're heading down to the hardest braking zone on the circuit. All of the braking boards have gone. No, there's the 100 there. Down to second gear. Around this hairpin pin. This is turn 10. You might short shift out of here. He is short shifting out of there up around level. Now we start running up the hill towards turn number 12. It's an uphill entry. There's a bump on the apex and there's a downhill exit. Very easy to lose the back end of the car around here. Just a little bit of a correction there on the way out of the corner. Now down to the flat out sweeper at turn 13. You keep it planted through here. Where are you going to brake? What line are you going to take through the bowl? He's taken the early apex. He's going to run up to the top, turn down, get on the throttle early on the outer of 14. Now over to the left-hand side. 15 comes up to you pretty quickly. Don't run too wide over the ripple strips on the outside. You can lose some grip. Now downhill into the braking zone of turn number 16. And there is a lap of the 5.39 kilometre, 16 turns of the Dubai Autodrome.
Outstanding call, well done. Something very interesting. The 2 Century cars are running 4th and 5th.
Yep.
In the 22 car is Jack Barlow. We've heard about him.
Yes.
The kid hasn't raced for 10 years. Only done a 20-minute race. He is lapping in 2:01.896. Last lap. Behind him, Sean Galileo. 9 years in Formula 3, Formula 2, Formula 3.5 Renault. Has been on the podium at Le Mans in SMP2 recently. He's lapping in 2.02. Jack Barlow, this kid, has been out of racing for 10 years, is faster at the moment in similar cars, might not be quite in the same shape as Indonesia's finest racing driver, and a man who has tested in 17 and 18 the Toro Rosso in the first session of 5 Grand Prix.
We've got a storm coming in, folks.
Have we?
We have got a storm coming in. Diana Beach just messaged me saying it's raining 10 minutes up the road, and I just opened up my weather radar and there is a massive storm cell just off the coast of Dubai, just coming over the Palm Jumeirah at the moment. We can't see it because it's a bit blocking, but it is raining down on the coast at the moment.
Is it coming our way, do you think?
Well, I'm just going to do my timing to see where this is coming through. It is actually running up the coast, but it is coming inland, and we're alongside Arabian Ranches, and that the storm is moving in this way. Wow. It's green, which is drizzle, and there is some light rain in one of them, and there is some heavy rain in the others. Could we be on for something completely different? Oh, wow. So we do cloud seeding here in the UAE, and it works, obviously.
I love that onboard shot where you see all the buildings behind. And one thing you do see in these shots, and you've seen it in Dubai ever since I've been first came here in 1981, is tower cranes in the background.
The Bureau of Meteorology have just released a chance of convective clouds associated with rainfall and fresh winds and blowing dust from now until 5 p.m. this evening.
989 MRS GT Racing, 12th offence of track limits, 10-second time penalty. And just looking at the times, the previous lap, Jack Barlow was even faster than Christopher Haas, but now Haas is back down into the 201s again. Victor Scheiter in the Proton Huber competition car. He's dropping quite a bit of time to the others, and he's doing lapping on 2:03s. And Nikolai, the Romanian who runs that particular Manamari Energy car, he is lapping very swiftly in 2:02.8.
There's the weather. There it is.
Yes.
It's a dark cloud, 23 degrees, but in that is some drizzle at the moment and possibly some rain. Just got a message also. It's storms approaching Daytona at the same time.
That's amazing.
We're going to get it. Eve's probably going to have a heart attack over this one. But there is the storm clouds approaching the Dubai Autodrome. We have 4 hours and 9 minutes to go in this, the 19th running of the 24 Hours of Dubai Middle East Trophy Round 3, powered by Hankook. It's going to be decided all at 1 o'clock. But how is this going to play out? Hankook have bought the wet tyres. There is I would love to be out the back of pit lane at the moment, because I think there's a little bit of action going on there of everybody getting the wets ready just in case it comes down. Now, the track is still quite warm. A little bit of drizzle will make it slippery, but the slicks will still hang on. If we do get a downpour, and remember here we do get really, really exceptional rainy, very, very isolated heavy showers. If that comes across, it'll definitely be race control will probably throw a code 60 out straight away, just so they can get everybody back to the pits safely to get onto the wet weather tyres. Yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting. But these are so localised little storm cells, they could go either side of the circuit. And it could be raining in Arabian Ranches. It could be raining on Sport City, either side of the circuit. And we may get nothing at all here in the middle.
Interestingly, I see that the two GT4 cars, the Continental Racing, your friends there, from the circuit by TTR Toyota, that of course is leading GT4. It's been doing all race, I believe. Yeah. But the lap behind it is the Ivan
Krapistev, yeah.
Yes, that machine there, that BMW.
The AGMC racing by Simpson Motorsport. Now, they've been swapping positions on pit stops. Now, the Continental car racing by TT has got 22 pit stops. They're due for another one. They've been out for an hour and 45 minutes. I spoke with Craig Thompson, the head honcho at TTR. Yeah. They've already done their disc change, so they don't need to do that again. There is a one pit stop difference again. The 438 is only 14 minutes into its stint, so there's going to be another pit stop there that's probably going to alter that around. And I reckon they're going to hold him out for a little while just to see if this rain starts to come in. Yeah. And it would be very, very intelligent of people to look at, okay, when is this all going to happen?
One guy I don't think we've given too much of a shout out to, because he's running down there in 16th place in the MRS GT Porsche, is James Winslow. Now James Winslow, he's 40 now. Of course, he's been back 06. He was the Asian Formula 3 champion. He was the Formula Renault V6 champion. He went and won the Australian Formula 3 championship, didn't he? He's running it very well in the Asian Le Mans series. And of course, he received that gold award from the Royal Humane Society for to pull the driver out of a car in a Formula 3 race in Asia back in 07. I think he received that award from the Queen, actually. So James Winslow, nice to have him racing here with us. Yeah, he's runner-up in the Asian Le Mans series back in 16, and he's won the Golf 12 Hours as well. So that's James. So, nice to get a word with him, possibly. What's happening in 992? Julian Hanses is still ahead of Rick Breukers and is, at the moment, lapping quicker than Rick, but not by much. Asa pulling away couple of seconds a lap from the second place car of Victor Scheiter. And Sergio Nicolai third, finished third overall in a cup car in the Sebring 24 Hours. That's 3 years ago now, I think. And Jack Barlow still just going a little bit quicker than the Indonesian, Sean Galil, in the sister car. Not much in it though, but in fact Galil a bit quicker than Barlow that last time round. So both those BMWs going well. BMW finishing third at first and third last year with the factory team, and famous Valentino Rossi.
Yes.
And as a biker, you must have been excited to see Valentino race. He's had his first win since then in cars, of course. Full factory BMW driver now.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it's like here, but in the UK you see so many people ride motorcyclists with his crash helmet numbers and so on, as we have the 17 in the pits.
James Winslow at the wheel of that one.
I wonder if he'll climb out. If he does, maybe Dyke find it.
There's not a lot of urgency going on with that. No. I think they may have a little bit of problem there. They're currently running 5th in the AM class, 16th overall in that MRS GT racing
looking
Porsche.
Underneath it, aren't they? Are they thinking about doing a disc brake change?
Well, normally that would be...
There's no energy, is there?
It's just like... It's this...
The team manager's in there, look. I think this is going to go into the garage.
It's up on the high, it's up on the jacks, which is normal for what they're doing, but everybody's just not moving around very much, and maybe the trolleys will come out of the garage. No, they're just dropping it down on the tracks.
Door's still open.
I think they're going to push it and push it into the garage.
I think you're right. So that is definitely one for Di to go and see if he can find James. Yeah, it's been pushed backwards. Well, forwards, and then it'll go backwards. Put it on the dollies. Well, this could be another heartbreak story, couldn't it? But
yes.
Just 4 hours to go now. 4 out of the 24. We really are at the sharp end. And commentators cursed, of course. But Easterland's looking pretty good, isn't it, at the moment? It's pulling away all the time from...
Now that rain we can see...
Oh, look at the black. As they say where I come from, it's black over Bill's mothers.
Yes, indeed. Now that is moving towards us. Unfortunately, that's coming from the coast, and that is moving towards us. It may pass by on the right-hand side of us. I'm constantly updating my weather radar just to make sure where it is. Now that there... We have a notification that we have some raindrops have arrived at the circuit.
Well, there's a car you see has done the best part, 24. That's a Russian car with damage on the left front. It looks quite new, that damage, actually. And,
yeah, it does look quite new, actually. Normally it's bits of, by that time, have fallen off.
Yes. So it is Petrov at the wheel, and wonder what he thinks about driving a car like this when he's done all that.
Well, after that turn 14 collision with the 714, that has been now in the pits for just over an hour and 11 minutes. So obviously damage caused from that collision with the 277 has put that into the pits, and they're currently down in 32 position. They're still okay in GTX because the Vortex has also been in the pits for 56 minutes. Okay, so there's only one GTX car on the track at the moment. That's the Ginetta G56 of Lawrence Tomlinson, the 795, currently running 20th outright and leading the GTX category. The gap between our Pro-Ams in GT3, 58 seconds. Manamuri Energy by Ebby Motors leading the Century Motorsport team. 58 is not a long time. Manamuri Energy have only done 19 stops compared to the Century Motor, 25 stops for that car. They're running in the Pro-Am. Their other car, the sister car that Sean Galal is in at the moment, in the number 14, that is actually running in the AM category. So, and leading the AM category as well. It's getting a little tight out there. Code 60. Code 60. It's raining on the circuit. It's raining on the circuit. And we are under Code 60. Cars going off.
We think there's been an incident out on the circuit. We'll catch up.
But everybody is running off the circuit at the moment.
Yeah.
The rain has hit. This is around turn number 5 and 6. As you can see, the windscreen wipers not doing very much at all. We are full Code 60 at the moment. The cars will start making their way back into the pits, but it is absolutely teeming down over there. We do have a car stationary on the exit of turn of the entry. They've run past the entry of turn number 6.
Do you think that's the reason for the Code 60, or is it or they put it out?
I think it's both. It's absolutely both. The cars can't. There's no grip out there at the moment, and they just found that. It just arrived. It literally just arrived.
Yeah.
As the cars coming into pit lane, the safety, the course car was going out in front of everybody. This is going to change strategies massively.
Absolutely.
We are just under 4 hours to go, and rain is falling at the 19th running of the 24 hours of Dubai. We've got the race control cars out there. We've got the ambulance in attendance on the cars, the 438 and the 908. We'll just wait and see and make sure that everything is okay. Everybody that needs to be in attendance is in attendance right now. Okay.
I was talking about Petrov before this excitement happened. His best ever finish in a Grand Prix was at your Grand Prix in Australia.
Yeah.
And the race was won by Sebastian Vettel, Lewis Hamilton was second, and Petrov in the Renault was third, beating Fernando Alonso, Mark Webber and Jenson Button.
Beat a lot of people, didn't they?
He did that. That was his best ever race. I wonder if there's some... Yeah.
Snowy down in the pit lane. Is it raining down there?
I thought you said it was snowing down the pit lane. Doesn't happen much here. Snowy is down in the pit lane.
Not always a good thing. No.
Just hang on a minute. We're just going to get a quick replay of this, and we'll talk you way through it. You can see the rain coming down, and that's the first car that couldn't turn into the barrier, and then it's the BMW coming on, and
it goes into the other one.
But it was full side-by-side contact.
Yeah.
Both the drivers are out. The Stephanie Perrin was in one of those cars, and in the 908.
Yeah, Simpson BMW in there, isn't it?
Yeah, and that was running second in the. No, it was the. It's the 438. That is the car that's second in GT4. Yeah. Ivan Krapastev at the wheel of that one. As drivers are out of the cars, medical in attendance on the. 908. Stefan Perrin was at the wheel of the Sebjulu Racing by Duo.
And now we've got a closer look at the damage to the cars, and very smartly the flatbeds there.
Okay, Snowy, we're going to get back down to you.
Yeah, mate, I was just going to say, when I was coming out to the commentary box, I was thinking, you obviously think about what you're going to do on a takeover, and I thought, is it me or are there spots of rain? I can't believe this. Looked up at the sky, heard what you were saying, and I've just walked through to Century Motorsport. Now, their car just come, their T2 car, I think it was, box. They've got wets out ready for it, but they've stopped it and then waved it through again because they were looking at the sky saying, well, it's not really doing a lot anyway, I'm guessing. But they've sent it out on slick still, and the moment it moved away, it precipitated of a higher level. And Nathan Freaks kind of looked at me, and I've looked at him and just gone, right, so actually I'm going to grab him, actually. Let's,
excellent.
Sorry. I've grabbed you at the most important moment when you should be in there sorting your car out, but this is television and radio, so this is more important. It's all about entertainment, mate.
Absolutely.
What on earth is going on? I mean, nobody was expecting that. So your car just stopped for wets, but then didn't put them on.
Well, yeah, when it stopped for wets, it wasn't actually raining, and then about 2 milliseconds after it left the box, it came down. But no, a couple of our drivers have got their partners on the palm, and they WhatsApped through saying there was rain there. So one car had wets mounted, the other car didn't. So we scrambled down there, got first in the queue to Hankook, and of course carnage ensued down there. So we've got 2 sets of wets now, but I guess the organisers have thrown the code 60 because I think a lot of teams don't have wets mounted. So the right thing to do for sure. Just going to see how long this code 60 lasts for, and then make a decision on what to do, whether we box for wets or whether we just stay out there. I don't really know.
I mean, kind of a sort of a double-edged question here, but would you not have a set of wets mounted just in case?
Well, obviously not. One car did, but
feel free to punch me if you want to. It's fine.
No, it's fine. Just make me look like an idiot. We kept the wheels free for the other car for the slicks. We kept on checking the radar and nothing was due, and obviously it's came. Luckily, we acted fast and got to Hankook first, so we've saved face a little bit. But who would have thought we'd get rain in Dubai in January?
Well, and certainly just 4 hours to go, just madness.
Yeah. Well, at least it gives the cars a rest, so it's not all bad.
I love the comments and the fact you're smiling and the fact you did that in the middle of all that moment. Thank you so much, Nathan, for your time, as ever. I interrupted me having supper last night. Let that go cold while I interviewed him.
Yes.
And then now when you're meant to be sorting out his 2 cars, he's kind of like, really?
Snowy, is it actually raining now down there? It's a bit difficult.
No, it has stopped again. To be fair, I mean, I did say to you before I went to Nathan that the moment that car moved away, it wasn't even, Nathan said, it was 2 milliseconds. So one of the other BMWs has just come in behind, the 14 has come in behind in a different spot. It hadn't parked in its right box. They're doing that out of the way there because we've got a 971 Porsche in between, which is, of course, the run by Fulgenzi car, which is entitled to be in its box.
Now, we just saw on the replay that both drivers got out of the cars under their own steam. Stefan Perrin in the 908 running in the 992 category, and Ivan Krepenstev in the 438 BMW GT4.
A lot of damage.
Let's have a look at that. They're not taking any, but they hit side by side,
yes.
Which may have been the saving grace because it wasn't a T-bone. Let's have a look at this again. The rain is falling. The first car, that is the 908 going in first. Lots of tyre wall there, but this is where the damage came.
It was synchronised. It was, yeah. The accident they both had was exactly the same. They went off exactly the same stop, turn left.
Well, they get very light as they come through that corner, and obviously the right rear wheel just had nothing to grip on. And let's have a look. There is Ivan Krepenstev getting out of his car under his own steam. Stefan Perrin gets out as well with the help from the marshals and walks away. But that big one, both of those drivers are on their way to the medical centre here at Dubai Autodrome. Now, that was a really short, sharp storm, as I was explaining before. There's nothing behind it. Okay, this is blowing through. The sun will come out. The track will dry out. Everybody who went to wets will have to go back to dry. We've got a little bit of a clean up there. I don't know about the barrow damage because they're all tyre bundles over there, which means they can be replaced very quickly. It's not Armco, but you can see how intense this little storm cell was that just parked itself over, came in at around about between turn 5 and 6, straight across and exited over the back of the grandstand. And that's how it all worked out. We've got the... What are you going to do? What would you do? everybody can get a hold of weather radar. What can you do to make sure that it all works? It looks like a pad change also going on while we're under this code 60. 3 hours 50 to go on the clock. Christopher Hayes in the 54 leading. Victor Shaitar in the 83, both down in the fuel station. Remember, 25% fuel is only for the cars under code 60. No penalties can be served. Just a few cars can get the extra with the AM Advantage. The 85 of CP Racing, they can take 50% of fuel as well. The 927 and the 930 and the 989 also can take 50%. The Lotus can take 100% fuel under code 60. With 3 hours 50 to go, this could change some strategies, Andrew.
Absolutely, yes. This is really thrown the book up in the air, hasn't it, now? And the Eastern car has got, I think, a 1.5 lap lead, basically. It's shown as having made 509 laps, and the Proton Huber car 507 laps, and then the Ebby Motors car on 504, with Jack Barlow 2 minutes behind that.
Yeah, we got you down there, Snowy.
Yeah, I just thought we'd talk about strategy, and I've just gone and grabbed a certain Mr. Parker, who's got Team Parker Racing on his shirt, so I guess he's got some association, or he's bought some merch today. If your glasses are wet, mate, you need wipers on those.
Yeah, this wasn't in the plan.
Joking apart, obviously nobody was quite expecting that. What does it do to your strategy when you're not expecting that?
The window. To be honest, we didn't even set wet mounted 5 minutes ago, so we've literally just had to run to Hankook and get some tyres. And fair play to them, they managed to sort us out.
I'd imagine there was a queue down there, was there?
It was a little bit frantic, yes. There was some very emotional boys, shall we say, down there. But no, probably for us at the minute. It was one thing that we really didn't need, but anyway, we've got it. We'll deal with it. We're British. We're used to playing in puddles. So the only thing we don't know is how fast it dries. So is it going to be a really short period, or are we actually going to be back in 5 minutes to put slicks back on, which I don't know. Part of me tells me it's going to absolutely come down again, and the other part of me says, no, we're in the desert, it's going to be dry. So, hey, we'll see. Good fun.
Basically, none of us have got a clue, have we?
It's absolutely not. Do you know what? We saw it earlier, and we dismissed it. It was like, no, it's not going to rain. You know, we're in Dubai. And then, fortunately, Rob Huff lived out here for a while, and he's got some friends, and we got a message saying, it is raining, by the way, 10 minutes down.
Oh, hang on a minute. You said Rob Huff, he's got some friends.
Yeah. No, and rain was coming, so... Yeah, we thought it was a joke for a start.
Well, our production team in London that are doing all that side of it just said, oh, storm's on the way to here and Daytona. And like you, half an hour ago, I just laughed and went, yeah, funny. It's not April the 1st, carry on. Yeah. Then I went outside.
Yeah, honestly, it was really the last thing we were expecting. You know, we've been looking all week and it was looking dry, hence why we hadn't bothered to mount any wet. So, but fortunately, we've got caught without egg on our faces, so we'll see how we get on.
Stuart, thank you very much for your time. Cheers.
Yeah,
hope you get that sorted out.
Thanks. Not me, but sitting alongside me, calling the weather absolutely spot on.
And that's the last of the rain that we will see for the foreseeable future. There are no storms behind it. It's moving inland at currently.
Mate, I think if I was running a team in this race next year, I think I'd have you sitting in there.
Weather eye.
I mean, you actually called it perfectly. You said the weather was coming. You gave us the options that it might pass and what would happen. It's local knowledge, of course. We raced here so many times. But,
my car's dirty now.
Yeah.
We had all the sand, and now I have a mud car.
Yeah. But so, how do you think it'll dry?
If we get the sun out, that's the key. If the sun comes out, the air temperature's still up in the 20s, so it's not cold, which means and the track held its temperature overnight quite well. So it does tend to dry out. The problem is we don't have drainage, so it pools. Okay, and remember back when we actually couldn't race here, we had an 8-hour race, and all of a sudden everything got flooded.
Yeah.
It got down into the power room, under the tunnel under the track was flooded. It was really, really bad. Bruce Jones was saying last night he wondered if they could get out because there's a tunnel to get into the track. When I came in the next day to pick up all my damp equipment, I had to come in through turn before the tunnel and drive around the track. But we couldn't go past the corner here because it was totally underwater. So we had to come in the pit lane, and then at the first exit between the two pit buildings down there, the management building, we had to go there because this was all underwater. This was wholly underwater right down to pit exit.
Is that the only time that's happened? Or
we've had rain here before. We've had fog. We've had long code 60s overnight because we get fog here this time of year as well with the humidity. And we've had a code, I think, 7-hour code 60 overnight one year with a massive amount of fog. Mainly because the drivers couldn't see the corner marshals.
Our leader's in the pit lane is just coming into his... was going to fuel, isn't it?
That's his second time into the fuel Bowsers.
He's topping it up.
He's topping it up, as is Victor Shatar in second position, as is Sabino De Castro in third position.
And I would see the ambulance came back.
Yeah, that's going through there, through the fueling station straight to the medical centre, which is just behind turn number 14.
So laps at the moment, of course, 5-6 minutes-ish.
5:23 and 4/10.
The Simpson prepared BMW. Yeah, there's puddles, big puddles there, look. And 961.
That's the low area there on turn 2. That's the lowest area on the circuit, and that's always going to flood.
Yeah, we definitely need wet weather tyres at the moment.
Well, there's the drainage there, but it's up on the curb, so the water has to get up above that. It's very, very difficult for them to clean that and get that working. There's a lot of work to make the track ready again for dry weather tyres, and race control will be looking at this very, very closely. If we need to repair the barrier there, it's actually a tyre wall, not Armco, which means we can just replace the tyres and the matting that goes along the front of them. I think that's why they bought the telehandler in, but that's actually got the car pickup on it because that Porsche may have the roof hooks. So that they can lift that up.
So everybody just tiptoeing around now. I wonder if everybody got the wets on. I suppose they must have done. There's a 902 going back, and they're also at our picture. Yes.
Okay. Wets. So they were certainly pre-prepared. Or they just had an old set at the back of the garage.
Right, possibly.
Now, I just got a message from one of the drivers who's done a massive amount of racing, a multiple champion around here. He's saying at full speed with the all the GT3s with flat bottoms and diffusers and rain tyres, he reckons about 50 minutes to get a dry line around here.
Right.
Okay, so because of that standing water down in turn 2, we've got a little bit of standing water down in turn 14 as well. Probably down at turn 10, I suggest there might be something happening there. So just keeping an eye on things, and at turn 7 as well, because the track slopes down to the curb on the inside, so that's where all the water will pool.
So the 908 with Stefan Perez had done a lot of racing successfully, particularly at Barcelona in this series. Stefan mainly in front-wheel drive cars, but he's had a lot of success.
And let's head down to Snowy in the rain.
It was actually in the rain now. Look at the Cameron McLeod's 438 BMW. That's on its near side. It's the what's the old car trade phrase?
Yes.
You sprint it sprint. this happens to be mint coloured. This car is. Unfortunately, as you walk around to the front, and I believe Daniel, our cameraman, is filming at the other side. I'm going to step past our marshal who's kindly guarding the. It's this side where it's clobbered the Porsche. It's done the tub. To be honest, the sill's in. Obviously, the roll cage is intact and all that's fine. Done its job perfectly. So that the safety cell's completely intact. That's fine, but the sill's right the way over, and that's it's not even a question of getting it back in the race. That's a reshell. It definitely won't polish out.
And that was
side.
the impact with the 908 that caused that.
Correct. Yeah.
And
yeah. So just take the photographs from this side and put it on Auto Trader.
It'll be gone tomorrow.
Somebody will buy it. Yeah, white line warranty.
Kicking the dolly underneath the car. It doesn't want to go either.
Yeah, I think that's because the exactly.
floor's the wrong shape.
The floor, where it was supposed to be flat, is bent. Thank you, Snowy, for that update. Let's have a look again at how this came about. And that is the 908 going in first, losing the back end, and then it's the 438 going around, and then it's a side-to-side contact, right hand to right-hand side. And as Snowy said, all the safety items in the car, that were the hands, neck protection, 6-point harness. The seats have so much protection around them for your head and for your hips. So yeah, it's a and it was great to see both of the drivers get out under their own steam.
That looks all right at the front.
Yeah.
The 908, I think, might be an inter-skip job as well, actually.
And race control putting the message up there: be aware of standing water at turn 2 and turn 6, because if you go down the end of the back straight, it's a little bit drier down there, because it sort of came across in this direction towards the grandstand, towards our front left. You can see it all foaming up now with all the oil on the track, and we're getting a little bit of foam there as they go through that low section. You can see all the marbles there as well, as the 438 gets pushed back into the garage and probably just thrown straight into the container. There's nothing you can do with that.
That as well, Phil, of course, that while it was damaged, it's the opposite side to the driver that was damaged, being a left-hand drive car. So that's
most definitely so, most definitely indeed.
I've got very, very quickly, while he's here, I've just got a man shaking his head here. Now, I don't know if it's because I'm English or a pommy or what it is, but I've got Mark Griffith here.
I haven't got my bucket hat on, they won't recognise me. No, it's just disappointing to see the damage done to a car for no one's fault, just sheer, it's disappointing for everybody. It could have been any of us, so...
Just point out that Mark's being very, very kind and very benevolent there, but it is next to the CWS garage, so Colin can go give him a business card, can't he?
He probably will. Yeah, knowing Colin, he would. But Colin's gone out on slicks just to show everyone to man up. Yeah, he wouldn't take the wets. He said it'll dry out. Give me slicks.
I love the modern terminology.
Yeah, I'll be watching him on TV at the moment. So 278, I think's on slicks. Saves one pit stop. Like, come on.
I'm speechless.
Yeah, me too.
That's not a great
It's been a challenging time, but very interesting and a lot of fun. Like, what a great event. It really is. We've had sandstorms, we've had sun heat blisters, you boil in the car in the code 60s, and now we thought we'd try and drown a few as well. What a great place.
Cover every base, isn't it?
It's perfect. That's exactly what motor racing should be.
I'm going to leave it there because we can't cover any more than that. Thank you very much, Mark.
Storms just has passed, just the tail end sitting over the circuit at the moment here at Motor City, Dubai. Raining at Arabian Ranches quite heavily, as I get informed from my friends over there, which is next door to the circuit. On the other side where I live, it's dry. Okay, about a kilometre and a half from the grandstand on the left-hand side, there's no water whatsoever at the cricket stadium. So very, very localised little storm cell.
So it won't be rain stop play over there, will it?
No.
It has more or less stop play here.
Yes, we're on a drinks break.
Yeah.
let's put it that way.
Look, Mike Zhao is... I haven't seen him in that car earlier. He hasn't done many laps, that's for sure.
Well, I think that's is okay. Just get him out there. Just circulate around.
Yeah.
Because this may take a little while because of that standing water down at 2 and at 6. All the repairs are done. There's no vehicles over at the accident site at all. Okay, they will. It was. Obviously, it's just tyre barriers. No arm coat needed repair like we had to do at the exit of turn 9 earlier on. Yeah, this is this may continue on for a little while.
And now we're into 2 more pit stop territory, I think.
Well, 3:35 to go. That's you're right on the money there, Andrew. You know, hour and 10, hour and 15. This is going to be. I don't think we're going to be going back to green anytime shortly, which means everybody's now looking at where they are on their stint. Now, Victor Shaitar's an hour and 11 minutes into his stick. Mike Zhou's just got in the car, as you said. I'm looking for people who've got long stints ahead of them. Who can they put in those cars? So that they can get one more, you know, 2-hour maximum stint time. So you're looking at, 3 hours 35 to go. So it'll be one more change as we have a look at the back end of the Porsche, which is looking decidedly second hand. Yeah, you won't put that one up on Trade Me. But once again, all of the safety cell, all of the safety gear that the drivers wear have done the job perfectly with both of the drivers getting out of the car at the medical centre for checks. And yes, Peter, what have you got for me?
Yeah, just you say you're quite right to have a look at this Porsche that's coming off here, the 908, and it's that's the one that went in first, and then the BMW collected, and you can see where it's done. If you where's Daniel gone? If we get Daniel to just come over this way, go on this side, but you can see.
You love being a director, don't you?
Yeah, I know. I've learned from Andrew. Yeah, I've had a whole week of it, mate. But you can see just here where it's that's where it's. That's where the BMW collected, which is why the BMW shell is slightly compromised. And it's just, as Mark Griffiths so rightly said, and I thought very kindly as well, you know, it's competitive, but we've said so many times over this weekend about how much of a family are here. It's just a shame to see 2 cars taking over the race for no reason of their own, for no fault of their own, just a bit of,
that's changing conditions.
That's it. And what, one goes off, and then that's always your fear, isn't it, Phil? You've been there enough times in various cars, and obviously around here more than I have.
27 stopped out on the track now.
It's on the start-finish straight.
Yeah. Gary Gray Newell at the wheel, son of the owner of Heart of Racing.
Have they run out of fuel?
I don't know. So
let me have a look at where.
So in the lead car now is their AM driver, Mike Zhou, and I have no idea about any details of his career at all. It'd be interesting what sort of time
he's got going again.
He's got it going again. He's
hour and 16 minutes he's been in that car.
But so very tricky conditions. Jack Barlow is still in the Century car, still undoubtedly with a chance of a podium, but he's never been in a situation like this before.
No.
And I don't know about Zhou, but Sabino de Castro will have plenty of experience of stuff like this and how to handle it.
Have a look at all these the lead cars. There's been 4 pit stops for the 83 so far, 3 for the 54.
They keep topping it up.
They're topping it up. Yep. Yeah. There we've got the Super Sucker down at turn number 2 just to get that rain. Luckily, there's no more rain on the radar at all. There's nothing behind this localised storm cell that is moving now behind us into Motor City and also out over Arabian Rushes. We were right on the very edge of it.
Yes.
Right on the very edge of it as it just caught this part of the circuit.
Well, it's given the last few hours of the race a bit of an unusual, unexpected twist, hasn't it?
Unexpected, well, yeah, very, very unexpected. But it is changing the strategies for a lot of teams up the front, pointy end of the field. When we have a look at the AM battle in GT3, just 7 seconds separates the Santalok junior team from Haas RT under this code 60. And that is the battle for second and third, and so that's going to continue on, both in Audis.
The second, third in AM, yes.
In the AM category. So Matteo Marafina at the wheel of the Santalok car, Torsten Kratz, who knows how to drive in the wet, in the Haas RT. And so it's actually an advantage to have a lot of European drivers out here, because they actually get quite a bit of experience driving on slicks in damp conditions and know what to do.
The lead car is shown as 512 laps, where the Victor Shater at the wheel of the Proton Hoover Porsche shown as 509, and then another 2-lap gap to Sabino De Castro, who's been with that team a long time, always does a good job. But then it's Jack Barlow another lap down, and I see Chris Seckfield has gone into the car which has been driven by Sean Galil. Now that's in the 14, the second century car. Yeah, a lot to play for, I think. A lot could happen yet.
Yeah, we're about 30 minutes now into this code 60. It happened 8:59 at 49. We went into code 60 because of we started with the rain, and then we had the accident on the run out of turn 5 into 6, where both cars lost the back end as the rain squall just hit that area fast. Absolutely so fast. I looked up at the screen, it was fine, and 30 seconds later I looked back up at the screen and it was everything was wet.
Yeah, unbelievable. Well, it's never finished until the fat camel trots down the racetrack at the end.
And we'll wait and see when that's going to happen. Indeed.
I did get a message about Red Camel Racing.
Yep.
And I think it's Ivor Broiker's idea of a little bit of a joke compared with Red Bull, because that's what the message said.
Yep.
Of course, it's been out here. I think he got the idea. The Red Camels are coming to this race, the key race, of course, and long-standing race of this terrific Creventic.
Cars are running right off the circuit at turn number 2. As
there's a message saying please keep right at turn 2, flashing up at the moment.
We've got multiple safety vehicles there, plus the big vacuum.
There's a nice shot of the Bentley, which has entertained us so much throughout this.
Indeed, still rotating the planet under those back wheels. Rain lights on. We didn't think we'd be using them this year.
No.
It's just
a couple of chaps switched them on by mistake.
And race control were very, very quick to calm that down.
Yeah.
No, don't turn those on.
So, all relatively quiet here.
But
I think the sun's starting to...
Yeah, it is. It's starting to peek through down there. There we've got our drone up again, and you can see the area that they're working on, just to try and get the cars coming around from the top left of screen, and then they flick left through there. And we'll just keep on waving them away until that is the lowest point on the circuit. And at previous times there you can see the sun just trying to peek through. If that sun does come out, it will dry out pretty quickly. But no doubt we'll have an inspection from race control but before they decide to go green, just to ensure that the track is fit for racing. It's just water, and everybody's got wet tyres. But as we heard from 2 teams, they didn't have them mounted.
No.
And they have to take them back to Hankook, the back of the paddock. And please, sir, can you? And the poor guy's got 20 team managers and tyre techs standing around him, going, "Can I, please now?" It was panic stations in the pit lane for people not knowing what to do. And is it going to be quick? Is it going to be slow? We don't know. But there is still a lot of standing water out there.
So I mentioned a couple of times in the broadcast earlier that the East Talent team in its first season won and then lost the 2023 GT Open Championship, and I just couldn't remember the exact details. So just on the 11th of January, Sam Dahan and Charlie Fagg, drivers of the Optimum Motorsport McLaren team racing in Daytona this week, have been officially proclaimed as the champions of the International GT Open following the ruling of the FIA Court of Appeal on Tuesday admitted the final appeal brought by Optimum regarding the results of race 2 at the Red Bull Ring. As a consequence of this final decision, Dahan and Fagg are confirmed champions, finishing with the same points as Simon Riker and Christian Hasse in East Talent Racing, but winning by a number of race wins, 2-1. What is it all about, though?
I don't know.
Something to do with what happened during a safety car period.
Okay.
So it wasn't even on the track, really. So anyway, you know, full marks to East Talent for having that fantastic first season.
Yep.
How disappointing for them. And they weren't really concerned, but it was so close to finish between the Optimum and them that just that decision has turned the championship around. But I'm sure they'll be back for more, because giving the victory to a British driver as well. So, or British drivers, I should say.
Got the blowers out on track now to try and move that water. So we've had the sweeper out there trying to sort things out. And now we're heading with the blower down towards that apex area of turn 2. That seems to be where the problem is. I've got a vehicle over at turn 6 as well.
Oh, still a bit windy.
That wind is blowing the rain away and will help dry the track.
Yeah.
Yes, Snowy, what do you got for us, mate?
Well, I'm down at CWS, and it's hilarious as ever. It just, honestly, some of the insights are just brilliant. So the 277 car is going to come in very shortly, and that's got Colin White at the wheel. Chris Broberg's going to take that car over. Owen Hissey is in the 278 car. That's going to do about another 20 minutes, and then Mark Griffith will take it over. But what's interesting is that apparently Colin White is on the radio, and they said they're basically having to turn the radio off or tell him to shut up because he's just going on and on and on, and I quote, that he said, if this was the UK, we'd be something or other racing. There's insert an Anglo-Saxon word of your choice in there. But apparently he's not happy that they're stuck behind a code 60 when he said, this is normal in England. Why are we behind a code 60?
It's normal in England, not normal here because we've got too much standing water at the moment to safely release the cars. No, it's not, because you put a helmet on somebody like Colin White and throw him in a car, he's going to go full racing driver on you.
Oh, yeah, because you would never do that, would you, Phil?
Never, absolutely never.
No. Yeah, we believe you. Thousands wouldn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, Phil Pinocchio Anson.
I mean, Phil, I think this is, that standing water is quite bad there.
It is indeed, and it's right where the cars need to go. It's right on the apex of turn 2. There's no way you cannot get around turn 2 sufficiently without using that part of the track.
Obviously, they're working down turn 5 as well.
Yeah.
Just had a message drivers to follow directions from officials at turn 5. Use runoff area.
Yep. So we've got stuff happening over there at turn 5. That's where the exit of the car. So we're doing a bit of track cleaning over there, and they're using the runoff area that brings them back around near turn 6, just past where the accident zone was. And everybody being able to get back onto the road there. So a little bit of work still going on. A lot of work done. We've been only under 3.5 hours to go now. We started this code 60 at 8:59. We are around about 38 minutes into this one. Lots of cars still doing pit stops, but now they've brimmed the cars because the BOP says 25 litres. It doesn't mean that they can't go above their their 105 litres that they're allowed as their BOP, because that's just one fill. These guys are coming in and consistently filling up, so they can go 25, 50, 75. So, because what we see at the beginning of the race, the first stint sometimes can be a bit longer due to the fact they brim full the tank, and that first fill that they take is their BOP. So there may be a 10, 15, 20 litre difference between tank capacity and BOP capacity. And so what they're doing is filling tank capacity right now, getting as much fuel in there as well. 3 hours, 21 minutes, 40 seconds to go. We'll find out if there's any work going on in the pit lane. I probably have at the moment around about 11 cars that aren't running at this time. In regards to at the bottom of the timesheet, the last one is down there as the 9, and then we have a few more cars that have had the issues. Yes, Mr. Snowden.
Just we're good at this, aren't we? I've learned well from you guys. I've just got Daniel, our cameraman, just to do a little shot for us now for those that are watching it or in vision as well as sound. Just going up the pit lane and just to see how busy the pit lane really is at the moment.
Well,
okay. So far, basically the pit lane is...
Have you got your director's ticket for doing that sort of thing?
Yeah, so and turn around the other way. Yeah, you signed me off.
Okay.
He's just going to do a 180, and there's the other end. And guess what? Look.
Not now, though.
It was me again, almost. He turned away there.
There you go.
He's on to me already.
992.
And there you go.
So, Mike Zhao circulating, of course. Good for the team because he's the AM.
But what you can see now, it's starting to dry out. In certain areas of the circuit, it's starting to get a little bit, it's not as dark looking with the wetness on top of it as we saw from a couple of in-cars. Here we go into the fueling area. So what happens is they come into the fueling area, their team will be ready waiting at the pump. The pumps are down the side. We're not using the middle pumps, we're using these special Creventic pumps, because all the teams have a fuel tag, and they put that fuel tag up against the pump. As you can see, getting marshalled in now by these two guys in full fire suits. Everybody's got to be fully fireproofed. Now, they'll put that tag up, and it will it basically will say, okay, this is how much you're allowed under code 60, and then it'll only fill it to that. There is a purple light on the front of that fuel bowser saying this is all that you're allowed for this. As you can see, it's a normal filler pump that you can find at any gas petrol station on the highway motorway. It's not a dry brake system. It's a, and this keeps the cost down, obviously.
Yeah.
And they will fill to the 25% maximum, and then they will let the car go. And the pump itself will know the 25% maximum. They don't have to do anything. It will just shut the gun off.
Snowy, I've got a task for you. I wonder if you could head down to East Tillant and find Simon Riker, who is the son of the owner, of course, has been driving that car very well, 23-year-old, has had a lot of success, but been very good in the past season with that new team, and he's helped set it up. I spoke to him on Friday. He's a very bright young man, and I want to try and find out a little bit more about the chap, Mike Zhao, that they've got at the wheel of that car, because we have no information on him whatsoever. Obviously, you had Gilles Magnus doing a great job in that car. We've had their two hot shoes, Christopher Haase and Marcus Winkelhock, in the car that is currently 2 laps in the lead, and Simon has done a fine job as well. But Mike Zhao, we don't know much about. So it'd be nice to talk to Simon anyway. And obviously, they're upset having found they just lost that GT Open title, but it was none of their doing, of course, as I related a few minutes ago.
So these storms have formed. So I'm just going back, 7:40 there was nothing on the radar, 7:50 nothing on the radar, then they appear on the radar at 7:55 just off the coast, just on the outside of Palma Jumeirah, and then they start, as soon as they hit the warm air coming up, then it starts to move in over the top of us. Unbelievable stuff.
We're back with a fantastic drone shot, of course. And just as we got this little break now, talk about the Palm Jumeirah is one of the most incredible civil engineering feats I've ever seen.
It is indeed. We've got a bigger one.
Ah.
There's a bigger one.
They built one next to it, did they?
There's the Palm Jumeirah. There's Palm Jebel Ali.
Ah.
Okay, so just a little bit down the coast, there's the Jebel Ali port, and that's Palm Jumeirah. Look at the size of Palm Jebel Ali.
Wow.
It's huge. That is currently, it's sort of stalled for a while, obviously 2008 and whatever, but it's now back in full flight. It's man-made islands again. And
the shape of different countries or something like
No, that's the world.
Oh, that's
okay?
the world. That is up, yes.
That's out here. That's a little bit further north up the coast. To the, if you're looking at it from the Palm, it's to your north. This one's a little bit further south, probably closer in that direction. If you could see me pointing in the booth. But that one is larger as well, and that's fully under. We were out there probably 3 weeks ago to do an event, and it's moving on very, very rapidly. So as Dubai tends to, we've got industrial stuff that runs all the way down to the Abu Dhabi border now.
Yes.
And we're not too far from that. And once we have the Palm set up out there, that's not too far away from the heading down into Abu Dhabi. We can't go build any further north because we've got the Emirate of Sharjah right on the just past the airport, literally just past the Dubai airport, so we can't do any more that way. The only place we can go is inland. Inland. So that's where we're going. We're sitting here now in 2005 and in 2006 we were sitting up in this grandstand. There was nothing behind us. Okay, just the kartdrome, and that was it, and everything was sand behind that. Okay, there are developments all the way out, probably another 20 kilometres behind us now.
Because a lot of people want to come and do business here, and a lot of people want to come and live here.
Well, we have really good weather when it doesn't rain. It does get a little bit warm in the summertime. I mean, 50 degrees, come on, but everything's air conditioned. But 8 months of the year, it's beautiful. And as you can see, a lot of work has been done over this circuit over the many years that it has been in operation, and through hard times as well, making it a lot greener, making it better for the public. And to get in and do it, we're just flying over the top of the garden now. They're building it right in the centre there. That's the medical centre. Then we have Cars Cafe in that first building.
We were in there, weren't we, on Thursday?
And the second building was a Dragon Racing International. Unfortunately, they retired the 88 296 Ferrari in the evening.
Yeah, both the Ferraris going out of this. There's a young fan enjoying that area. Dad's on the phone, of course.
There's no weekends in Dubai. Everybody works. 1 minute until we go green here in Dubai. 3 hours, 14 minutes to go.
Now, so easy to drop it now, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, in normal racing, yellow flags breed yellow flags. Full course yellows breed full course yellows. Code 60s breed code 60s. If we look at the 795, the G56 Ginetta leading the GTX class. Michael Simpson at the wheel of that, and 19th position. It's going to be tiptoe time around here. It's going to be tiptoe time. Nobody is going to throw it. You just can't afford to.
No.
You just can't afford to. 3 hours until it ends, but there is still a little bit of standing water. The thing that we don't know, who's on slicks and who's on wets.
Correct, yes.
I think, and we are green, 3:13 on the clock. Well, they're trying to go. They're trying. They're trying very, very hard. All I heard was a massive amount of wheel spin from about 35 cars.
Yeah.
That's the run up to turn 12. That's Motor City to the right in the background.
Think of the pressure on that guy, Mike Tao, I've been talking about, in the car that is leading. The driver with very little history.
Yep.
And, you know, that... you can so easily drop it.
Oh, everybody can at the moment. We just don't know who's on wets and who's on slicks. And I gather we'll probably find out fairly shortly as the Porsche just runs into the bowl, just can't get the car turned.
Yeah, see there, it's really wet. Look,
Yeah.
that's
coming up from turn 2 into 3. Now that's where all the rain hit.
Yeah.
And that's where the accident happened on the exit of that.
I look at it twitching a bit, the CP Racing Mercedes-Benz German run for the American team. Well, American team and drivers led by Charlie Putnam.
Charles Espinard at the wheel of that car at the moment. He'll be having fun out there.
Charles Espinard and Charlie Putnam did a lot of races together in a Mazda RX-8 and had a lot of success.
We actually talked to them about, I think it was last year.
Oh, was it? Yes.
Yeah, we talked to them about that. We had them up in the booth, I think, in Kuwait for their first run out there. Keeping an eye on where all the gaps are at the moment as we came out of that.
Yeah, give it 5 minutes and some sort of pattern will re-emerge.
Yes.
I mean, that's rain tyres, you know.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Difficult car to get into.
Yes.
I wouldn't try. Back when I was a lot younger, I drove the G20 versions of that when I had hair and a waist. Fantastic little car.
Well, you got a waist, but it's not quite the same.
Yeah, exactly.
More of it.
Yeah, I think that it had a 2-litre Ford engine in it, and a great little fun car. They don't weigh very much, the G20. They have a great racing series in the UK.
They got a series out here at all?
No.
No.
We've had Giannetta.
They have a lot of Giannetta series around
We've had Giannettas out here at Golf Sport Racing, based below us in the grandstand, actually.
Yeah, I went past our offices.
Golf Sport Racing ran a couple of Giannettas, and they also had the Giannetta Zytec out here as well.
Yeah. Well, that was a bit of a
that was a weapon.
Strange, yeah.
There was only a few people who actually volunteered to drive it.
Timing and scoring is showing Jack Barlow 26 seconds behind Sabino De Castro for a third step on the podium.
The Manamuri Energy by Ebby Motors has done a great work with the pit stops. They've only done 23. Our leader's done 31. Now, a lot of those were under code 60 because they were just driving in and out. You don't lose as much time, but you just jump in and grab fuel and at the 25%. But they haven't been doing that, and I think that's allowed them to move up the order to where we thought, we have a look at where the 95 started on row number 3 in 5th position.
Did I hear Snowy there? And
we did.
See Mike Town not going that quickly. It's just been overtaken.
Yep, you can see it drying out
by
there.
the Ebby Motors.
Yeah, drying out there. Yes, Snowy, what do you got for us?
Yeah, hi. I've got Owen Hizzy again. Just want to highlight to you there what Colin just did to you. Then he said, "Well, as you sent so long behind the code 60, and he knows you're a bit too quick, he said, get him in, and we'll put Mark in the car, and we'll even give Mark new slicks."
That's the first thing I heard from Colin. It was definitely wet tyre weather out there. And when I heard on the team radio that Colin went for brand new slicks, I was very confused. Went over the radio, I couldn't believe that he went for that choice. But yeah, out there when the rain did start to fall, you could see it was coming, and then it just started properly coming down at turns 3 and 4. And it was very tricky to begin with, but we had a good part of the stint, first part, getting some time back and then just keep chipping away at it.
To be fair, it was only Colin that had the new slicks. There's a set here, you can see them still. They didn't put it on your car, they didn't give Mark the new ones anyway, but they were wasted.
Yeah, it's definitely not slick weather out there just yet. It's through the first sector and the part way through the second sector, it's definitely still full wet. You've still got rivers coming across, especially coming into turn 2, so...
Got a bit of standing water still?
Yeah, still quite a bit. They try to clean it up the best they can, but they're still there.
No drainage, is it? That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the problem, whereas us at UK circuits, we're all used to drainage and all that, but yeah, I'm sure everybody will be fine with dealing with it.
So is that it? Are you done now, or are you back in the car before the end of the race?
I don't know yet. It just had to wait and see how it plans out. So all what I'm going to do is get a drink, have some food, and then sit tight and see if I need it.
We will see you again later. Thank you, Owen Hissing.
Thank you, Owen, and thank you, Snowy. Patrolling the pit lane. We have 3 hours and 7 minutes to go. Track is now drying out. We can see a dry line starting already. The sun is out over where that accident happened. Is actually now in sunshine. And so it's happening very, very quickly.
Look at those famous chrome colours. We've seen them on LMP2 cars. We've seen them on lots of different GT cars over the years. There's Nicholas Johnson at the wheel, hugely experienced. For a while, ran the Hyundai outfit in the United States, as well as driving for Tracy. Does a lot of other things for Tracy. Tracy's also got an aviation business. Just noticing there that Jack Barlow on that lap took 6 seconds out of De Castro.
Yeah.
And we're going to track with that, because I think we could see Barlow move that Century car up into third place.
Well, we've got wet and dry sectors of the track. It's a driver's nightmare, really, isn't it? You know, you've got you don't know what it's going to be like when you arrive at the corner as we're heading down to turn number 10 at the moment.
Just trying to remember how many Le Mans Nicholas Johnson has done together with his great friend Tracy Crone. I think it's in double figures. The Le Mans they've done together. They certainly had podiums.
One thing I'll say for sure, I don't think we're going to see a sub 2 minute lap in the next 10 minutes. Okay, I'm just going to put that out there right now.
I'll put money on that one.
Yeah, I'm just going to put that out there right now, that if somebody does do that, I would be unbelievably surprised and unbelievably impressed.
Well, it's looking to the track, it's about 20 odd seconds slow, doesn't it?
Yeah. And it will continue to evolve as we see a bit of a dry line coming up, but still lots of water on the apex. And that's down in turn 14 as he makes his way up the hill to 15.
And Barlow chiseled another 3 seconds off the Abbey Motors Porsche that lap.
There's not a lot of water on the start-finish straight. That's drying out quite quickly. We've got a nice breeze coming across towards us in the grandstand from the coast, and that will help move some of the water off the circuit. There's no spray being thrown up down the start-finish straight, so that's just damp right now. You just have to be careful on the brakes coming down to turn 1, and then tiptoe through 2, where we've got lots of standing water, and then it's wet through 3, 4, 5, and 6. So the first part of the lap is a little bit treacherous at the moment. Yes, Mr. Snowden.
For Mr. Marriott's wishes, I am standing outside the garage with Estelant Racing, and I have Simon Riker. Simon, you're enjoying this a little bit, aren't you?
Yes, of course. It's our first 24-hour race as Estelant Racing, and I mean, we tried everything to get a good lineup before. In the beginning, we prepared everything, but still now 3 hours to go. We are in this position. Unbelievable.
It must be, in some ways, it must be a little bit worrying as well, because you want those 3 hours to go, I guess.
Sorry, what?
You obviously want those 3 hours to go to get to the flag.
Yes, that's true.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, of course. Now we have to see that we do not do any mistakes. Focus, stay focused.
Well, the weather didn't help, did it?
Yeah. To be honest, I never thought to go to Dubai and see rain. I mean, yes, I know it happened in the past, but still, I mean, we're in the desert, you know. So rain is not the obvious thing.
And you had a stellar stint in the car as well, didn't you?
Yeah, I was 4 times in the car through night, and it went quite well. Good pace, car was fine. I mean, from qualifying, we were a little bit, cautious about the race, but we had a great race pace, so yeah, fine.
I mean, coming into this race, you probably didn't expect to be 3 hours in the end and leading.
No, never. I mean, from our lineup and the preps we did, we knew that we would be somewhere in the top, but leading, no way.
And the driver lineup's very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Christopher and I are driving in GT Open, and Christopher then also said, okay, to take a look that we can get Marcus. And also Mike is somebody Christopher knows from Asian Le Mans series. Yeah, and Gilles is also a colleague of us, and so we all got together.
There's a few very good CVs there.
Yes.
Yours included.
I would say from Audi-wise, one of the best.
I think you heard it here first. Simon, thank you so much for your time, and fingers crossed.
Great editorial stuff there, Snowy. And yeah, because what we haven't been saying, it's an Austrian team, which is kind of sort of inferred, I suppose. It's a German team. It's Austrian.
Wet weather tyres, they're running out of water. They're finding water all over the track at the moment to try and keep those tyres alive. They're running over onto where all the marbles are. They're picking up so much rubbish, but the wet weather tyres are now starting to overheat. So this could be problems. I just want to get back to the 54. They have been leading. We are on 519 laps. They have led 293 of those laps. That is an epic effort.
And Barlow now closed into 10 seconds behind the Heavy Motors. He's coming at him, and 2 or 3 laps more, and then we should see them wheel to wheel.
It's all kicking off here, isn't it?
Michael Simpson, very talented driver, manager of all Ginetta motor racing activities, at the wheel of the Ginetta Plus, we call it, GTX car, and he's doing some good lap times, actually. And well in the lead of that GTX. The other GTX cars, the KTM and the Vortex, have dropped away now. So great effort from the boys up there in Leeds with that Ginetta.
227 back into the box. The SRS team at Rennsport, and their 718 came, and that's the one that had a lot of smoke coming out of it earlier. Currently leading TCX by about 4 laps over the 278 Ginetta. With Mark Griffith at the wheel at the moment. So that could get very interesting. If they can't fix that problem, they may lose the lead of TCX. The Lotus is far too behind.
This lead car's doing 233s. Car behind it, 221s.
Might be a tyre difference.
It could well be, yes.
Slicks versus wet.
Yeah, Dennis Marshall in the 96 car collection Porsche is doing 218s.
Yes.
So I think this is a tyre thing, isn't it?
It is.
We need that.
And it's also about how much experience do they have in the rain? How much experience do they have in the car that they're in right now in the rain? So you can see just a little bit of a dry line starting to appear there as these wet weather tyres pump the water away. A dry line now appearing down the start-finish straight on the... you can see that very, very clearly. He's on wet tyres. He's just gone to the water. He's trying to keep them cool. Find the water. Find the water. As he makes the run down into turn 1. There you can see the Motorsport Business Park here at Dubai Autodrome. And
there's still a lot of spray coming off the back of the cars.
This part of the corner is...
It's inconsistent, isn't it, around the track? You've got almost dry bits and you've got still very wet bits. It's typical of Spa, really.
It is indeed. He's just heading down to turn 7, wet down there. And then he will come up to the 8-9. You can see standing water there. That's turn 11. There's what it looks like. It's still dampish. That's in turn 9. And on the exit of that, now it starts to ease off a little bit. The wetness starts to ease off.
And the battle for third place is closing. 7.9 seconds now. Again, Jack Barlow closing in on Sabino De Castro in the Heavy Motors Willie Porsche. And Mike Zhao at the front, dropping 10 seconds a lap to the second place car, but obviously they got a couple of laps in hand.
Yes, so Snowy down there in the pit lane.
Yeah, we just mentioned the 227 SRS Team Sorg Rennsport 718 Cayman that went back into its box. That's right, and I just I've got the answer to both those issues now. The reason it's smoking heavily is it has a gearbox leak. And I said, OK, I said, ask why it came in the box, and gearbox leak, and I said, are you able to, is it a slow one, are you able to refill it and send it out again? He looked at me and said, yeah, sure, we've been doing it the last 2 hours.
He comes from your school of engineering.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So fine, that's okay, just, yeah, fill it, send it,
They're running the constant loss oil system. Yes.
That's it, that's the one.
What was it that used to do that? Was it the Jap engines?
Yeah, the Jap
Speedway, yeah.
The Jap Speedway engines were a constant loss system. I remember a Speedway rider driving that, Ivan Major.
Ivan Major,
yes.
Yeah, Kiwi guy, wasn't he? And it was, I mean, Speedway still operates in the UK. Has had good television coverage in the past on Sky, but it's not quite the same now.
I'm all over the Crew Pirates.
Oh,
seriously,
okay.
yeah,
right,
yeah.
Okay.
Got a couple of Aussies running for them.
Yep.
I do follow the English League, as it's called.
Yeah.
They've got some great tracks as well. And
Eastbourne, which is actually not in Eastbourne, their tracks. It's up the road a bit. It used to be 5 miles away from where I lived until quite recently. I used to go there, enjoy that. Done a bit of television on Speedway. Produced some television, set up the whole outside broadcast for a little while. It's an interesting thing to do.
Victor Shaler is the fastest man out there at the moment, 2:16.296 on that lap. And that was 7 seconds quicker than Mike Zoe and the Excellent Racing Team at 54, currently leading on 522 laps.
Little Speedway story. A long time ago, I worked for CBS Television, who were televising the Speedway World Finals at Wembley Stadium.
Oh, yes.
And at the time, the big hotshot was an American world champion called Bruce Pennell. Two things about Bruce Pennell. One, I've interviewed thousands of drivers and motorsport competitors, and he's right there up in the top 5 of the best people I've interviewed. But when I went there, I was introduced to him in the showers at Wembley, and he was naked. Well, where'd you look?
Exactly.
I mean, it's one of those. It's in the book. So Zhao now is, still dropping 5 or 6 seconds a lap to Victor Shatar. Jack Barlow is now 6.7 seconds. So, Castro's not giving in, is he? Castro's still pushing as hard as he can. And that lap, they were almost tenths of a second to tenths of a second. But that is the battle for 3rd place overall, remember. And then we got a Century Motorsport team, Nathan Freak's team that is built up from running Formula Fords and then into the various Ginetta series, and now this outstanding team with their BMWs.
So just 6 seconds now separates Sabina De Castro from Jack Barlow.
Yeah.
2:18.4, 2:18.3. They're just matching times right at the...
I mean, Chris Sarkel doing a very good job indeed, isn't he?
Yeah, indeed.
And he's supported by one of the best-known chefs in Britain called Ainsley Harriott. And Ainsley, as well as being a big-name television chef, also has lots of branded products in supermarkets. And Ainsley's a huge enthusiast for motor racing, and he works with Chris's family because they're in the food business, and comes to a lot of the British GT races, and was intending to come out here until the date was changed. So he's a great character. Terrific TV performer and outstanding chef too. So
always helps if your name is a chef. You need to be outstanding.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jack Barlow continuing
one of the very absolutely. I mean, he's a very commercial TV chef.
Yes.
But one of the finest Michelin-starred chef in Britain is a guy called Michael Caine, and he lost an arm in a motorcycle accident.
Okay.
He's got one arm. And he has been, for many years, was a sort of official caterer to Williams. I chatted to him several times. Most interesting guy. So I just love that livery.
It is right.
We found out, didn't we, that they just like the Captain America deal.
Brilliant stuff. Van Berlo at the wheel of the 925 at the moment. 6 in AM, 23 overall.
You know, Michael Simpson's really quick in that Giannetti, you know, and for a GTX car, he's doing 2:18s, and the front runners, De Castro did 2:18 in the last lap.
There's only one car in the top possibly top 10 that is quicker than him at the moment.
Yeah, that's mega for the Toro Verde team. It shows how good that car is, doesn't it? You know, I think that they're onto something with a. You see, it's a budget racer to have this, you know, for the GTX class and some other classes. It's sort of GT4 plus, isn't it? Really? Well,
it is. And when we talked to him and in Kuwait about what the plans were, you know, they want to make it into a car that. People can buy as an option instead of going with, say, the Cayman GT4 or the Supra GT4 or the BMW GT4. They want to make it something cost-effective. Wet tyres coming off. Slicks going on. There we go. The changeover for the 54. Mike Zhu into the pits. Now, he was out there for a very, very awkward 12 laps, unfortunately.
There's his face, look.
Yeah. 4 laps under code 60, and then...
I didn't want to go, did it?
Oh, no, they had that problem earlier on as well. There it kicks in.
Yeah.
Well, they all managed not to fall over each other, which is always good. 45 minutes he spent in the car, 13 laps done.
So, a lot of pressure. I'm assuming he's Chinese. I mean, with a sort of adopted English name.
I don't make any assumptions anymore.
Yeah, I know it's difficult, isn't it? But
when I live here, you just can't.
Yeah. So he's racing in the Asian. They said he was racing in the Asian Le Mans series. So he's gone to fuel now.
Yeah. So they're also carrying a 10-second penalty.
But. We didn't see if they changed drivers. We don't know that yet.
Yeah, we'll find out when they come out, but I dare say they may well have done there.
And Sabino De Castro has gone into the pits, which puts Jack Barlow in the Century Motorsport car up into the top 3.
A few drivers getting the 10-second penalty. We got one for the 992, and also I think that was for the 925, the Team Captain America car having a penalty. 22-second penalty for the VAC Autotech 961.
All right.
Still running. That's all my penalties on page 1. Snowy down in the shady pit lane.
Well, shady, yeah. It's just about my character or just the weather?
One. It'll be accurate.
Yeah, we'll go with the
not
character.
Wrong.
Car Collection, they just stopped and went on to slicks. And as I walked up the pit lane there, one of the guys from Team Parker came out to me and just said, oh, can I just check, did Car Collection go onto slicks? Can you confirm? I said, yes, they did. He said, thank you. Went back in making some notes. But will you notice what I'm leaning against here at Century? It's a set of wets.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I've just gone and asked, you've just brought these through, brand new bobbled wets right to the front of the garage. And I just said, is there something you know that we don't? And it's just a very wry smile. And he said, just a precaution.
There you are. The silver fox tells it like it is.
The reason why is that they didn't have some tyres on rims. They had to go and get they didn't.
Correct. So just in case they're not being caught out on that one again. Exactly. Yeah. And I did also just check at the same time, Jack Barlow's in the car for quite a while yet, so he's got a good... He's not coming in any time soon, was the
Sorry,
quote.
did the Mike Zhao stay in the Easterland car, do you know?
No, Giles Magnus.
Giles Magnus did it.
I did, okay, fine, I'm wrong then.
It just popped up on our screen.
I'll get the coat.
You just went way off script there. Oh, good. As Giles Magnus gets in there. Now, Jack Barlow's got about another 30 minutes of drive time before he hits the 2-hour maximum. What I'm seeing at the moment, the stint for the QRTT, the team, I've got a stint of over 2 hours there. Now, that may not be driver's stint, but I just need to, they may have come in and got fuel, but 2 hours and 9 minutes. I'm just going to go and have a little look-see at the 931 to see what Julian Hanses has been up to. It didn't click over properly. He's just started that. He's only hasn't been out for very long. He did come in and box at 34 minutes, but that was in part of the code 60. So,
and our second place car is now in the pits. Victor Shatar in the Proton Huber Porsche. But it's the Austrian car in front. And a very good job from the second of the Santaloc Junior team cars. Remember, the lead car did go out early with steering problems.
Yes.
Pierre Caffer, lead driver in that machine, and we thought he'd be right in the mix towards the end. Quite sure what that they thought they cured the problem, but they obviously had something else was causing whatever happened in the steering, because they had it in qualifying after putting it on the pole, and then they had it again early on in the race. So I'm not sure what was going on with that Audi. Sure, they'll strip it all down and find out, but I don't think it's I don't believe it's a known problem on those R8s.
So we have 46 minutes to go if for people to clear any penalties over 30 seconds.
Yeah.
They have to be cleared before we click under 2 hours. Anything under that will be just added to time, as it does when you stop in the pit lane, and they'll just add that on. Anything over 30 seconds must be served before we click over the last 2 hours.
And yeah, Proton Huber have put Sven Muller, their hot shoe, former Porsche Super Cup champion, into the car.
989 serving their penalty.
So now we got hot shoes in, and now
Yes.
Jack Barlow's come in.
Yeah, he couldn't hang out there too much longer.
No.
I'm not sure if it was on wets or not.
He's an AM plus, Barlow, so yeah, surely he's allowed to do as much as he likes. It has to do 2 hours, presumably, but he can do more.
Tyres going on the 22.
British Racing Greats. Now, there's a bit of the Silverstone stuck. I'm not sure what British Racing Greats. I've not heard of that organisation.
We will find out as they...
I think it's a charity thing, but I'll just try and check.
Yeah, Snowy, what do you got for us? Yeah.
Entry M4 are absolutely...
Yeah, there's a dry line all around the circuit now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's nothing left. So I'm just going to go and grab Jack Barlow if I can. In the meantime, I've got Dan Harper here he's leaning against this stack of wet tyres thinking he can get away with doing no work. So not a chance, mate. You're being paid.
I have to be.
I'm mean, aren't I?
Have to be on my best behaviour.
It's like having your dad round, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly, it is. But yeah,
like granddad.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He's probably watching at the minute.
I bet he is. Give him our best wishes. Obviously, Jack was supposed to be on a longer stint there, but of course, just those tyres just shredded, I guess.
Yeah, the conditions just dried up so quick, obviously with the heat in the tarmac. So the other cars coming in now for slicks. Driver will stay in, and we'll see how far we go. See if there's any more rain going to come and spoil it up again.
As one of my colleagues said, it's not over until the fat camels are singing to make it sort of cultural here and appropriate. But there's a bit of a way to go yet. But at this point, you must be pleased with the race so far.
Yeah, I mean we've 2 cars fighting in the top 5, both overall podiums, both for class wins. So we couldn't really be in a better position. But obviously there's just under 3 hours to go, and we know what can happen in 10 minutes. Never mind 3 hours. So we just need to keep going. Like, obviously it's very chaotic at the minute, so just just doing our best, being as relaxed as possible, and the race will just come to us. So we're in a good position, and we just need to keep taking off the laps.
And the noisy guys behind you, obviously servicing your other car, I can see you watching over the shoulder. But obviously, Darren's won British GT with himself this year or last year. What are his plans going forward?
Oh, I think he has big plans. I can't unfortunately announce those, but I think it's exciting for him. I'm excited for him, and yeah, we'll see in the next few weeks.
Come on, we need. What are the big plans? Don't you say big plans?
Some motorsport.
Some motorsport. Yeah, that's insightful. Thank you. That's really helpful there. He's been so well trained by BMW, hasn't he?
Have to be.
And just on that note, what are your plans?
I mean, hopefully I will also be able to announce mine soon. It's still quite crazy at the moment, just trying to get all the lineups and the program sorted. So hopefully in the next few weeks I'll know exactly what I'm doing. But as long as I'm racing in a car somewhere in a BMW, then I'm happy.
Hopefully we'll see you in some 24 hours then.
Hopefully.
Good. One of those still to do. Thank you very much, Dan Harper, ex-BMW Junior team. And when I say ex, that's because the BMW Junior team was disbanded, as in it served its purpose. So that's all. That's why he's now a consultant with BMW still on the Century Motorsport
great
team.
to have him. I'm sure he's offering a lot of help down there, Dan Harper. I'm sure that BMW have got some decent plans for the coming season. I believe they've got a roster of 22 signed drivers.
Oh, so you do?
Yeah. The junior team goes back many, many years, of course, right down to people like Eddie Cheever. Wow. And a very good program that Jochen Neerpasch originally started, one of the great team managers, German team managers of motorsport. Later went on to work with Ford as well. And yes, the junior team brought up lots of great drivers over the past.
Cars getting back up to speed. Giles Magnus at 2:03.776, 2:03.026 for Sven Miller, just 1 minute and 4 seconds behind the Easterland Racing team. That's the closest he's been for over 500 laps.
Yeah. So they lost out. Well, they lost out, of course, they had the Mike Zhao in the car, the least experienced of their runners, and then terribly, he didn't drop it.
Well, he didn't drop it. They can't make up any ground under code 60. No. So yeah, it's very interesting the way that one is playing out.
And just to say, Lewis Plato has gone into the 22 BMW now.
Yep.
So they kept Southgold in, but Plato is now running the 22 car, and maybe to the end, I would.
Well, 2:39 to go. He'll have to get out of the car.
Oh, yeah, of course, the length of driving
2 hours, 2 hour maximum stint. Wait until we get to about an hour and 59 to go. They're going to throw everybody, all of the quickest drivers at it, very, very short order.
Yeah, that British Racing Greats is a charity.
Oh, it is. And the Team Captain America serving their time penalty. That was a 10-second penalty for them. So lots of people getting their penalties out of the way, because if they get a stack of penalties and it goes over 30, they're going to have to come in and serve them. So everybody, and you've only got 2 hours to serve your penalty.
Well, that track has dried up so quickly now. Just
wind, sun, and track temperature. It wasn't enough water to soak in to cool the track down. We got that bit. You don't want to go offline too far. You will find it to be very greasy. You'll just need to mind your racing line, I think, for probably another 15-20 minutes until it really does start to improve. But you're clear racing line down the start-finish straight now.
So after those pit stops, the the leading Century car, 22, has dropped back to 47 seconds behind the Heavy Motors car.
Well, that race score came at 9 a.m. and people chose the wet tyres. We went green, and by 10:05 we were back on the slicks.
Yeah.
Okay, so 1 hour of it.
What is the ambient out there?
At the moment, it's 24 degrees.
Yep.
ish. I'll just open my weather watch. .24 degrees.
Yes, yeah.
Wind coming in from the northwest at 12.6. 65% humidity. You'd expect that just after a little bit of rain. And we got down to a 19.6 at 7 a.m. this morning. Absolutely freezing. And back up into the low 20s. We should be up in the mid to high 20s by the time we finish this race in just over 2.5 hours.
I did suggest the Audi engine was built in Hungary.
You did suggest that.
The Hungarian Audi plant in Győr has produced over the years more than 35 million engines.
Okay.
So I think that's definitely where that engine. Well, I don't know about the racing version of it.
So they sort of know what they're doing. Most definitely know what they're doing. As we follow 992 into.
And interesting, in that shot, you could see the Dragon Racing headquarters.
Yep, right.
Not a happy weekend for them. We expected so much.
Well, we wish them all the very best for ALMS next weekend. Peter Snowden.
Slightly warmer version of Max Lynn in front of me right now. You're also slightly confused by not wearing the Bentley overalls for that stint.
Yeah, as the guys were cleaning the tyres out back, they accidentally cleaned my Bentley suit. So I'm stuck in my historic racing suit for the final stint.
Just say that again.
They were cleaning the tyres and my suit was behind the tyres and they decided to give my suit a wash at the same time.
Jet wash at the same time.
Exactly, so I went to go put my suit on and it was about 10 kilos in weight, so I thought...
I was going to say, nice and cool would be good, but 10 kilos in weight, not good.
No, not good at all.
Couldn't make it up, could you, really?
Really couldn't.
So I've just noticed the tyres that came off your car. I was down at Century Motorsport with the tyres that came off Jack Barlow's there, the wets that came off, and they were shredded. Yours didn't look too bad. Obviously, you can't drive them in these conditions, but they didn't look like they'd overheated too much.
No, the plan was we're not fighting anyone on track. If we were to get on the Pro-Am podium, it'd have to be to someone's misfortune. So we just want to make it to the end. And when it started coming down with rain, we made the decision, no matter if it dried up, we'll go on wets, we'll poodle round until we're completely dried, and then we come in for slick. So that's what we've just done now. The traction control was, we had too much traction control, too much ABS, but it was safe, and we're just here to make it to the end now, and we're on our way to doing that. So that was my job out there.
And I can imagine, to quote Jimmy Johnson from Le Mans last year when he started in the NASCAR in the wet, I'd imagine that's entertaining.
It was, the thing with this car is you point it straight and put your foot on the throttle, and it was quite difficult to do both of those things out there, so the strengths of the Bentley aren't so strong in the wet, unfortunately, but it was...
Well, you're used to historic cars, they never do anything in a straight line, do they?
No, I'm used to GT40s, and they are the worst car ever in the wet. But
yeah, I know that.
I think these might top it, to be honest. They can't go in a straight line, and even the upshift kicks in the traction control. So yeah, it was fun. It was good fun.
Do you ever say to yourself when you're out there, remind me why I'm doing this?
Yes, absolutely. It's when my engineer came on the radio and said, there's a chance of rain. And I replied, that's not the radio message I was expecting to hear in Dubai. And he went, that was not the radio message I was hoping to give you.
I've got the wrong radio station on.
Pardon?
I've got the wrong radio station.
Exactly. I'm thinking I'm in Daytona for the moment.
Max, thank you ever so much, and enjoy. Get that glass of water now.
And Snowy, another mission for you, mate. British team, Simpson Motorsport. They're, of course, leading the TCE class. I don't think we've heard that much from them. They've got the Birmingham driver, Kavi Jundu, at the wheel at the moment. We might pop down there and see what they got to say. I think Ollie Webb got drafted into that team at the last moment. So maybe we might find Ollie as a former winner of this race, of course. Well, that's good. Well, I knew that, of course, to make it easy for you. Well, I've got a...
Will tell me, actually, is probably Lawrence Robinson. Try and grab him if we can. So, well, Lawrence, you know...
Lawrence, really noisy in a second.
I know. You built these noisy cars. It's your fault. We're just talking. I'm talking to Lawrence Tomlinson. We're just talking about Ollie Webb being dropped in on this car.
No. Snowy.
Apologies.
Simpson Motorsport, not Michael Simpson.
Sorry, he's talking about Mike Simpson. Sorry, Lawrence. I've got wrong card. So he's talking about Mike. I was talking about Simpson Motorsport. But just while we've got you here, obviously a little bit entertaining for you out there, all the guys in the wet, to say the least. It's obviously the same story up and down the pit lane, but
Yeah. Fortunately, we didn't. Wasn't it a time in the race when we needed to really push? So I was just out there. I'd only done 10 minutes of my stint. Started raining, so just took it easy, and then within a lap or so, the BMW and the Porsche had come together. So we went straight to code 60. So we had like 30, 40 minutes where I'm absolutely full of fluids, thinking I'm really full of fluids.
I know what you mean, yes.
So as soon as we said, we'll stay out on the slicks, because obviously code 60 you can drive on anything. And then we looked at it and just said, well, as soon as it goes green, we'll box and put wets on and put Mike in the car then. And Mike's super good in the wet, so...
I think he's pretty super good in anything, isn't he, really?
Yeah, but he's particularly good in the wet. He's a great driver.
In fact, you mentioned the Porsche and BMW that came together. They didn't actually. It was the wet. Because the Porsche went off in the wet and hit the barriers, and then the BMW went off and collected the Porsche.
Yeah,
just pure misfortune.
So I mean, obviously, I just see what's happened. I wasn't near it. I came down half a lap later. So look, it was slippery down there, and I think the issue was there's like a stream runs across between 4 and 5. And I don't know if that's what caught them out, but it was running across. I mean, after about 5 or 10 minutes of rain, it was pretty bad. So yeah, but I mean, it's really weird because I think every time I've been to Dubai, it's rained. I mean, it's not normal, is it?
It's a crowded house song, isn't it? Take the weather with you.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, it's great. It's good.
I've just been told to get my coat.
It's good for the gardens.
Lawrence, thank you very much for your time. And thank you very much. We'll speak to you later, and I'll go and find Simpson Motorsport. I totally misheard you.
Yeah.
And apologies for the microphone there. You're absolutely right, Phil. I just forgot to move it once.
We wanted to hear from Lawrence. That car, it's been so impressive, that car. And interesting, because Mike Simpson was really quick in the wet. When he first went back, he was almost as quick as the lead cars. So see if you can find Simpson Motorsport. Mr. Smith down there, who's the owner. We see the Ginetta again. Yeah, it is wider than the regular 56s, isn't it? Yeah.
It's got those flared arches on it that look very, very nice indeed. We had a really good nosy around that car. It's so low to the ground. You stand alongside it and it's like, okay, that's almost below elbow height.
Oh, this I hadn't spotted. Luke Breukers is back in the lead of 992. Just ahead. It's 1 minute 15 between them and the Kuwaitis doing that great job. Ibrahim I'll let you say it.
Abdulghani?
Yeah, Abdulghani, yes. That 962 Autotech car, it's a very good team fact. been around a long time. Well, that's in the hunt, sort of
Well,
lap down on them, but and then it's Red Ant, and then RPM Racing got up to third, didn't they, for a while?
Yes.
The Tracy Crone's mob. But now they've dropped back to fifth. So a good old battle amongst those 992s. We expected it, but it has worked out really well.
Yeah, the Paul Mosier in the Fark Auto Check car currently running third in 992, so he's on the podium. But just keeping his nose clean. Only 20 pit stops for those cars, for that car, for the Fark Auto Check car. 24 for the QMMF by HRT, who is in front of them. And so there's a little bit going on there. Red Campbell Jordan's .NL leading the 992 category, 24 stops in all, which says that some people have been topping up, some not so. And we're about 27 minutes away from finding out who's going to throw it down and just do the stint to the end.
Janetta being run by Toro Verde.
Yep.
As opposed to Toro Rosso. But I think, looking at the car, it ought to be being run by Toro Orange.
Oh, true, yes.
Yes.
Vasily Vladkin at the wheel of the 496, the leader in the GT4 category now. And because of that accident with the 438, which was challenging it, and the most unfortunate accident, no driver fault whatsoever. They came around the corner, it just was raining. There was no warning. I don't think the flag marshals even had time to get the slippery surface flag out. And over there where they were, it's the flag marshal is on the far side. It's not where you're looking through the corner, and it's on the far side of the circuit. So they probably didn't even get a chance to get the slippery surface flag out before the 438 and the 908 found the water and ended up in the wall. But this car now leading comfortably as the second car is still on the lead, still on the leaderboard. Ivan Krapastev in 32nd position, but at the moment the cars that are running behind it are just sort of closing up a little bit.
Well, the surface is not so slippery anymore because Gilles Magnus is down in a 2:01.630.
Yep, drying out, sun's coming out, got a lovely breeze. The Apex Garden is starting to fill up. And we are 2 hours, 25 minutes and about 35 seconds away from the checkered flag. And because those range calls popped up so quickly, I've got to keep looking. I actually have to keep looking at it now because I'm not too sure if we don't get anything else happening, because it was 9 o'clock. We found out about them at around about 8:40 when we got the first whispers that there was rain coming at the marina and also out on the Palm Jumeirah. So
on board now, I think, with was that the Broikers car? I think we were on board with them. Yeah, the 909, Luke Broikers, the younger. I remember coming to Creventic races not so long ago, and he was so young he wasn't allowed to race. He spent the whole time sitting in a garage on a little simulator driving that. And now he's, they say, as quick as his brother. Although his brother has won this race outright, remember, in the past. Before he sort of went into not being a pure racing guy, but also in a management role. And there is Luke Broikers.
And that little storm that went past us has totally dissipated off into the distance. Nothing left, just a little bit of cloud seeding. That's all you need.
Yeah,
keep the dust down. That's what it's done, is kept the dust down.
The 22 is closing back down on the Abbey Motors, you know, down to 30 seconds now, the gap. And just showing, I mean, we could be in for a grandstand finish. It's down to 1 minute 4 seconds between first and second.
And that's 3.4 seconds on that lap that Lewis Plato pulled out. 2:02.212. Sabina De Castro at 2:05. 697. That may be traffic related.
Yeah, it could be. We don't see it on the screen, but there's a big battle going on for the lead of this race now. And obviously, as you said, that Istalan car has been in the lead for so long, but it's not over yet.
No, far from over
so
at this
either
stage.
for first or second or third and fourth.
Fastest lap for Yannick Redant in the Red Ant racing car, 2:05.107. And then Michael Simpson in the Toro Verde Giannette of G56, it's 2:05.407. That little bit of water on the track, all of a sudden it's got a lot of grip.
And that's Simpson's fastest lap. Well, that car's fastest lap through the whole race.
Yes.
Must still be in pretty good shape. And the same with Redant, in fact. The fastest that has done all through the...
What that's done is
21 and a half hours.
Probably cooled the air down just a little bit.
Yes. Just giving them a little bit more grunt.
So 2 hours 22 on the clock. Fine weather, sunshine, nice breeze, 24 degrees. What else do you want? A motor race? Well, you're getting that in spades at the moment, as we have battles shaping up all throughout the classes. And
lights flashing there.
Lewis Plato in the 22nd Century Motorsport BMW M4 GT4. Very difficult to miss that car with its almost fluoro high-vis paint job. Keeping an eye on the penalties at the moment. Oh, and the 54 got a pit stop penalty cancelled. That's nice, but everybody seemed to have served. Now I've just got to have a look here to find out where that car is.
Also, just butt in here. I just wonder if there's a little problem with the 95 car, because Sabino De Castro. And it might be traffic, of course, but he dropped another 4 seconds to Lewis Plato that lap, and off the pace 2 or 3 seconds that he'd been running earlier. But it could be related to traffic.
Most definitely. And at this time, pretty much everybody has served their penalty except for the 936, but that's no longer racing. And so that went out a little bit earlier on. That's a Kay Kramer racing car that went in, came back out and went back in to the box. Yellow flag at turn 7.
And Charles Espinal still got it, you know. He's been racing a long time as Charles.
Oh, he'd love these conditions.
He's just done a 2:02.9. I mean, the car, of course, after that transmission problem, is right down in 28th place and 5th in GT3 AM.
Yep. That's going to cause him some issues with the AM trophy.
Yep.
Because the Manamari Energy by Ebby Motors in the GT3 category is currently running 3rd and 1st in Pro-Am. So it's going to take the GT3 title away from him.
Yes.
Which he doesn't want, but I won't say that just yet. Sorry, I didn't mean to put the mocker on that for the CP Racing team, because there's still a long way to go and lots of things can happen, as we have seen throughout.
Yeah, but then De Castro's next lap is slow as well, 2:07. So I wonder if there's an issue with that car. We will find out, no doubt, in due course.
So I don't think CP Racing are going to win the GT3 championship, because they're 8 points behind and they're not going to factor in this. They will win, however, the AM category. The reason is they're the only ones in the AM category to do all 3 races. And then having a look at who's doing the best.
The Century Motorsport second car, the 14, leads the GT3 AM. but it's 1 minute and 15 seconds behind its sister car. Very different paint schemes, of course, at that team.
Few cars. I am still trying to work out how many cars we have left circulating because of the last one that came in and that isn't circulating. Yeah. When we had a word with Dylan Pereira, so that's not running.
Yeah, that's definitely out because the guy told us, yeah.
2, 1. I reckon at the moment I have 19 cars not running.
Right, that sounds about right to me, yes.
Yeah, about 19, I think, are not running. Some have been in the pits for a long time and headed back out. The 277 was that, the MRS GT, the 989. The Milner Motorsport has had all those issues, but Keanu Al-Azhari out there at the wheel of the 921 at the moment. Looks like the Vortex has got back out there again after some lengthy pit stops for the 701. 278 still circulating, getting around. He'll move up the overall order as he's got some cars that are in front of him that aren't running anymore. It was just because the later they go in the race, obviously the lap compared to a GT car to a TCX car, they could be 10, 12 laps difference, and it takes all of those laps for us to see that car drop down the order. Good battle going on here. The Fark Autotech car on the inside. It's a 930 leading that battle. So they make their way down the hill. Turn 5. Turn 6. .930 and the 961. Battling out there, 37th, 38th position. The Michael DiMartino for the K. Let's have a look at that. I've still got that registered in the pits. Might have to have a look at that. So I'm just working out. I think it's the second car in this battle.
Yeah, it's a nice little battle. That isn't right at the moment with the 961, just the meat in the sandwich.
Yeah, the 961 Christian Traber in the Fark Autotech car.
Yeah, he's another of that group of historic racers we mentioned.
Yes.
And Christian's driven a lot of nice cars over the years.
And that's the 930 of Stefan Adler, just 0.3 of a second separating them at the moment. That's a battle for AM positions 7th and 8th. So make their way down through turn 13. Round 14 now, totally dry circuit on the racing line. Still puddles of water lying around for errant cars. They make their way on to the start-finish straight to complete another of the 5.39 kilometre laps here at Dubai Autodrome.
Christian Traber's done a lot of racing in historics in a BMW M1, and also raced a BMW 2002. from Switzerland. But, I think those group of historic guys, including Mark Davis, the Belgian dealer in old Formula One cars and the like, his RMD company, he was telling me they're all over 60.
Yep.
And never done a modern motor race in their life. They've only ever done historic racing, that trio drivers, and they're absolutely loving it.
That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Well, if it doesn't rain, it pours, and the Get Speed Mercedes AMG, the car number 9, they have been deducted 1 lap from the race for not fulfilling their minimum driver time for their AM or AM Plus driver, which is 1/12 of race distance. But the 9 retired quite a few laps ago. And it's been in the pits, and it's sitting on 360 laps. Our race leader on 541, so that's quite a while ago that retired. But hey, still, you got to do the regulations.
Yep. So that number 22 car still closing in a little bit on Sabino de Castro.
Castro just going underneath us now, heading down the turn 1. .203.636 for him at that time, and 2:03.965. So played it just a little bit slower, losing a little bit of ground.
And a 2:03 and a bit for Charles Espinal.
Yeah.
These.
I think Charles is liking it out there at the moment.
It must be, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's just, let's do this. But yeah, real shame for them with that gearbox issue.
Yep.
And
it's staggering, all those Mercedes. The Get Speed car was, you know, one we thought.
What's going on with them?
Yeah.
They used to be so bulletproof. And there's the Cayman smoking away on the constant loss or gearbox oil system.
Yeah.
They need to be careful with that, because there was a lot of oil in pit lane when Snowy was down there. So it is dropping fluid on the track. And, oh, we've got a spinner down the back up there. The spinner just taking a little too much of the curb. Makes his way back on to the circuit. That's at the exit of turn 10. And that was a Qatari car. That was a...
Oh, was it? Yeah.
Yes, it was in, I think, the Qatari car. It's got that silver front on it with their...
Yep.
Ibrahim Al Abdulghani at the wheel of the 931.
They are, of course, leading 992 AM, and they've got about 5 laps.
Yeah, exactly.
On the RPM, which is, you know, second in that category now. Patrick Huysman back at the wheel of that car.
Yeah, I think they're okay. That's okay. Just a little loose, but we're getting to that stage of the race, Andrew, where tiredness starts.
Yeah.
Even though these guys try and sleep, and we've got motorhomes in the back of the thing, you cannot escape the noise.
No.
And you're always wondering, okay, what's going on? It goes all quiet. You go, what? Is it us? Is it a Code 60? And you wake up just because of that lack of noise.
Yes.
You cannot really rest. So that is really interesting, the way that all plays out. Craig Thompson doing the tyre pressures on the 496, currently leading the GT4 category. They'll have one more pit stop because we're at 2 hours and 9 minutes. As the cars make their way down the start-finish straight. The number and brand on there shows what position they're in, and also the abbreviation of their name, and the telemarks and the system that we use to identify the cars.
The only bit they haven't quite cracked is when you've got, like, Tomlinson, father and son.
Yes.
They haven't cracked that yet.
They need to change the colour.
Yep. Or Tom L on...
It's
Tom
always difficult. What do you do?
Yeah.
How do you change it? Gap 17.122 seconds. about 7/10 of a second quicker. With that battle continuing on for Pro-Am 1 and 2. Mikapano is in the pits from 7th position, second in Am in the Haas RT. Audi R8 LMS down to the fuel station. Probably a driver change in that one. 2:07 to go. That's awkward, but they're going to have to do another pit stop anyway because that car can't run to the end on that fuel load. There'll be an hour, 10 hour and 15 minutes on that. Just making sure that everybody's got their drive time done. Lots for the team manager to manage here, especially with code 60s and strategy on who's doing what. And you don't want to get caught out right at the end of the race and all of a sudden you haven't done the required amount of time for your drivers, or they exceed that time, and all of a sudden that changes the whole aspect of the race.
Phil, they're showing the stint time for the Abbey Motors at 1:42. So don't quite understand that. But obviously it's got to make a stop soon.
Yes, indeed.
And that will put the Century BMW back into 3rd place.
True.
It's chipping away all the time. Lewis Plato's got the gap down to 14 seconds now.
Yeah, that's going to get tight towards the end. I'm just trying to do the maths on where they have been, and that's actually coming down quite nicely. Stephanie Adler and the HRT Performance and Christian Traber having a great battle, 24th, 25th respectively, 7th and 8th in the 992 Am, and just 0.3 of a second separating them, with just over 2 hours to go before we see the checkered flag here at the 19th running of the 24 Hours at Dubai. Round number 3 of the Middle East Trophy powered by Hankook.
Mike Simpson's back at the wheel of the semi-works Ginetta. White car with the orange stripes. There's a little flag on the front of the car as well in orange. I'm not quite sure what that's about. That's one for Snowy to check up on. What is that flag on the front of the Ginetta?
Don't know, still skating around a little bit as he puts the foot down. Luke Brooker's at the wheel of the Red Camel Jordans.NL. 526 laps completed for that. 83 in the pits. That's our second place car from Proton Huber Competition, Sven Mueller. And with 2:05 to go, will they get, it's about a 4-minute stop. They've already been in 48 seconds, straight down to fuel for them.
Good run by Dennis Marshall in the car collection Porsche, the 96 car. He's the fastest man on track last couple of laps.
Hans Werman also in from 9th position, running in GT3 Am in 4th in the Huber Motorsport Porsche. Just saw that in the background in the pit lane. And Dennis Marshall just making his way into the pits from 6th position, Pro-Am 3 in GT3, the car collection Motorsport.
Yeah, Dennis normally runs in the ADAC Masters series.
Yes.
He's a 27-year-old from Karlsruhe. And I think he was certainly on the factory Audi roster.
Is that like a dinner roster where you can apply?
No, you can't apply.
Seriously?
You are selected.
No, I'm not happy with that.
But it's because most of them have lost their contracts with this decision to put all the resources into the upcoming Formula One program.
Yes.
And I had like 10 or 15 works drivers and Audi customer support racing operation or whatever they called it. And most of them lost their contracts, but some, like Christopher Haas, have got long-term contracts, so he's still being paid by Mr. Audi of Ingolstadt. Yeah, Dennis Marshall won the Spa 12 Hours in last year. And Dennis was racing last weekend, wasn't he? And,
yeah.
I think that.
What was he in?
So I got notes that it was his first ever race in a Porsche.
Now, the TCX category.
Yes.
Let's have a look at Patrick Kolb in the SRS Team Sorg Rennsport, currently leading that on 460 laps, 1 minute 24 seconds ahead of Mark Griffiths in the CWS Ginetta. Now, their last lap times were only a 10th apart. With 2 hours, 2 minutes and 44 seconds to go, is there enough tenths in seconds and minutes for Mark Griffiths to get up to the back of the Porsche? The constant loss gearbox oil system with its own defence mechanism against attack from behind.
He's been one of our real characters, hasn't he, in this race?
Yeah.
That battle for third has closed down into 11.6 seconds. There is the Hunter. And is chasing after the Porsche. This team always was entered as Willie Motors, and they've still got it up in the garage.
Oh,
still.
yes.
Yes.
I remember it from all the years here, yeah.
Yeah, I think they probably bought the Crack Heavy Motors team in to raise their game, really. Willie Motors being a Romanian outfit, of course. So here is that marvellous BMW M4. The first time this car ran in anger was at the Sebring 24 hours that Creventic ran, and they had all kinds of problems with it because it was basically a long shakedown test. And I think Dan Harper might have been driving it, actually.
Okay, just going through the penalty list, and there are considerable.
Yes.
Okay, scrolling. At the moment, everyone has served their penalties.
Oh, that's good news.
Okay, because we're right at the 2 hour mark, with about 55 seconds to go, when you can't serve. Anything under 30 seconds will be added onto your race time. Any time after that you need to serve. But if it's over 30 and you can't serve your penalty in the last 2 hours, you're going to get a penalty on top of that as well.
Right. The 83 has just been in the pits and changed drivers. And Sergei Borisov has indeed climbed into the car. And I think we've got the results rundown coming up, shall we? You do one page, I'll do the next.
Indeed, because we're getting very, very tired. And there we go. I'll start off with the Easterland Racing team in the GT3 have been leading the way for now over half of this race. In second position, it's the 83 Proton Huber competition, and the third place, the 95 of Manamari Energy by Ebby Motors in their 992 GTR, all running in the Pro-Am category. Then we got the fourth position, 22 Century Motorsports GT3 Pro-Am. And the quickest Am at the moment is the Century Motorsport in fifth position. So the Century running a Pro-Am and an Am car, doing very well indeed. Fourth, fifth outright, leading their classes. 96 in sixth position, Car Collection Motorsport GT3 Pro-Am. The Santalot Junior Racing Team, Wilfred Mirafina with the other Mirafinas in seventh position. Just three drivers in that car doing a fantastic job to be where they are in their Audi R8 LMS. And then in eighth position, it's the 21 Haas RT at the moment with Mika Pano at the wheel.
And then coming in ninth place is the Huber Motorsports car, the one that Jason Hart's done such a good job in. Then the Bentley, which we love so much, now in 10th place. The Rick Broikers, Ivo Broikers car, Fabian Danz, of course, with the family in 11th place and leading the category, but chased hard by the Kuwaitis in their Porsche in the HRT run machine. Then the FAC Autotech Porsche from Switzerland, Red Ant Racing, the bright green RPM Racing car led by Tracy Crone, and then in 16th place, Rabdan by Fulgenzi.
17th is the 795 Toro Verde, leading the GTX category in the G56 Janetta. Michael Simpson at the wheel. The 18th position is the 929 HRT Performance. Jamie Day, local driver, in the 992, running in the 992 Cup. 19th position, 27 Heart of Racing by SBS in their Mercedes AMG GT3. 20th position, the number 992 NKPP Racing by Baz Coton Racing. And 21st position, the 901 Pro Sport Racing, running in the 992 Cup category. And then we have the Team Captain America by Baz Coton Racing in 22nd position. In 23rd, it's the 937 SMP Racing, also in the 992 Cup. And then in 24th position, the 930 of HRT Performance with Stefan Adler at the wheel, also the Cup car.
And in 25th place, the FAC Auto Tech car with the historic drivers in, and then 26th, the Continental Racing GT4 Toyota. That's what moved up the field. The CP Racing 27 with Espinal, of course, going very quickly at that moment. In 28th is the Tempto Racing machine in the pit and in problems, of course, and not going any further. And 29th is Seb Lajou Racing with Duo, the Luxembourg team. Then it's number 30 MRS GT. Then the Simpson Motorsport number 31. And the 32, the other Simpson Motorsport car with Fabien Defoe and the very quick Mathieu Dutré in it. But that's obviously had problems. Song Rennsport there in 33rd, 34th, the CWS car that we've seen a lot of, the great characters, Colin White and Mark Griffiths driving that, and then Dan Morris, of course, and Owen Hissey we've seen on screen, and then the Vortex has dropped down to 35th, but still running. 36th, Rasoon, so there's a bit of a battle there for second place in GTX with the KTM. That's had problems. The K Kramer cars also had problems. 37, Home Guard Motorsport, these are all people that are out, basically. Mulder Motorsport, 39th, and in 40th place, the MRS GT number 989 car. And 41 CWS, and Lotus is 42nd. Neuhofer Rennsport is in 43rd place. The Get Speed cars, all of these are retirements. Then the Cox Racing, they hit problems. AC Motorsport, Century Motorsport with the crashed BMW at 48. It's the Racing One, Ferrari retired. The McLaren retired. It's 50th, the Herbert car, which might have been a front runner, but crashed. Dragon Racing had its problems. Grove Racing had early problems. Santa Lock Song, and then the 55th, the Lightfoot that's never started. So that is your 55.
With 1 hour and 55 minutes to go.
Now, I have been wondering what Mana Maori is, and you probably know, Phil.
No.
Oh, wow.
I don't.
It's a Dubai-based energy drink, I'm told.
Well, I don't do energy drinks.
No, it's a sort of Dubai Red Bull, I suppose. The website tells me it boosts your performance. So and there it is. It's boosting that car's performance, maybe.
Indeed.
But that's not their colour scheme. That's the one that Ebby used on many occasions. Ebby, of course, the Romanian-led group moving up to the top class this year and running in third place, 3.9 seconds ahead of Lewis Plato. And here is the battle on screen now. So, as we said, this race is still leaving a lot of questions to be answered, and maybe we'll get they're right. Yeah, that's their spot after 22 hours, and here the pair of them are running virtually wheel to wheel with Plato, I think, about to pounce.
He went into the pits.
Oh, he went into the pits. So
Yeah.
he did, yeah.
I just got to wait till he crosses the line so it triggers.
The other Century Motorsport car has pitted.
Yeah,
Plato shown in third place now.
Yeah, there you go. Sabina De Castro into the pits. That battle will continue on.
It will,
now,
yeah, because I don't know when this car's shown as having done 49 minutes.
I know why possibly they did that. They may single stint a driver because they can do that now and get to the end of the race because we're under the 2 hour mark.
Yeah.
So they can single stint a driver, just come in for tyres and fuel. As the Giannetta in the pits at the moment.
GT4 still led by that Toyota. That's a sterling effort actually with that car.
Indeed, it is
local effort.
The local effort. Their competition, unfortunately, caught out by the rain squall on into the wall, and they're on lap 5:05. That was that caused the code 60. Then we had rain that didn't help the situation, so we held on to the code 60. But then we went back green. And then all of a sudden the sun came out, it dried out, everybody went off the wets onto the dry tyres, and here we are right now. We're on a dry track, the sun is out, and the racing is happening out there in spades.
Joe Foster is now in the CP Racing Mercedes-Benz. Joe, who chief instructor at the Panel School for many years, and was the man who coached great actor Patrick Dempsey, and they went to Le Mans together, of course, and many other races too. Patrick Long used to be part of that program as well. Ooh, the 21 car got very sideways just then, obviously pushing very hard. The doctor, Mika Panu. So we're showing 2 laps now between. We had the first and second quite close together, didn't we? It seemed to have opened out again now.
Yep, indeed.
It is a bit how it cycles through, but
well, he's only 6 seconds behind the Santalock Junior Racing team, and that's a battle for second and third in the GT3 AM category.
Yeah.
So that one is on.
So De Castro and a second Century car both taking fuel, and then Mark Wallenvine in the car collection car, the 96. And it's interesting, Jack Mark Wallenvine, he's better known as a rally driver, actually.
Yeah.
And he's from Stuttgart, and he was in 2012 the German rally champion, mainly in Skodas. And well, Skoda's got very good rally machines, and yeah, following the footsteps of his dad, and yeah, so. Not many people. There are multidiscipline race and rally drivers, and I suppose the most famous of all would be Vic Elford, raced in Formula 1 and won the Monte Carlo Rally, or whatever, you know, and won Le Mans. And Vic died a couple of years ago. He's a great storyteller. I love the fact that in his early days, Vic was his early competition was in the Seven Oaks and District Motor Club, and right through his Formula 1 and Le Mans careers he wore the club badge on the front of his crash helmet.
Keeping an eye on the gap, and that gap down to 3.7 seconds between Mika Panna and Wilfred Marafina. The other battle going on is between the 961 and 930 in the AM category. Fuck Auto Tech and HRT Performance. Just a second separating them on the road. 24 and 25th on the road. 7th and 8th in the AM.
I think Di's moved onto the pit lane now, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's
Sterling efforts from Snowy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Hello, welcome back. The sun's out.
We've gone from the silver fox to the blonde bombshell.
I had my jacket on and I had to rush back and change it because
get a bit hot.
It wasn't quite the same. But yeah, no, not got a camera for about 30 minutes, but I'm on audio if anything occurs, so I'll let you know.
Thank you very much, Diana Banks, down in the pit lane. But yeah, there's some little battles creeping in here. We're under the 2-hour mark, so all the GT3 cars will have to box again. We probably expect the 21 in very soon because he is nearly 1.5 hours into his stint, and so one more driver change can do it. But it will be with 1:47 to go. It's going to be driver change, fuel, and then come back in and get fuel to get to the end of the race.
Yeah,
with 1:47 to go, because they can get. They won't have to fill the tank up with that last fill though, because it will. They've only got to go half the distance of a normal stint.
I think we're looking for a pass for second place in GT3 AM. Coming up in the next lap or two, because we got Jason Hart. He's said good things about Jason going very quickly all through this race meeting. Jason Hart is closing up now on the people in front of him, and also Mika Panu. He's on the tail of the Santalock Junior team car with the Merafinas.
I reckon the Audi maybe, if the Audi does 1:10 now, he's going to have to do 2 more pit stops to get to we got 1:46 to go. He's going to have to do a splash and dash right at the very end in order to get there, because 1:46 take 1:10 is 36 minutes left on the clock. So they may have to, the driver will be fine on time, but they may have to do a splash and dash. At the moment, with 15 minutes on there, the Proton competition is going to be really, really tight on drive time. We've got 1:46 to go, and they're 15:45 already. That's probably going to put him over the 2-hour limit. Now, is that a mistake from the Proton Hubert competition team? Because they may actually go over the allowed drive time.
So many things for these team managers and strategists to think about.
And they're so tired. They're so tired. They've been working since Wednesday. Sean Galal just put his fastest first sector in, a 39.799 in the Century Motorsport BMW. That's the one that's running in the AM class, the number 14 car. And Patrick, we've got cars coming into the pits now, just coming out on their outlaps. Darren Turner heading back out of the pits. Jeff Backel, whacked the gun in for the end of the race. DT is currently 5th in Pro-Am. He's got a lot of work to do. Let's just put it nicely that way. Another one of the Mercedes.
Here's this Audi scrap going on then. This is Wilfried Merafina defending from Mika Panu. Not the same, but similar coloured Audi R8s.
Yeah. High intensity light is on the back of the car in front, just to distract the 26 driver, Wilfried Merafina. All the Merafinas driving today, all 3 of them.
I don't think there's been just the 3 of them, haven't there?
Yes, that is one of the few teams that only has 3 drivers. So, that's 8 hours of driving for each driver. That's a lot. And your rest break must be at least 50% of your last stint. So they've been having to manage that very carefully. Ibrahim Ali Abdul Ghani heads into the pits from 12th position in the 931 QMMF by HRT Porsche, currently leading the AMs by probably 4 laps at the moment, so no pressure, no rush there in the AM category. Currently second in outright in 992 as well. Great weekend so far, still got time to go though.
Yeah, well, I think if it's a dad and 2 sons, and we need to check that.
Yeah.
I think the dad will be Wilfried, because he's 48 years old. We've seen him in this series before, running successfully in a TCX class. So the French driver. And I will try and check out the Suns. He's most recently raced one of those little French Lemira cars in the Lemira Cup. But
we had a Lemira down in Abu Dhabi that came to grief at turn 3. That was a very bad accident.
Big accident, wasn't that? Yeah.
And he stepped out of the car. It was sitting on the floor. There was no one wheel attached, but the suspension had gone away. The radiator was in the middle of the tank. Most of the bodywork was over the arm coat, and he was 30 metres away in the middle of the track. There was a contact. He didn't do it all on his own. There was contact with another car that speared him into the wall.
Genetic getting involved.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Oh, they got either side of him. Look,
you can do that. Dubai is a wide track.
Yeah, but Wilfred has raced an Audi R8 before in the French GT Championship. Did a full season in 2010, and it makes you realise how long this R8 has been going in racing, doesn't it? I've forgotten it's 10 years of that machine.
And it's still going.
Yeah. And Wilfred has raced lots of stuff, actually. He's raced a Corvette, he's raced a Celine, he's raced a Porsche Cup car, he's raced a Ferrari. And, way back in 1997, he did a full season in the French Formula Renault. So he's got quite a career now. What we need to track down is whether it's his brothers or what it is. So, but they've had a very strong and clean run.
Jamie Day having a good day out there at the moment in the fuel bay. Probably a change of driver. They've moved up into 7th outright in the 992 category. Been slowly working away. A few hours ago they were down in 9th. And he's done his stint.
Well, Thomas Marafina could be his brother or he could be his son, because of his age, you can't quite tell. If he had Thomas at 18, then he's the son. If not, it's his brother. And he's also raced in the little Lemira GT car. So Volvo turbo engine in the back of it, isn't it, that thing? Anyway, they've had a strong run at Mirafina family. Of course, for all we know, could be a cousin in there as well. So, Gio Magnus in his Talent car, and Borisov, and then Lewis Plato is into the pits as we see him actually now go to the fuel.
Lewis jumped out of the car, so it'll be another driver.
Can he hang on to that 3rd place, though, before he comes out of the pits? It's going to be quite tight, I think. There's a possibility he might. Well, there's the Vortex going back. Still running. The new Vortex, it says.
2.0, all carbon fibre. Looks fantastic.
Yeah. Sounds great. With a Corvette engine in the back.
That thumping big Corvette engine.
Into the Century Motorsport car.
They're really putting their faith in him, aren't they?
It's you, Andrew. You see, you're so good at PR.
Well, no, it's Snowy, really, because Snowy's the guy that knows him well. And, I mean, it is, frankly, it's absolutely sensational performance by a guy who hasn't effectively raced for 10 years, who only raced in Formula 4, very nearly won the championship, as Snowy has told us. And obviously, he's one of those guys, huge amount of talent, and that's one of the frustrations of motor racing, isn't it?
It is. And Lewis Plato, I know, as Lewis has known Jack for a long time, and very much rates him and always has. So it's great to see.
So that he's got Lewis a lot to thank for, because people watch these races, they look at the times, they look at the performance, and it might not be this team, but somebody might be looking for, I guess he's a bronze even. If somebody's looking for a quick bronze, you're going to bolt him in the car tomorrow.
And he's great to interview as well, so really it's a great package there,
he's
isn't
personable, and he's got a nice little backstory with the TV and everything. be interesting. We're looking to see if the Century Motorsport car is going to come out. The 22 still in third place.
Just looking in GTX, obviously the Toro Verde car up in 17th position, leading that quite comfortably. Daniel Drexel was in second position before that incident down at turn 14, and since then they have retired the car. But because they've got the Vortex back out there again, it's just jumped into second place. Okay, and so in 35th position, they have got second place back. They are on 461 laps. Unfortunately, the Toro Verde Ginetta G56 is on 529 laps, and with 1 hour 37 to go, I doubt whether they can do that.
I don't think so.
Not a possibility. Now, at the moment, we've got 32 cars on the track. We've got in the pits.
In the fueling plateau.
Yeah, so we've got one in the fuel area, and there's 21 in the pits. I still reckon we've got around about maybe 40 cars running. It's hard to tell.
You know, Dylan Pereira in the Attempto Audi is shown as in 28th because he's, that's retired.
I'm going to have to get. No, I'm not going to take my shoes off to count this.
Ah, well, we had Snowy without his shoes on earlier.
That's why I had to leave the commentary box.
Yes. Well, I think the Century 22 car has come out still in third place. And Barlow at the wheel. So he's got 1 hour 36 minutes to go in the race. Can't go 1 hour 36, one of these, can you?
Well, I don't know.
Well, maybe we get Di to just go down to Century and check with Nathan Freak. Can they go to the flag?
Is it going to be a splash and dash at the end?
Yeah.
That's really going to be the question.
Of course, if it can, I think we're looking at a podium for the team from... I think they're from near Daventry, aren't they? I think they're from a little village near Daventry, that team. In just a few miles of Silverstone.
Oh yes, the 992. His display is flapping around on the right-hand side. It's come off the windscreen.
Yeah, well, you can see where it's stuck on the windscreen before, can't you? It's behind our class leader's graphic. But yes, that would be distracting.
Oh, massively distracting because it's only hanging by the cord at the moment, which is actually powering it and giving.
Well, it's still giving it power.
Yeah.
He's getting his name in his eye all the time.
Exactly.
And Barlow actually has dropped to fourth place, but I think it's going to be,
Well, Luke Brookus will be coming in soon. In that he's done 1 hour and 12 minutes on that stint. He'll probably try and hang it out there a bit longer so they can sort of get around about 1 hour and 20 and hour 25. If they can get that done, with 1 hour and 34 to go in the race, they'll get to the race finish with one more stop. And they'll probably have to fix the Lumarank number on the car.
Well, I think our excitement now is Jack Barlow closing back in on Sergei Nikolai.
Yep.
Now, when's he going to... How long is he... Oh, his stint's not...
Yeah, well, it's very...
He will definitely have to stop for fuel.
Yeah, most definitely, yeah, because 15 minutes into a stint already, so they had that around about hour and 50 minutes to go.
And having a youngster alongside him, Sean Khalil, the top Indonesian driver, he's upped his pace. He's down in the 201s. Maybe he heard what I said, that it was going a bit quicker than him. But, he's really answered that. So what a great performance, though, from the Northamptonshire team here, running currently in 4th and 5th. putting on a great display. Okay, the works team from Belgium, WRT, finished first and third last year, but their resources compared with Nathan Fritz's resources is just massive.
Well, for all
but it shows what a good customer car this BMW is as well, of course.
Indeed, and for all its issues with its ABS system, the Bentley is in the top 10.
Yeah.
In the pits at the moment, that ABS system we saw Rob Huff have a big moment into turn 14 where the fuse tripped on the ABS and he was hard on the ABS coming under brakes. As soon as there was no ABS and the brakes locked up and he flat spotted all 4 tyres, and all of the drivers have been having to manage that situation. They've got it in an ABS position that doesn't trip, but it's not to any of the drivers' liking. So it's been a very, very polished performance to manage that in a car that's not the newest Bentley and has seen some racing.
Yeah.
But getting that up into the top 10 is a pretty good effort.
Yeah, so this was a works car that then went to the K-Pac team run by Flying Lizard in America. Did some sterling work there.
Heading down into the fuel bay. Hour 32 to go. I don't think that's going to get an hour 32 of fuel. No. I reckon that's a splash and dash at the end. I think the rain and the code 60 has thrown all of the GT3 timings asunder because they were throwing people in the cars, coming in and pitting, filling up. Leader in the pits with an hour and 31 to go. I reckon that the leaders in GT3 are going to be doing a splash and dash with about 15 to go. I don't think...
I'm reading it the same as you.
Yeah, I don't think... They don't have enough in the tank. We're seeing the stint times not be anything like 1 minute 16, 37 laps I've got for car 54 as its longest stint. We've got a 1:31 to go. So I think they're probably about 15 minutes shy of where they want to be. In another 15 minutes, I think we'll see some of the other GT3 cars come into the pits to do their final stops. Between 15 and 20 minutes, we'll see them in to do their final stops. Mika Pano will have to come in a bit before that because his drive time, he's only got 14 minutes left on his 2-hour maximum. But if he can hold it out there for just that 15 minutes, they will get to the end on their next stop in the Haas RT car. Now, that's the car that's battling with the Wilfred Marafina in the Santalok Junior team. They're 17 seconds to the better at the moment, and the Haas RT car lapping around about 2 seconds a lap quicker at this time. Now, 30 minutes on the clock. Boy, they're going to get close on drive time as well, but I think they're going to have to pit as well. Both of those cars, Mikko Panna and the Santalok team, hour and 4 minutes. We've got an hour and 30, so pit stops for both of those cars, battling over second and third in the AM category, 7th and 8th. That battle has been going on for quite a few hours.
Just going back to the Bentley, a shout out for Brian Gush, who was the director of motorsport for Bentley for a number of years, drove forward this program very much. And the K-Pax team in America started racing the Bentleys in 2002. They were running McLaren, so they switched to the Bentley for 2018 season. But Brian, he's retired now, Brian's a terrific guy from South Africa, actually.
Race leader has on 561 laps. He has led from lap 226. So now over half that time it's been in the lead. So a massive effort from that the Iseland racing team.
Yeah, I mean, they're so new.
Yes.
Not sure the background. We know about the family, the father and son, put the deal together, but the team are actually running. They obviously assembled some very good people from Austria around them. And It's hard to do a 24-hour race when you haven't got all that experience. I must assume that some of the people they've employed have experience of a big endurance racing.
Yeah. So we've had 29 lead changes for the lead, but that happened all a long time ago, because our race leader has had 335 laps of 561 in the just amazing how much, well over half race distance in the lead. We very rarely see that in this type of racing. It's with that domination, it is domination. Doing a fantastic job, just putting 2:07 on that last lap. They have the stint now just on. Obviously, it was an out lap on the tyres. They're going to have to do a splash and dash because there's 1:27 to go, just under half an hour.
Those two Audis in 7th and 8th place, and 2nd and 3rd in GT3 are only a few seconds apart. Also, that battle's been raging for quite a few laps now. We had it on screen a little earlier. And also noting that Jack Barlow is down in the 2:01s.
Oh, hello.
And he's down in the 2:01s, and he's taken a couple of seconds a lap off the Romanian Sergei Nicolai.
Darren Turner in the pits in the AMG. Mercedes running a 5th in Pro-Am, 18th outright. And the NKPP racing by Baz Coden racing in the fuel. Dante Rapage was at the wheel. Maybe a driver change there as well. Now we have a change of position for 7th and 8th in the 992 AM. Christian Traber has taken that Park Auto Tech Porsche and past Frank Laverne in the HRT Performance Porsche. That battle had been raging for a long time as well. Nader Zahur currently leading TCR in the 138. That is having a fairly lonely race out there in the TCR category. And the other TCR, unfortunately, from AC Motorsport, not running at the moment. So there's just one TCR in the field. But ahead of the two TCX car, which is the...
Easterland just put Christopher Haas back in the car now.
Okay.
And there's 1 hour and 25 minutes to go.
Yeah, there's going to be a splash and dash in there. I don't know if they can make it to the end.
But it's worth monitoring, is that?
Indeed it is.
Sergei Boriskov still in the Proton Huber. A 9:11.
Couple of track limits, but warnings only. You've done your third offence at turn 16 for the 54. That's our race leader. And the 962 also getting done for track limits at turn 6. They've got 3 strikes. If it happens another 3 times, they will get a 10-second penalty, which will be added to their race time.
And Michael Simpson back in the Toro Verde Janetta, and Michael running in a lap time. Put him middle of the Porsche 992 cars.
Yep.
I call it Porsche 911, you know what I mean. It's incredible how that iconic shape has been going for over how long is it? 50 years?
50 years, yeah. Just had their anniversary.
It's still sort of retained, isn't it? The DNA is there, still in these cars.
I've yet to have anybody. Yet to have anybody, including John Hindorf, explain to me the difference between all the 911 models and types.
No, and some of the numbers seem to go forward and then back.
I really don't understand it, and there is obviously a reason behind it, of course. My business does a lot here with Porsche Middle East.
Yeah.
And I tried to have Wilfred explain to me the difference. He said, "I have a meeting in 2 hours. I don't have enough time."
There is a long article about it actually on Wikipedia. And, people knock Wikipedia sometimes, but it tends to be pretty accurate in most respects. So it's worth a little read if you really want to know. Although you could have an hour-long telephone conversation with John who explained it to you.
No, I'd just get more confused. Okay, because then he'd start to go off on tangents on the colours and everything else.
Yeah,
and the
trim levels.
Trim level and accessories, yeah. I'd just get lost on that one.
Yeah.
Absolutely lost on it. As we click down 1:23.15 on the clock. Some pit stops happening. Darren Turner in the pits at the moment. John Rapage in the VAC Auto Tech Porsche in 992. Currently third in that 13th overall. 541 laps. Julian Hanses in the QMMF by HRT in front of him by around about 2 laps, and there's another 2 laps to our leaders. Luke Breukers in the fuel station at the moment. 1:22, the 992 Cup car. He'll get to the end on that.
There's the heart of racing. Wonder how they're getting on at Daytona. Well, I suppose you could switch channels.
Well, you can indeed after we finish this race here.
That's a long way. Still, when we finish this race, will be a long way to go with Daytona.
Yeah, exactly. Head over to the radio show network of channels, radiolemans.com, and go to RS2 IMSA, and you'll be able to catch all of the Daytona 24 action with our team over there. John Hindhoff and Jeremy Shaw.
Shay is there.
Shay, Adam, Nick, Joe. They're all there this weekend. And the responsible adult there as well.
Yeah, this is a big shunt at the start, I believe.
Yes, there was indeed. I did. While I was on my break, somebody who was there messaged me and said, have a look at this. And I went, oh, that's the first hour seriously looked like banger racing.
Yeah.
Right? It really did. It just didn't have the quality that we come to expect with IMSA. It's the first race of their season. It's Daytona.
And former WEC champion twice, I think. Mike Conway moved into the Lexus in the GT category and got T-boned, I think, early on.
Yeah, it's not what you want to do. 564 laps now for our leader. He will go to the end. He may just have to have a quick splash and dash.
Yeah, but of course, how long is that going to take? 3 minutes?
Yeah, well...
he's got to come down the pit lane, he's got to turn in, he's got to stop.
40 kilometres an hour down the pit lane. I think he is on 90% fuel flow for that car on his BOP, but he won't need to fill the tank. That's the key thing.
Yeah.
He'll only have to take enough fuel to get to the finish line, do 1 lap and park it at the number 1 board under the podium.
Yes.
So that's all he needs to do to get that happening.
Now we're seeing the lead showing us 1 minute 15.4.
Yeah, well, Sergei Borisov in the Proton Hubert car can't get to the end of the race. They're going to have to change drivers, whereas Christopher Haas will just drive straight through and probably won't need to take tyres.
But that Proton Hubert car's done an outstanding job, hasn't it? Let's face it,
It's somebody who, well, for me especially, slipped under the radar. I saw the Huber name and I thought, is that one of Christoph's cars?
Yeah.
Because we've got Huber Motorsport here as well with Jason Hart behind the wheel at the moment, down in 9th position. I thought if one of Christoph's cars, because we know that he runs very successful teams in the Porsche Super Cup.
Yeah.
He did. I first met him when he was working operations for Walter Lechner. When they came here with all of the Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East. So it's great to see the Huber name being represented.
Yeah. Sven Muller's anchored that effort, of course.
Yeah.
But Victor Chateau, who's a silver or a semi-pro, if you want to call it that. With 3 Russians. And, it's a terrific effort.
I tell you what, these teams have done an amazing job. Some of these teams lost half their driver lineup to Daytona.
Yeah.
And they were able to pull teams together and make it work. And it's so hard if you haven't driven with anybody else. You're a new driver in. Everybody's got the way they like their car set up. You've got to compromise your own driving style and seating position between 4 or 5 drivers. and so it may not be very comfortable for the hour and 20 minutes that you're in the car. But it's a 24-hour race. You suck it up. You know, we see a lot of the teams with seat inserts. We've had pedal clips, all of those sort of things that happen when you have, you know, height differentials with driver. Reach differentials is another thing. But a lot of these steering wheels on these cars are quite adjustable as well to make it as comfortable as they can. So we put Sergei Borisov on the screen, running in second position in the 83 car. And he is at the moment 1 minute 16 seconds behind the race leader with 1 hour and 18 minutes to go.
And the gap closes for third spot as Jack Barlow's chiseling away at Nikolai, and it's down to 17 seconds now. The strategy, the Barlow car has only been out there for 19 minutes. The Nikolai's been there for 32, as Diana is just calling us up. Diana, I think you've probably got the latest story for us down there.
Well, I haven't. I've got Mike Simpson, who's just jumped out of the Toro Verde car. And Mike, I wanted to ask you, really, this last hour, you know, from a racing driver's perspective, you're a professional driver. What's going through your mind on this last hour when you're behind the wheel?
Oh, it feels like it lasts an eternity. You hear every clump of rubber hitting the car, every missed gear shift, and it's very easy to write your own headlines. So, yeah, everyone's tired. Yeah, the driving was actually superb for the full 24 hours. I think I've done this event 6 times. It's the best I've seen it. And we're in a great battle with a KTM, and it's such a shame they have problems. But everyone's feeling it now, so let's get these cars to the end. I'm not sure where that rain came from, if it was one of these self-concocted rainstorms that Dubai has, but just another twist to the tail, really. But
well, I decided to sort of take a bit of a walkabout in the pit lane at that point. It was actually quite nice. Yeah. Not for you, though.
You have a brolly or something? Yeah. No. I was in the camper and I could hear it on the roof. I'm like, what on earth's going on? But yeah, no. Hopefully it's a clean end for everybody. We've got a lovely cushion, so we're stroking it home.
What sort of things will you be looking for at this stage as a driver?
Just don't run the curbs. Depends where people are on fuel. I mean, it's good to practice lift and coast when it's like this, because it's not very natural to a driver to lift off the throttle at the 300-metre board, and where you normally brake at 120. But it's surprising when you play how quick you can go doing that. So it's a good skill, and yeah, I was enjoying doing that for the last hour. It was good.
Di, can you find out?
You know this Ginetta car very, very well. How would you describe it from a driver's point of view?
Well, this is, I know it looks similar to, say, Collins' cars down the road, but this is a new development car, and Toro Verde, the team, have been great, because we're not in a window of operation. You will come and put a different wing on or put a different splitter on, because it's not homologated and we have the freedom to change stuff. So we're going to use the 24-hour series to develop this car. We want it to be a really quick car, just slower than GT3, but a car to have fun with, make a great noise, and sell around the world. But it's a great car, very user-friendly, and hopefully we flog a few.
Well, it's great to see. Now, Andrew Murray in the commentary booth.
We want to know what that flag is, that orange flag on the front of the car.
He wants to know what the orange flag is on the front of the car.
Ginetta, we are orange, aren't we? So, yeah, we have to fly the orange flag. It's a shame it's not a Yorkshire Rose.
He's quite disappointed now, by the way.
Sorry?
He's quite disappointed now, by the way.
So it's a Ginetta flag.
Sorry, we'll get one on for the next race.
Yeah.
Well, just let him know that it's a Ginetta flag, so in commentary, that's what they can refer to it.
That's it. We'll keep that flag flying.
Absolutely.
Mike, thank you so much. Glad you're enjoying it. Great to see you here today, and obviously to see you throughout the season.
Yeah, no, thanks, Dan. Thanks to everybody as well. It's been a great event.
Great hearing from Michael Simpson. He's touched on something that I want to discuss with you, driving standards at this race. We've seen, with 54 cars starting, we've had some incidents in turn 14, incidents where neither driver was at fault due to track conditions with the rain. but we've had a lot of single car incidents, but we haven't had a lot of cars. You know, the people have been staying off each other.
Yeah,
and I'm giving the driving standards an A+ here this weekend, because what I've seen previously in this sort of race, everybody's banging off each other, and it just spoils the race. But everybody's respectful.
Yeah, the biggest two-car accident was 2 accidents happened almost simultaneously at the same place. They finished up in a heap together, but they didn't hit each other until it was all over.
Exactly. And, you know, that's it. And when you get to that level, and Michael did say it, there seems to be a huge lot of respect out there. People are giving it. Now, yes, you're going to have the little brushes and tap and knock a mirror off here and there, but they're not going to throw you into the Armco or, you know, throw you off the road. And it's normally the slower cars that are at the wrong end of that, as we had, you know, the Ginetta and the Crossbow having their little tangle on the run down through turn 13, you know, but accidental hits.
Yeah, could we put some of that down to good race direction briefing?
Yes, true. Creventic have always been brilliant at that. I print out their race direction because they have the best way of describing car limits. They actually park a car on a curb, they take a photo of it and go, this is good, this is bad.
Yeah.
Black, white, that's it, done, sorted. There you go. Jason Hart in the Huber Motorsport Porsche coming in from 9th position to do a service. Got a couple of cars in the pits there.
Running 4th in AM with basically mentoring one of his clients from Dallas, Texas, and that battle for 3rd, you know, is closing. It's down to 13 seconds now, but Nikolai's giving it everything he's got, I think, but Barlow in the BMW is just that little bit quicker.
He is indeed a second quicker on that last lap.
Yep.
And he's got a little bit of time up his sleeve, 1 hour 11 to go.
Those 2 Audis, the Santalok Junior and the Haas RT car, they're still locked in battle. They're only 30. They've been at that for an hour or so, 31 seconds between them at the moment. So there's intrigue and excitement still here.
Well, both those cars now, we're looking at that, they will go to the end because they've both just boxed on their outlaps. And with an hour and 11 to go,
they will definitely do it.
They will definitely do it now. Who's going to be the first to come in and do the splash and dash?
Yeah.
That's going to be the question. A 12-second gap, that may disappear. Jason Hart.
And then, you know, this is motor racing, and all of a sudden you get a code 60. All the strategy goes out the window once again.
Well, you know, we don't tend to talk about code 60 because I don't want to inherit the Johnny and Bruce jinx. Yeah, it was very interesting this morning. Our last code 60 before the one before the crash and the rain, which was at 9 o'clock. We had 8 hours of clean running. We had green flag running overnight. The one there was the 429, which was impacted the barrier at turn 7. But after that, we were green until it started raining. Literally, we were green until it started raining. If it didn't start raining, we'd probably still be green.
And if we hadn't had the barrier damage, I guess we would have had a record, wouldn't we?
No, because I don't. Well, we had. Yeah, the barrier damage did do that. I expected it to be a very, very fast race due to the propensity of GT3, 23 GT3 cars and 20 992 cars in a field of 53. So there is a lot going on. Last pit stops now starting to happen in pit lane.
Of course, in this race and other Creventic races, we used to have quite a lot of TCR cars.
Yeah.
Do you think that you'll just drive those front-wheel drives, you're taking a different line, and the mixture of the two maybe saw a bit more contact? Or
possibly.
Not being a driver, because I'm not sure if you got a bit of obviously a different style with a front wheel drive.
Well, most definitely. Getting out of my Clio into my Radical, it's a totally different thing. You know, one way.
One you got roof on, the other you haven't.
Yeah, one weighs 940 kilos, the other one's 460 kilos.
Yes.
One's got 180 horsepower, one's got 220, and that's in the 460 kilo car. But yeah, you've got to change your driving style, because if you lose the back end in a front wheel drive car, the only way to save it is to plant your foot and drive the car out of the corner. If you lose the back end in a rear wheel drive car, you don't want to come all the way off the throttle, but you have to feather the throttle so that you're not helping the car rotate. You have to change your brain around to get into, and I've got no end of admiration to the drivers who run in TCR like categories, front wheel drive categories, and then jump into GT categories or rear wheel drive, and shift their brain into, you have different braking areas, you have different acceleration areas, you have different turning areas.
Yes.
In the difference between the cars.
And that's why I wondered if there was a few clashes because of that.
Possibly.
Jack Barlow has got down. It's 9 seconds behind now. He's taking 2 seconds off a lap. The man he lives in East Sussex. I'm not quite sure if he lives in Lewis, but he is from East Sussex and close to the south coast there, and just continues to enhance his reputation all through as it continues in this race. I think it's absolutely wonderful that Nelson Freak has had that faith in him. We've seen how good he is, and he's put him back in the car again.
Great trust. Very much great trust on that one. 496 with Andrei Solokustev in the 26th position, currently leading the GT4 with no real threat at this stage. They're coming in for their final pit stop. They'll get to the end with 1 hour and 7 minutes to go.
Nice little run. They'll be proud of that.
Well, they were leading right up until all the red flags happened. The Code 60s happened in Yas. They were leading the class, and they've had the great battle with the 438.
Yes,
unfortunately, before that got caught out by the rain shower.
Yeah.
There's no fault in that. And Craig, I would rather them. I think they would have both rather had a race where it was decided on the track. But this is 24-hour racing, and that's what happens on the track.
Just need to monitor. So that battle's still going on at the very front of the 992.
Yeah.
It's been going on for 12 hours, hasn't it? The Red Camel, Jordan's car, and the Kuwaiti car run by HRT. And they got Julian Hanses, who's a hot shoe in the 931 car, along with the Q80s. And I can't quite see at the moment because it's showing them a lap apart, but that might just be the way the timing hasn't cycled through yet.
Yeah, before the
I think they're pretty close. Maybe. Oh well, look, we're on board with Red Camel now. God, our director picks these things up quickly, doesn't he?
Brilliant stuff. Thank you to all our team here at the track and in Cologne.
So there is Fabian Dan. So he would be the man to ask, wouldn't he? Because he'd done a lot of racing in TCRs and a lot of success. I think he won the class here, actually.
Probably did. We're just looking at some personal best coming in after 536 laps. Kayvon Burlow has Team Captain America Racing by it's just done the fastest lap of their season at 2:03.718. Brilliant stuff. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, good guy. Came had a nice interview with him yesterday. The Dutchman who's got a brother who races, a father who races. But Kate's gone out to find fame and fortune in America, where he's been racing very successfully in Porsches and LMP3s as well. So again, the gap is still closing between Nikolai and Barlow. And Sean Galil doing a good job in the second of the century cars. In fact, last lap he was a little bit quicker than
Nicolau into the pits.
Yeah, Nicolau into the pits. Yes,
There we go, 1 hour and 4 minutes to go.
He'll go the distance after that then.
Yeah, and I expect to, that's going to get very interesting because...
he'll be taking a pretty well full tank of fuel though.
Yeah, because it's an hour and 4 minutes, so if it stays green, they're going to use that fuel. Between hour and 5, hour and 10 for the GT3 cars. Just depend on what flavour licorice it is.
So
Patrick Husman also in fueling the 907 RPM Racing Porsche, running second in the AM category, 15th overall. Leader of the AM is QMF by AWT.
And the Abbey Motors is in.
Yes.
Yes. So that put obviously the Century car back up into third place. But then, see, unless they make a very slow start,
David,
unless the Abbey Motors gets caught in the pits a bit,
yes,
it'll go back into the lead. I'll go back into the third place. That's what I'm trying to say.
The pit lane is literally empty at the moment. All the cars that have P alongside their name are parked inside the garages. So, and it's all cycling through.
But when they come out, it'll be interesting to see what the gap is.
Yeah.
And when Bardo will actually go in. He's got 34 minutes he's done so far. Just when he might not have to put so much fuel in, of course, which would help in that run to the podium. That was a nice comment from Michael Simpson, saying he was sorry that their great KTM rival had hit problems and they couldn't continue their battle.
Yeah, well,
nice.
That's the mark of a racing driver. They want you're a racing driver, not to drive around on your own. Okay, racing's all about having some fun with your friends and fighting over a bit of track.
Yeah, as he told Diana, you know, they're cruising now, aren't they? They don't need to push.
No, they don't
anymore. I mean, he's still doing 2:08s, which is a good, pretty, decent 992 time. But I mean, they'll be pleased. What's most impressive about this, actually, is the engine. That they've developed this engine themselves, Ginetta, not something they've done in the past. And I know they've had a problem with the engine earlier, and that it's held together and run strongly.
Yeah,
and made a great noise as well.
Well, that's what he said, and I'd have to agree with him. When we first heard it at Kuwait Motor Town, we were up in the grandstand, not looking at the circuit, and I started up Robert out of pit lane, and John turned around and went, what is that? And we couldn't work out what it was in there, and we're thinking, is that a V6, whatever? And we hadn't talked to them, obviously. So we heard it out there running, and then Nick and Joe Bradley and everybody went, okay, let's go and have a look at this thing, because that sounds pretty damn nice for us petrol heads. I've got the full story of the base of it is a Ford block, but everything above the block or attached underneath it is it's made by Ginetta. And so they're doing an absolute job. Because they've obviously got their LMP program that they're working towards as well. So lots going on in Ginetta at the moment.
I wonder if they still make sort of lesser Ginettas, G50s. You can drive on the road, can't you?
Exactly.
Well, I don't know how many cars actually make as road cars fully trimmed. Not very many, I think.
1 hour to go here at the 19th running of the 24 Hours of Dubai. Round 3 of the Middle East Trophy, powered by Hankook. Welcome to wherever you are. This is going to be... we've got some races happening out there that are far from done. Most of the pit stops have been completed. It's going to be a run to the flag coming your way at 1 o'clock. If you can't join us, hashtag 24-hour series, hashtag this is endurance. We are live on 24hseries.com, live vision, live time, and get all the information on that. We're also on the radio show network, radio show network of channels. RS1 at the moment, Dubai 24, and when we finish here after the podium ceremony, switch over to RS2 IMSA and follow the Daytona 24 as well, so you can get your full feast of 24-hour action on 2 continents.
On our screen, we were tracking with the leader. We've gone back now to the highlight because he just there. Just saw the flash of our leader, who has just passed the 27. And there's the shot with Christopher Haase.
Well, we had a
multiple 24-hour winner.
We have a lovely dry track. Unfortunately, at 9 o'clock this morning, we didn't have one.
No, we didn't. We did, and then
we didn't.
3 minutes later, we didn't.
Exactly, and that caused the code 60. So at the moment, on the statics, so far with just under an hour to go, so 23 and a bit hours. We've had 3 hours 33 minutes and 15 seconds under code 60, and that's from the 10 code 60s that we've had. So the first one was the 921 with the electrical issues, the Porsche that stopped on the back straight. Then we had the 927 into the barrier at turn number 9, and that was an hour and 11 minutes on that one as we had to replace the barrier. Then we had the Ginetta 277 stopped at turn 11. Then a 226 stopped at turn 2 to be recovered back to the pits. That happened around about 6 o'clock last night. 8 o'clock last night, the 921 stopped on turn number 7, going to be recovered back to the pits. Then oil on track at turn 1 around about, and that was, we had the 76, well, we had one of the cars go into the barrier to do with the result of the oil on these track, and then 278 topped at turn 11. Then early this morning, the 429 into the barriers at turn 7. And the latest one was due to the rain, the 908 and the 438 getting caught out by a wet track, leading from turn 5 to 6. Both impacting the wall, both drivers okay. That is the main thing. Cars, not so. But it's all starting to build up to the crescendo that is always the way at the end of the 24-hour race. And it's round 3 of our Middle East Trophy. That trophy started in Kuwait in December with the 12-hour at Motortown, Kuwait. Then we moved last weekend down the Yas Marina circuit for the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi, and here at Dubai Autodrome for the 24 hours of Dubai. Just having a look at how the leader standing up in the GT3 category. Now, the rules are that you must compete in all 3 races to be eligible for Middle East Trophy. Manamaori Energy by Ebi Motors leading the way on 68 points in the GT3. CP Racing in 85 in 60. They're probably not going to increase that, but Manamuri may well do. They're running 4th outright on the road, but in GT3. But CP Racing, after a gearbox change earlier on, really put them down the list, running down there in a 27th position. And Century Motorsport, the 22 car, that's running in the Pro-Am category. Jack Barlow at the wheel of that. They looks like they're going to get the win in that because there's no competition in Pro-Am. And then CP Racing will probably get the AM trophy for GT3 as they're the only car in the class that has completed all 3 of the races. When we move to 992, we have 3 cars. Red Camel Jordans .NL leading the way on 80 points. And they may well get that done. Then it's Rabdan by Fulgenzi, the 971, and K Kramer Racing, the 936, I think, which has been retired. But it's looking good for Red Camel Jordans for the 992. QMR QMMF by HRT. Now, I don't know if they ran in Qatar, but I don't think so. So none of the AM cars have done it. GTX, well, the Vortex was leading, but they're back out there. And I know why they're back out there. They want to finish the race. Razoon More Than Racing is no longer in the race after the contact at turn 14, retiring the KTM Crossbow. They're on 64 points. They won't get any points today. The Vortex will, and that should take the GTX title. In GT4, Century Motorsport versus AGMC Racing. That is going to go down to the wire because none of those cars are going to finish the race. So they may not get classified. Unfortunately, the Continental Racing by TTR didn't compete in Kuwait, so they've only got one race on their belt. Team Simpson Motorsport in TCR leading the way, the only car that can get that one, 76 point. And then CWS Engineering, the 278, could be up for the first place in the TCX trophy. That's your rundown with 53 minutes, 20 seconds to go.
Meanwhile, the rundown at the front of this very race is Christopher Haase leading in the Audi that we've seen at the front for so long, the Easterland car, and lapping at 2:02, and having a handy couple of laps lead over the Sven Muller Proton Huber Porsche. And then at the moment, and this is where the real intrigue is, Jack Barlow is in third in Century Motorsport, and he has just gone past Sergei Nikolai, who went into the pits. But Barlow, Sergei Nikolai, champion last year in 992 in the European section of our championship, he does not have to stop. And Jack Barlow does have to stop, but I'm thinking he might be taking less than half a tank because he's been out, this stint has been 44 minutes, and so he'll probably go for another 30, so that will mean he'll have 20, only need to take 20 minutes of fuel, but it will be close.
Okay, what we need to talk about now and think about, and this is to our pit reporters as well, spirit of the race.
Spirit of the race.
Spirit of the race. Somebody who a team today that has epitomised Creventic endurance racing.
For me, Team Parker Racing with the Bentley.
Team Parker Racing with the Bentley. There we go. And they are currently in the top 10. Doing very nicely indeed.
Yeah, well, they had all those ABS problems earlier on. They would have been in the top 5, I think, but for that, just notice that the second Century car has stopped. Obviously, they had their GT4 car, which is out of it all, but they put Michael Johnson in the car. It's a regular driver for the Century team, but he's their AM. He's the current British GT4 Pro-Am champ.
Yep.
And so it's a pretty good. He hasn't done that many laps because we've had so much. And Sean Cadale's been in the car a lot, and Darren Leung. So anyway, he is running in 5th place. But the intrigue really is this final podium step, isn't it?
It is.
I don't see Sven Muller being able to get at Christian Haase. Two German drivers, hugely experienced, a lot of success behind them. Super Cup champions against Nürburgring 24-hour winners. That's what it is essentially. Audi versus Porsche. And I think Bentley wins the award, of course, for the first non-German car as well.
Oh, true. Yes.
And the second non-German car is the Ginetta. Leading GTX.
And remember, we had Ferraris, we had Lamborghinis.
We did. Well, it never started, of course, sadly.
Yeah.
And we've got the Austrian KTM.
Yes.
We got a French machine.
The Vortex.
And strangely, and a Toyota.
Yes, we have got a Toyota as well, currently leading the GT4 category.
Yeah, and I've done a good job and climbed up to 27th overall.
Yeah, indeed. However, we probably have around about, I think...
Barlow's in.
Barlow's in.
Yeah.
There we go.
How long? I got to see how long this... And it's where he comes out, of course, against Sergei Nicolau. He's been in the pits 50 seconds. Obviously, he's had the run down the pit lane as well. So he's taking enough fuel for 50, taking over half a tank, isn't he? But not a full tank. I think he's going to come out just behind the Heavy Motors car, backed by the Dubai energy drink. Nikolai been doing some very quick times this last few laps.
Now, Jack Barlow doesn't have to take a full fuel load. He's only got 48 minutes to run.
I'd say he's just taking just over half a tank, I would think.
Yes.
He's been sitting there.
He doesn't want to get caught out. He's the only one in the fuel bay at the moment. I think everybody else has completed their stops.
So, 2 minutes he's been there now. That fuel still being pumped in. They've done 31 pit stops. And their rivals have done only 26. And I think he's coming out, isn't he, now?
Yep.
Jack Barlow, being the sensation of the race, really, my sort of man of the meeting.
2:21 was the length of that pit stop.
And there he is. Where is the Porsche, the multicoloured? Well, both multicoloured cars, but in different ways. This is the more stripy compared with the splashy, if you're with me. Where is the 95? The finest Munich can provide in the BMW. There's the Porsche. Back to the BMW.
Keeping eye on the gaps between the AM cars. They're all a bit mixed up after that fuel stop. I think Jack Barlow and Sergio Nicolau are okay. 2:42 between them. Michael Johnson's just come across the line. He's a lap down, but leading AM. And then there's a lap between the AM cars. 16 seconds between 2 and 3. The Haas RT and the Santaloc Junior Racing Team. So that's still an unanswered question there. And just having a look at the time, 2:03.7, 2:02.7, 1 second, 16 lap. That's 32 minutes, and we've got 45 minutes to go. That's going to be tricky. Traffic's going to play a part. I don't think we're going to get any more rain. The sun shining down brilliantly over Dubai Autodrome at the moment.
And I'm right, aren't I? The Barlow has come out in front of the Nikolai car.
Yes, indeed.
That's key, absolutely crucial. That
30 seconds in front, by the way, and so that all happened quite well because he had a very short stop. That was the key. It was very, very quick. 3:05 in the pits. Oh, sorry, Jack was 2:21 in the pits. So did that. Darren Turner is down in the fuel bay, running 5th in GT3 Pro Am in the Mercedes. Not the weekend he would have wanted, but few issues with that car.
Not often you see him driving in a non-Aston Martin. Just occasionally he had to get permission because he's a full factory driver there. Has been for well over 10 years.
Yep.
And gets to drive all sorts. And he's involved in the development of the Valkyrie. But we've even had him racing pre-war Aston Martins as part of his contract. Certainly last year at the Donington Historic Festival.
Rob Huff is in for a splash and dash in the Team Parker Racing Bentley. Currently in 9th position.
And just going back to 992, the Red Camel Jordans have got a nice buffer over the charging Kuwaiti car. It's 48 seconds behind. That, of course, does lead the 992 AM section.
Yep. They'll be very happy to win the AM section. The second AM is down around about 8 or 9 laps. There's the Tracy Crone at the wheel of the RPM Racing Porsche, and they have 2 laps over Salem Al-Khattabi in the Rabdan by Fulgenzi racing car. If they can just hold it all together, we'll have the in the AM category, we'll have the Kuwaitis and the Emiratis on the podium.
Yes, the Kuwaiti car might have to splash and dash, I think.
Yeah.
And I don't think the Jordans will. Or the Red Camel Jordans.
Indeed. So we've had it all. We've had a Shamal. We've had strong winds. We've had fireworks. We've had a night race.
We had a favourite. One of the favourites not start. We had one of the favourites cream it into the barriers after hitting some oil in Herbert Motorsport. We've had a genuine surprise failure of most of the Mercedes-Benz.
Yes, that's the big one for me.
Yeah. And we've had a very strong performance from the Northamptonshire Century Motorsport team. Not quite repeating WRT from a year ago, but for a private team, a great effort.
A lot of hard work going in, especially to run 2 cars.
Yeah, well, 3 cars, because they're running a GT4 as well, weren't they? Which is at the back of the garage now, looking a bit sorry for itself.
Second hand.
Yeah.
Oh, I just saw a penalty came up. 10-second time penalty for the 961. So that's Mark Davis in the Auto Tech Care. Oh, that will change them. They will go. They will drop a position, 24th to 25th, as Frank Levine in the HRT Performance will take that away. Now this won't be served here. It will be added on to the time at the end of the race. No need to serve penalties in the last 2 hours.
I think the Mark and the boys just be very, very happy to have finished. It's their first 24-hour race here. Okay, Mark's had a lot of success, as has Shamara at the Le Mans 24-hour Classic, but it's not a 24-hour race. It's a series of races that continue through 24 hours.
Yes. I couldn't have put it better, actually.
They do 4 races in each of the 6 or 7 groups, and but Mark, I say Mark winning races at the Daytona 24-hour Classic in an open top loader T70 Spider. That's quite a machine. But he tends to sell these cars on, of course, through his company, and can always see what he's got in magazines like Motorsport in the UK. They have ads from RMD, and that is Mark Davis, Belgian company. So,
I'm just checking.
Just Nikolai is 38 seconds behind Barlow. So Barlow has 38 seconds in hand, but Jack put in another stonking lap last time at 2:01, and I think Sergei possibly knows the game's up, because he's lapping in 2:05s now, as are most of the people around him.
Yeah.
But this is motor racing.
It is indeed, and anything can happen. And,
anything can happen, and probably will, is the old expression, isn't it?
It is indeed.
famous Jack Brabham crashing on the last corner of the Monaco Grand Prix.
31 running off the road. And
another famous, Nigel Mansell at the Canadian Grand Prix that year, when I think he knocked a kill switch, didn't he? Just on the run down into the last corner.
There's one car in the pits at the moment, 937.
937.
SMP Racing, Alexander Smolar. Looks like a scheduled stop. Maybe just a bit of a splash and dash. Redant Racing, Jeff McCall straight to the fuel bay. Couldn't get to the end.
Yeah.
And so heading down to do his splash and dash. Lionel Amarouche did a little splash and dash as well on his out lap. 585 laps completed to the leader. Do you think we'll get to the 622? 692, sorry. Is the 921.
H&R, one of the big supporters, trade supporters of German motor racing.
That car is running down in 38th position. They had a huge amount of issues with the various things going wrong. And that was the one that had the electrical issues. That was the one that needed to getting towed back, and it was out on the circuit, and then it was in, and then it was out, and then it was in.
The fuel tanks for all these cars, built by a company called ATL in Milton Keynes. In the factory, I keep all my tapes from my many filmings over the years. But they've got a production line for these, but literally about 20 feet away from all my tapes are all the crates that they load the tanks up in and then go back to Germany. You see the truck going regularly, but they make all the tanks for all the Formula 1 cars and pretty well all the cars at Le Mans and the WEC and a lot of the cars here. But even a top road going Porsche, decent Porsche will have a tank that has been made at ATL. It's not a metal tank. It'll have a composite tank.
Exactly. Well, I had an ATL tank in my Radical and my Clio.
I mean, there are a couple of other companies doing it, but ATL, run by Giles Dawson, who runs very successfully in the Gentleman's series of Masters. He runs a Lotus Elan in that, which I hang pitboard out sometimes, and then we try and call the strategy. So Christopher Haase keeping up the lead there in the 54 blue and white car from Austria. 36-year-old Bavarian, former FIA GT3 champion, won this race here in 2019, won the Nürburgring 24 hours in 2012, 2014. And all-round good guy. He's given us some super interviews here this weekend, and background information as well for this this team from Austria, which is just a year old. And another new team, of course, Haas RT. They've got their second car up to 7th place, running second in GT3 AM, so they won't be too disappointed. And
well, the Fark Autotech car, then Mark Davis at the wheel, running 7th in AM, just 8.2 seconds ahead, but he's actually extending that gap away. He's in the 211s, 213 for HRT, Frank Laverne.
He said to me yesterday, it's quite difficult driving this Porsche, very different. I said, well, you drive a Lola T70, mate, you can drive anything.
Most definitely.
It's raced 70G and T70 GTs as well, and all sorts of various historic cars over the years. He's a huge enthusiast too.
All sorts of magical mystery machines.
Yeah.
Just under 35 minutes to go here in round 3 of the Middle East Trophy, powered by Hankook.
Yeah, you're on top of all the championship score, aren't you? For all this? I think you are.
No, because they'll have to add that up. I'll leave that to
Will the computer do it, or...?
No, I'll leave that to the fabulous team at Creventic to work that one out. My brain doesn't work anymore,
well, it's working fine, but it's tired, but it will be rebooted as soon as you get home.
A few more cars just coming in for their final checks with just over 30 minutes to go.
Including our leader.
Yeah, exactly. So they would just, I think they're just playing safe. They've got a 2-lap lead. They just want to, okay, do I need to top up? Do I want to take a fresh set of boots? Because we have a set of boots available that I can take to do this last half an hour. So they're going down to fuel and throw some fuel in the Esteland racing team Audi.
Well, you know, we preface everything. We're saying this is what we think is going to happen, but in motor racing, anything can happen. But this would be Audi's 4th victory in this race.
Yep.
And they've got the largest hospitality suite here, so I think there'll be a bit of celebrating in there.
Always have had.
Yep. And they've got the support vehicle over there. So for a campaign, and the R8 is not supported officially anymore.
Yeah.
It's still a jolly good program, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
It's a terrific car, the concept. And I think I said this to you yesterday. You know, you can buy an Audi R8, and there's different configurations and open ones. So thinking about road cars.
Yep.
And you can take it to your Audi dealer, and he's going to charge you the same price for servicing it as he's going to charge for servicing your Audi Q. What's it? You know?
Yes, exactly.
If I had a little bit more money,
as we all wish.
Yeah, I mean, I've run out as well. I've had 3 different R5s.
Oh, right.
A5s, I mean, and I enjoyed all of them. All Quattros, 3 different engines, 2-litre petrol, 2-litre diesel, and 3-litre diesel, which was chipped. That was a flying machine. But love Audis. I actually drove once, a predecessor to Audi, the NSU with the rotary engine in.
I thought the predecessor was also Union.
Well, yeah, but the NSU, that was all Auto Union was Audi and Horst.
Yes.
Yeah, but the shape of, you'd see the shape of that NSU Row 80, I think it was called. There's still some running around. It was a terrific car. But have you ever driven a car with a rotary engine in?
Yes,
you don't get the retardation, you know.
RX-7.
RX-7, yeah, right, yeah.
13B peripheral port.
Yeah. And the Mazda rotaries at Le Mans were like the noisiest. I mean, pretty close against a Matra V12.
Yeah.
But wow.
The 727.
Yeah. The four rotor
727.
Yeah. But these R8s make a nice noise.
Yes.
So
that's
V10.
That 727. It was at Laguna Seca when they had the Mazda weekend, and they had 3 of those going around the circuit. And their silver 727 had the most wicked sound. And they were barking flames out coming over the top into the corkscrew. Just brilliant stuff. 3 wide into turn 14. Hey, guys, we've got 30 minutes to go. Stop that.
Yeah, Barlow's just done a slow lap, actually. Well, relatively, 206 rather than 202s he's been doing. And so Nikolai's closed up a couple of seconds on him, so maybe that was traffic.
I think it is.
It was certainly traffic.
We got some packs floating around in that that you get caught up behind.
Yeah. Well,
and at this late place, what you want to do is just lift the right foot and go, okay, I'm going to let you guys sort of, and I can get you on the straight. That's not a problem. And I think that's what he's doing at the moment. He's just, Christopher's just making sure that if he comes up on people like he did just then, he'll just stay behind it, because he's got nothing. He's got 4 minutes 37 seconds over Sven Miller in the Proton Huber competition Porsche, and he's got 30 minutes to go.
Down in the 27, they only make Merck. They're still running Heart of Racing. Bit of a shout out for Gray Newell, who's races in America in the Rattel series. GT series there, and there's a lot of success in GT4, but Gray Newell's father, who owns this harder racing operation and funds it, run of course by Ian James, and he's just doing some pretty smart laps actually. He's in the 206s at the moment, is Gray. Tracy Crone is circulating in 5th place amongst the 9-11. Tracy's going to take it to the finish as the man who pays all the bills. And how are we doing with the Fabian Dans? I think is going to take the largely Dutch, the father and 2 sons. Broika's car is looking good there, but the Kuwaitis. I wonder if they're coached by Julian Hanses. Maybe. They're going to win AM, second in AM. It's going to beat Crone, actually, and it's going to be very pleased with that. Janetta still got... Freddie Tomlinson's got back in the Janetta to finish it. The tall... Well, Lawrence is tall. Freddie, still a teenager, done an excellent job, kept his nose very clean, and great result for Janetta. So it's been in my lifetime, it's been through 3 ownerships, but Tomlinson steadied the ship there. Plowed a lot of money into the car, taking the manufacturing up to Leeds, where there's a lot of racing. The United Autosport team just down the road from Janetta, across the road actually. And just trying to check out whether Barlow has got 41 seconds on Nikolai. And just seeing if that was just one slow lap because of the traffic. Michael Johnston in that second BMW now, he'll take it to the flag. And in the 6th place, the car collection Porsche, Fuad Sawaya is back in that car. Fuad from the Lebanon. Fuad's a financier, used to work for JP Morgan in fact, and now has a company called Sawaya Partners, and advises a lot of companies on how to best run them. He went to the Columbia Business School. It's Fuad Sawaya taking that car to a 6th place finish by the look of it.
"25 minutes to go here in Dubai. Keeping an eye on a few gaps out there. That gap between the Fark Auto Tech and Mark Davis at the wheel, the 24, 5.7 seconds. And now Frank Levane is starting to
I think Jack Barlow, I think it's another 206. I think they've got the gap.
Yeah.
They've got the 40 seconds. Nikolai's lapping in 205s, so he's closing up a little bit. But I think now they're just in cruise mode. Don't want to stress the car too much in this last minute, but. Be nice just to. There is the BMW. He crosses the line again. looking car, that isn't it? Remember they ran, but the previous model was a big M8.
Yes, oh, well, massive, the monster.
Yeah,
absolute monster of a car.
Strange to have a race like this and no Ferraris.
Well,
2 Ferraris going out. That's obviously the local car had high hopes for that.
Yeah,
and led by the Gothers and run from just literally across the road here. You can see looking down straight at the workshops.
We spoke with Stuart last night, and he was most gracious to give up his time. He was absolutely gutted when Peter talked to him on the after they retired the car.
And early on, of course, with the other Ferrari, we had the Racing 1 Ferrari.
Yeah.
The unbelievable situation, we couldn't get the door open.
Yes.
They had to use a crowbar in the end. And they tried spanners, and they tried screwdrivers first. But we never did quite get to the bottom of that, whether it was from a kiss with another car that had done something to the lock.
There was quite a bit of touchy-feely going on in that first couple of hours.
Well, I see mangled doors be opened.
Yes.
You know.
But yeah, they got off and put a plain carbon door on there.
Yeah.
And luckily the number was actually behind the door on the rear quarter panel, so they didn't have to change anything there. And continued on. We saw it have a little tete-a-tete with an Audi, I think, down in turn 1, and then the trouble started. And he just couldn't make it to the end.
Christopher Haas is still pushing on, you know, increasing his lead. Just done a 2:01. 2:01.6. Sloan Muller's doing 2:03s.
Yep.
And Jack Barter's done 2:08 now, but then Nikolai's doing 2:07, so it doesn't matter.
Gap-wise, 2.6 seconds now separates Fuck Auto Tech from HRT for 7th and 8th in the 992 AM. That could change. Frank Laverne, a second a lap quicker than Mark Davis, 24th and 25th, respectively.
I just wonder if Di could just pop down and see Nathan Freeton to put our mind at rest that there isn't a problem, because the car's going 6 seconds a lap.
Yeah, she's going to have to do that a little bit later.
All right, we'll do that later, yeah, sure.
Okay. And
yeah, see that lap, but Nikolai taken 3 seconds out of Barlow. Got 10 laps to go, I suppose. So 10 laps, another 20 seconds. He's okay. He stays like this. I don't want to be a scaremonger, but you do always worry.
Diana Binks down in the pit lane with something very, very special.
Well, that's if you can hear me. Yes, you can hear me.
Can.
Okay, as you know, we do the Spirit of Race Award at every race event, and the decision has been made, and the winning recipient is, if I move this way, if Seb doesn't mind coming with me, Stuart Parker. We do the Spirit of Race Award at every event for the team that's been outstanding throughout the whole weekend, and the viewers and the commentators and everyone else that votes have voted for you guys because of the hard work that you've had, the challenges that you had at the beginning of the race. You're still battling and we're getting very close.
Yeah, no, I mean, the challenges started for us just before qualifying. We lost the ABS system, basically, and we thought we'd fixed it. Started the race, and then literally 20 minutes into the race, all the problems came back. And about the first 4 hours of the race, it was, are we going to carry on? Are we not going to carry on? We wanted to cycle every driver through. Every time we stopped the car, we tried something else. The final thing was the steering wheel seemed to be the biggest fix. And then we've had fuel pressure issues and everything. But no, the boys have worked tirelessly all week, and I can't thank them enough.
Yeah, in the Bentley's an amazing car. But Peter Fry here from the series wants to present you with the trophy. This is for you, Stuart, and all the guys in the team.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you to everybody. Thanks for everybody for making it possible. And thank you for a great event. We look forward to coming back next year. Cheers. Thank you, guys.
So is his title, is it Operation?
Thank you to Di, and thank you to Peter Breach from Creventic. Well deserved, absolutely well deserved. Rob Huff was the sort of got the message first off when the ABS failed in turn 14, and luckily he was able to go straight on, but flat spotting the tyres. And ever since, every driver had to manage that issue in this monster of a car. Basically, it's not moving at the moment. What's happening is rotating the earth underneath the back wheels because it's got so much torque. It absolutely makes the grandstand shake as it goes through. And these guys have got 18 minutes and 22 seconds to get to the checkered flag. Will the fuel pressure hold up? They've got the trophy, the Spirit of Endurance Award, and very, very well deserved.
And they're going to finish in 10th place.
Well, that's
overall, all being well.
That's it.
And Di just still twitching a little bit because suddenly Jack Barlow's pace has dropped by 7 seconds, and the Porsche from Sergei Nikolai, the AB Motors car, is closing in a couple of seconds a lap. Well, there's 34 seconds between them, and I reckon now 7 laps, maybe 8.
Maybe 8, yeah.
Yeah, and we wonder if you might try and find your way down, and Nathan Freak has been so helpful throughout the race, team boss of Century. Just go and see if they seem relaxed, or whether you know, or,
they got no fingernails left,
or if there's frantic talking on the radio.
Fantastic.
Nathan, I'm sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're just cruising it, but it does make us twitch a little bit. And obviously, we've got Australia and Britain in this commentary box here, and you know, it's a team we've been rooting for, and we've really been rooting for a kid that's come from nowhere, really, that's not raced for 10 years and only ever done a 20-minute race, rooting for him. And I think it doesn't matter what nation you are, you'd be rooting for him to be on a podium in a great one of the big 24. I mean, there's quite a lot of 24-hour races these days, but this is one of the biggest. I mean, obviously there's what's going on over in Florida. There's obviously Le Mans, and then there's this race, and the Nürburgring 24 hours. They're the bigger ones. Yes, go on, Di.
I'm with Nathan now, so obviously I've just had a quick chat with him to ask that very question, and he said, yeah, he'll answer it, because the guys, Andrew and Philip, and the commentary booth have been discussing obviously the timings, and as we're getting that close and wondering what's going on.
Yeah.
They're twitchy, apparently.
No.
Just at the moment. I wonder if Di's battery's died in that. Just when we want. It's smiling, look. It can't. It must be all right. Yeah. Battery's gone at the last minute. Tell him to give us a thumbs up.
We'll get back down into the
well, you know, he was smiling, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
I don't want to know why they've.
A calm face on the face of it, to be honest. Just keeping an eye on the battle for 24th and 25th. The FARC Auto Tech and the HRT Performance, just a second separating them on the track. That is the 961 and the 930.
Oh, go on.
Hello, you're back.
Yeah.
Nathan, yes, you were about to tell us. We were just wondering if there was anything to be concerned about.
No. When we did our last stop, obviously we wanted to get the jump on the Porsche, so we were fairly tight on the fuel. And when we got the buffer we're just doing a little bit of fuel saving and just bringing it home. So everything is in control at the minute.
Well, I'll leave you to go and be with the team just to find out, because thanks very much for chatting to us at this point. Did you catch that, Andrew?
Just say to Nathan, thanks for all his help this weekend. Huge congratulations. Well, fingers crossed, it's not over until it's not over until the smelly camel walks down the pit.
I'm trying to close his mouth right now. Thanks, Di. Down in the pits, 14 just under 14 and a half minutes to go.
Anything else we can see that's close?
The
battle for 18 places.
Yes, it is, and it's also a battle in the AM for 7th and 8th, and that's 25th and 26th. And
that's close. Yeah, they're running nose to tail. They are.
Yeah, and that's been seesawing backwards and forth at the moment. That one is the closest, the 2-second battle between the Haas RT and the Santalok Junior team. That's still out there. Oh, 2 seconds a lap quicker was Matteo Merafina on that last lap than Thomas Kiefer and the Haas RT. That could be a change on the podium for GT3 AM.
Wow.
As the 21 and 26 are going at it. Two Audis going across the line underneath us as we speak.
Well, they've been at it for a while.
They have indeed.
Yeah,
last hour or so.
Both blue, red and white cars, but different sorts of liveries. But yeah, it's been a terrific scrap, that.
Oh, it has indeed. They've both been in the cars about a similar amount of time. They remember they pitted on the same time as well. But it's Merafina doing a 2:03. 2:03. It's just creeping away at the moment. I've just got to get back.
Oh, they're now side by side again. Oh. I think you went through. Oh wow! No,
it looks like the Stars and Stripes has gone through. That's the captain of America. That's Kay Van Berlo. And there's Simon Balkan in the Pro Sport Racing. Frank Laverne has not been able to get Mark Davis for 24th position. The gap 0.6 of a second now between the Santalok team behind the Haas RT. Just try and pick up where they are on the circuit, 26 and 50.
A little bit of opposite lock on for the 26 and came out of that
26 and 21, my apologies. Nose to tail.
11 minutes, 40 odd seconds to go. So, third place, BMW. Just doing a bit of fuel saving at the end, but last lap actually is quite a bit quicker. So he's obviously got to read out. He knows where he is on the fuel. So 2:05.8 that lap.
26 coming out, and Matteo Merafina has taken second place away from Thomas Kiefer in the Haas RT on lap 597.
Yeah, second place in AM,
Second place in AM. 25 seconds is the gap between our third and fourth place in the race in Pro Am 1 and 2. Only 10 minutes to go. 25 seconds is a big ask for the Manamuri Energy by Ebby Motors, Sergei Nicolau, and then we have Jack Barlow in the 22.
Going past Tracy Crone now.
So it's getting rather exciting. It's 10 and a half minutes to go. Everybody's trying to make the moves stick.
Yeah, side by side again. Sorry, I'm getting behind this week, so it's been a long night.
It's been a very...
so the leader just gone past both of them, but we've got 3 Audis in a row now.
Yes. So in all the categories, it's a 54 leading the GT3 category. The Easterland Racing Team over 300 laps in the lead so far. It's the 992 leading the 992 category. Sorry, 909 leading the 992 category. Red Camels Jordan.nl. In the GTX, it's the 795 leading that one. Continental Racing by TTR.
Well, we got lots of the leading team is from Austria. The team that's second is from Germany. The team that's third is from Northamptonshire in the UK. The team that's fourth is sort of Romanian stroke Italian. And then we go back to Century from Britain, and then Car Collection, a German team, and then we go to a French team, and then we go to an Antiguan team.
An Antiguan team, yes. I haven't used that
one. A Belgian team, really.
Yeah, I haven't used that very much in my vocabulary.
And yeah, so nice international mix here of the cars in this terrific running. The 19th running of this 24 Hours of Dubai.
Second running of the Middle East Trophy, powered by Hankook.
We used to call it the race in the desert, but the desert seemed to have been built already behind us.
Well, it was a...
But it doesn't... we might not be quite the race in the desert anymore, but we had quite a bit of desert over the racetrack during the period.
Indeed, we had. We had water over the racetrack as well, befitting this part of the world. And the cars now with 8.5 minutes to go, keeping an eye on our leader on the back straight for the 54. It's Mark D. It's now extending away in the Fark Autotech car from HRT Performance, 24th and 25th respectively in their 992 AM class, 7th and 8th. That gap now opening up a little bit, and the gap staying very, very similar between Jack Barlow and Sergio Nicolau, 3rd and 4th respectively, 1st and 2nd in GT3 Pro-Am. Almost identical. You know, the lap times only, in fact, changing by half a second or so.
There's Carsten Kramer, who's the boss of Kramer Racing, and wonderful colour scheme. Oh, the Lotus, they're going to try and get the Lotus car, aren't they?
226 Lotus to try and get it out. It's the 42nd position. Stefano Diaz bought that car in, and they're just going to try and get it out for the last few laps. It doesn't want to be a hindrance because there is still racing going on there, and that gap between Thomas Kaffer and Florian Spengler, Thomas Kiefer and Matteo Murfina at 1.9 seconds now. That's 3rd and 4th. So things in the AM category, so things are changing around a little bit as everybody's now in the car. You're listening for everything that doesn't sound right.
6 minutes to go. 3 laps, I suppose.
Yes.
Just depends where they are on the track.
I'm just keeping an eye on the start gantry when they hang that last lap board out. And we will... 24 seconds a gap now between Jack Barlow and Sergio Nicolau, not coming down. 205.2, 205.9. Now we've got the course car going down to the end of the pit lane.
Yep.
Everything ready.
I wonder if Ivo Breukers will still want to sell his Porsche if it's the Dubai 24-hour winner.
Well, he did have the flag on it, didn't he?
Yeah.
He did it. Well,
that's the Lotus is going.
Yep. Just getting out in front of the BMW course car here at Dubai Autodrome. Let's see if he can make... Well, they're going for fuel. They've had a bit of work to do overnight, and we had them out earlier on today.
We're going to make over 600 laps.
Yes, we've got 599. So we're only 92 laps short of the record, and 93 laps short of breaking the record.
There's Stefano D'Asta, been racing a long time in Italy, been championing Lotus for 5 or 6 years now.
Yeah, it looks like we have around about, at this time, there's 36 cars on track.
Yeah, and I think, is that counting the Lotus?
Well, he's just gone out, so it'll be 36 or 37.
finishers here.
Yeah, we've got 18 in the pits.
So quite an attrition rate.
I would call it quite a very high attrition rate. But over a quarter of the field after 24 hours. Yes, we had a couple of incidents, but it's been a lot of mechanical issues rather than accidents out on the circuit. Just under 5 minutes to go. You see all the magnificent trophies down there on the podium. Di Binks will be down there to handle all the festivities. And a lot of silver and goldware.
Yeah, they always they must have an interesting jeweler. They took it to a very exciting, the winner's trophy. This is absolutely massive. We saw it at the start, actually, didn't we? If you were with us at the start, it's huge. It's about 3 foot tall. It's sort of quite American, I feel, but as trophies go.
Well, it's got everybody's winner's plaque on it, and who is going to be today? Christopher Haas and the Esalen Racing team look pretty good for that at the moment. With 4 minutes to go, they'll probably get this in another lap in.
Yeah, 2 seasoned pros in that car leading it, Christopher Haas and Marcus Winkelhock, and then the young French up-and-comer Gilles Magnus done a great job. The owner's son, Simon Riker, also driving very well, and then Mike Zhu, the young driver recommended by Haas, actually, he held up his end as well, so they ran the 5 of them, but the sterling work, of course, was done by Haas and Winkelhock, and Marcus, 4 times winner of the Nürburgring 24 hours, winner of the Sebring 24 hours in the Creventic series. So he will add yet another 24-hour victory to that lovely lineup, the son of Manfred Winkelhock. And there he is, look on screen at the moment, just downing a quick drink. And just probably got his fingers crossed because, as we know, it's never 2 minutes 46 seconds to go.
Yeah, he's just in sector 1 around turn 4 and 5 at the moment. And I can see movement down on the start-finish gantry. He'll get around before the clock ticks over. But I think this lap we will see the last lap aboard with 2 minutes 20 to go. We're on 601 laps. Our leader now heading down into turn 10. And there you can see from our fantastic drone shot. Up the hill to turn 12 for probably the penultimate time.
Marcus's father, you know, Manfred, raced for Arrows, ATS, Brabham and Ram, but he died at an early age in a sports car accident at the fearsome turn 2 in Mosport Park in Canada, driving on Porsche 962.
Just waiting for him to come around turn 16 now.
Our camera's our camera right in there with the
last lap board is out. The last lap board is out for Christopher Haas and the Esalen Racing Team Audi. 1 more lap to go here at this, the 19th running of the 24 Hours of Dubai, and the round number 3 of the Middle East Trophy powered by Hankook. Our leader now.
And the Austrian team car flashing that 001 on the windscreen, reminding us of where it is.
Heading down towards through turn 5 into turn 6.
I just flung tyres at it and put some fuel in it, and that's been it. There is Winkelhock said he was very young when his father died, of course, but following in the position, just the 1 Grand Prix took part in, and he led it, of course, Manfred Winkelhock, but
onto the back straight for the final time. What a fantastic effort from this team, the Atlanta Racing team.
Yeah, this new team, just a year old from Austria.
A year old. And they, from about half race distance, they started to dominate. They shared the lead for the first probably 3 or 4 hours, and then they started to work really hard to get this car up the front and keep it up the front through all the pit stops, through all the code 60s, making all of the fuel stops. They've done more pit stops than anybody else in the top 10. 34 pit stops for this car. They have managed their strategy perfectly as he brings it down into turn 14 for the final time. Driving up the hill now. He's got the 95 and the 277 in front of him. Coming down to the final corner for the final time in this, the 19th running of the 24 Hours of Dubai. He sets his sight on the flag podium. The checkered flag waves, and it's Christopher Haas for the Easterland Racing team. He takes the win. That team, out of 603 laps, have led 377.
Simon, Marcus, huge congratulations. As they celebrate with the team, we'll just try and get a quick word from Marcus as he congratulates everyone in here. Marcus, what does that mean to the team to take the win today? Huge congratulations to you all.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's quite a nice win, I have to say, because I never won the Dubai 24. I finished 1 second a few years ago, so we came here to win the race, and we achieved our target. So I'm really happy. I'm really happy for our lineup, for the team, because they all did a big effort to win this race, and we stick to our plan. We didn't do any mistakes. We had a good strategy always, and so it's not only the drivers which did their job, also the team, the engineers, everyone, the mechanics. So it is a 24-hour race. It's a proper teamwork. So, and I have to say the Audi has again proved that it's a really reliable car. I've done I don't know how many 24-hour races. We always finished without any technical issues the race. So
fantastic.
I'm happy.
Great result. Another one to add to the history books for you. Now go and celebrate with the team. Thank you so much and well done.
Thank you so much, Di. Just waiting for the 83 car to come across the line with Sven Miller on board. And the Proton, he goes underneath us now. The Proton Human Competition Porsche finish in second position in GT3. And Jack Barlow crosses the line for Century Motorsport, leading the Pro-Am category in GT3. Just a couple of cars left to go.
Yeah, wow. And the two winners were on the same lap, you know, as 1 minute 36. It wasn't a victory by a huge margin, was it?
I think he breathed on that last lap and just said, "I've got this. I will just get around to the end."
Well, got a great result for Century Motorsport, though.
Yeah, true.
They mainly run in the British GT Championship. This is a very different animal, a long race like this, and absolutely phenomenal result and just stunning performance by Jack Barlow, who probably has done by far the most laps in that car, but backed up well, of course, with the rest of the team. But no one expected him to stand out like that. A man who's hardly raced in the last 10 years. He's like a teenage hero in Formula 4, and obviously problems with money, and then here he's back, and I don't think we'll see the last of him now.
No.
Somebody's going to get it. If Century don't take him, somebody else is going to. But they need him for endurance races. He learn how to race an endurance. He's never done a race longer than 20 minutes before. And a good run again by the relatively new to them Porsche of Sergei Nikolai. It's his team there, it's his money that puts that together with the GT3. They used to running 992s, of course, in the past, and then the second Century Motorsport car, a good run with that as well. And then Car Collection, well, they had a car we thought would be right up the front.
Yeah,
but,
true.
You know, not that one. Their main car was going out early, and then the same story with Santalock. And here we are down there.
Brilliant stuff.
with a relatively old-fashioned crash helmet design. So
very retro.
I like it though. But it's got something amusing on the back. The team are caught up with him now.
Brilliant stuff down there.
To speak to Christopher, but you're going to let him just embrace the moment and enjoy the celebrations. They're certainly making their emotions felt, which is fantastic.
It's brilliant stuff.
Yeah.
Lots of hugs.
Lots of pictures.
It's great. Absolutely great.
So I'll go with it with the helmet on. I think you can probably still hear me if I'm sure the noise could be quite loud. You almost don't want to interrupt, do you? But I really do.
I think he's hugging the entire crowd.
Yeah, just to confirm that the red camel Jordan Porsche, which led nearly all the way as 1992, and the Kuwaiti car. Yeah, go on,
Andrew, I've got Christopher now. Christopher, huge congratulations. So amazing to see the reaction from the team here. We've been in the garage as you crossed the line, and it was noisy, I can tell you. But how does it feel to you to take the win for the team?
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. It's a dream come true for us together. It's my second 24-hour Dubai win. My first one was East Island Racing. It's such a family, and I'm happy to be part of this. Our Audi R8 NMS performed once again, just like a bulletproof weapon. And finally, I think we made it. We can be proud of us. Thank you.
Very motivated, very committed team. Those pit stops were all good and executed really well. As you say, it's a team, it's a family.
Exactly, it's a family. Family makes a team, team makes a dream work. And yeah, that's all what I can say.
Thank you very much. You enjoy.
The driver that came first over the line, Christopher Hayes in the Easterland Racing Team Audi. 603 laps completed for that car. Our second place and our third place cars are pulled up down there. Sven Miller getting out of the Proton Hubert competition Porsche in second, and Jack Barlow in that Century Motorsport BMW.
He's just climbing out of it now. Look.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at him. He's elated, of course he is. Where are the camels?
I've got Sven, so we just want to have a quick chat with him. Sven, second place here on this Dubai 24 hours. It certainly wasn't an easy one for anyone. What does it mean to you to take this result today?
For sure, you said it. It was not easy. We fought hard. We had a great package with our team. First time arriving here, becoming second. If you tell me this before the weekend, I would be happy about that. Car was great. Happy about the result. Also seeing the last hour, many Cup cars, many Porsches on track, so it's good royalty for the Porsches, so nice.
Well executed. What do you think was the highlight?
For me, I did the start, so there was a lot of sun at the start, so I saw nothing. So it's quite challenging, but also whole night, all the classes, other competitors were really strong, so we pushed quite a lot. So for me, full Dubai 24 hours was the highlight. So yeah, but becoming second is great.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Very, very happy down there.
Sure, I'll be grabbing somebody else in a moment. Look at the hugs there.
Brilliant stuff.
We go back in. Guys, you've had a chance to, collect your thoughts. What are your thoughts with regards to this result today? It looks like you were very emotional near the end.
Oh yeah, I'm a driver, so my target was very low since beginning, so I didn't crash the car. I think that was my maximum. But the guys did the top job, as always. We was fighting till the end, so just like maybe some issues with Code 60s, but anyway, it was a good fight anyway. Great to be part of it, so we're happy.
Well done.
I'm just happy.
Okay, you wave. Thank you.
I wonder if we can find Jack Barlow. He must be down there somewhere. I saw him climbing out the car just a few moments ago. He was the last one out. Well, there's a camel. Found a camel. They've got there's a camel down there. It's not a red one. Yes,
bear with me.
Di'll work away. She's been doing this a while now, and she'll get her man. And so we'll just confirm what else. Obviously, the victory for the Tomlinson family with the Toro Verde Ginetta development car. Great result, finishing 17th overall. GT4, the local Toyota, nice result for them. And then in TCE, it was the Simpson Motorsport Audi that took the victory there in the depleted class. This guy... oh, well done, fantastic. Now, this career takes off now.
I'll be trying to find you.
That's right.
Huge congratulations. So many things that have been said in commentary about you. Massively impressed with your performance here, with yourself and the team for this race. But what does it mean to you? You told us earlier you haven't done much racing. You certainly haven't done a 24-hour race like this. So your sense of achievement must be high.
Yeah, well, the first thing I want to say is I feel like I've forgotten what this feeling's like, but I've actually never had this feeling before. It's yeah, obviously it's not fully sunk in just yet. I'm a bit tired, haven't slept this evening, and put in a real graft for the boys. But really, the shout-out goes to Century Motorsport. People don't realise behind the scenes how hard they've worked this week. We had a problem carried over from Abu Dhabi last week, and we didn't get out for testing, but they've been working tirelessly day and night to try and get the car fixed and try and get us racing. So hopefully this result from me and the boys can go to them and yeah, just show our appreciation for all their hard work.
How satisfying was it to have the driver line up around you that you had?
Yeah, well, it was a real pleasure. Obviously, I know Carl and Lewis very well. This is the first time I've met Jake, so me and Lewis actually go way back from when I was karting when I was a kid. So yeah, it's a real special moment to share it with them. Yeah, I'm just really happy at the moment, and I can't wait to celebrate it with the whole team. So,
well, I'll let you go to see the team and enjoy. Thank you very much, Jack.
Thank you very much. Diana Binks down there with all of our top three getting ready for the camel ride very, very shortly. And let's have a look at the results. Provisional only at this stage. But it is the car 54, the Estelant Racing team in GT3 winning the GT3 Pro category. And from the 83 of Proton Huber competition in second and the 22 of Century Motorsport in third. Great race by the local team in the Pro-Am category. Manameri Energy by Ebby Motors in fourth position. Fifth position, Century Motors, car number 14. The 96 of Car Collection in sixth position. 26th, Santalock Racing Team, a junior team in seventh position. Haas RT, the 21 car, in eighth.
Yeah, that was the Antiguan flag. In ninth place is the number 50 Huber Motorsport Porsche there. Team Parker with the iconic Bentley finishing 10th. Red Camel winning in the GT3 Cup class in the 909 car. Excellent result from the Broikers family plus Fabian Dans. Then it's the Kuwaitis in 12th place. In 13th place, the Swiss FAC Auto Technique team. And then the Red Ant team, the Red Ant family. And then the RPM, the Tracy Crone owned team, finishing in 15th, followed by Rabdam by Fulgenzi, another locals there.
7th position, the 765 Toro Verde, the G56 Cup winning the GTX category. In 18th position, it was the 992 of NKPP Racing by Baz Coton Racing in the 992 AM category. 19th position was the number 27 Heart of Racing by SPS, running in GT3 Pro Am. Now, first of the 992 Cup cars was the HRT Performance, the 929 in 20th. 21st was the 901 Pro Sport Racing. And then the 22.925, the fantastic Team Captain America by Baz Coton Racing. Lovely to see that car. 23rd, 937 SMP Racing. And in 24th position, the HRT in the 992 AM category.
And then the second of the FAC cars finished in 25th with the old historic racing group there, plus Nico Verdonk. Then Charlie Putnam having those problems, Mercedes having a lot of problems, finishing 26th. Then the Continental Racing Toyota winning its category. Then the Simpson Motorsport car, Oliver Webb amongst the drivers there, that winning its category. Then Colin White's car, we heard plenty from them and plenty from Mark Griffiths too. That was 29th. Then the Vortex V8, that soldiered on. The new machine from France was right up there amongst those GTX cars for a while. Then the Attempto Racing, and now that was a non-finisher, and now pretty well in the boys. They may be classified, but they, having done enough laps, but didn't actually cross the finishing line. The number 908 in 32nd place.
It was the MRS GT Racing and number 17 in 33rd position, and then the 227, the SRS team Sorg Rennsport, TCX, the Cayman in 34th position. Then the 438, the AGMC for racing by Team Simpson Motorsport. Unfortunately, that one didn't finish the race. The Muller Motorsport in 36th position. The 902 Holmgard Motorsport with issues as well in 37th. The 714, the Northern Racing KTM Crossbow didn't get to the end of the race, and neither did the 989 MRS GT Racing in 39th. And then the Gianetta that kept on coming out, it kept on trying all the time in 40th position. It was the CWS Engineering.
And now more cars had problems with the K. Kramer Racing Porsche 41st in 42nd place. The Lotus did make it in the end across the line, as we just saw. Then 43, another retirement was the 988, I should put. Get Speed, of course, expected to be one of the front runners, had an early problem and retired early, that car. Then the Santa Lock by Cox, that was a disappointment. That went quite a bit further, but that broke. Then the AC Motorsport car out, James Kay amongst the drivers there. The Century Motorsport car finished in the pits, of course, and also the racing one, Ferrari, the one that had all those problems, expected to be right at the front. That was in 48th place.
49th was the lone McLaren in the field, the 720S, and that ran into problems early on. Axel Jeffries, unfortunately, having to retire that car. Then we have the 91 Herbert Motorsport. That was a real contender this weekend with that crew. But, hard luck for them as well. And it's our local team, the 88 Dragon Racing, the 51. We talked with Shuey Hall about that. Then Grove Racing, they didn't have a good weekend. Well, they didn't have a good a couple of weeks here. They struggled down in Abu Dhabi as well. No finish for them. The Santa Lock Junior Racing team, our pole sitters, on lap 88, power steering failure took them out of the race. And then the 54th position, we had 54 starters. The 927 SRS team Sorg Rennsport in the 991 GT3 Cup car, and then a non-starter, a fuel tank issue for the Leipert Motorsport Hurricane on the front row and did not start the race. And why don't we have a look at the highlights of the 19th running of the 24 Hours of Dubai.
Wonderful images there and a terrific closing package. Beautiful work. And there is the camel. And
Camels.
Camels, yes.
First, second and third walking their way down the pit lane. That used to have a lot of cars in it, and now it has 3 camels.
That's an experience. I think you have to pay on the beach, don't you, to do that?
Well, I've actually talked to some of the drivers who've taken this, and that said that it's been the scariest part of their 24 hours.
There's Muller up on there.
And yeah, we'll have Christopher Haas, Sven Muller and Jacques Barlow on riding the camels.
You never expected to do that.
No, it's been part of the 24 hours here at Dubai for quite some time now. And so
it's unique, isn't it?
Well, it is, you know, and yeah, the hardest part is the dismount.
Oh, is it? Yeah.
Yes, the dismount is going to be...
there's a chap with a stick there walking alongside. I presume he's got a special name. There's a special name for a man who looks after elephants, isn't it? Called Mahout, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
But there must be a name for a guy who looks after camels.
We will go into that afterwards.
Amazing beast. But what a race. And, you know, right near the end, 2 hours, we suddenly have that flash rainstorm.
Yes, indeed.
And then the track just miraculously dried up again. And we still had a great battle going on right to the close. I mean, it was never that far apart, you know. They finished on the same lap after 24 hours, 1 minute 36 in the end. And then we had the scrap all the way for the third with the Century car finally making it. But we're never sure until the closing hour or so. But a great performance by them. What a lovely international field. And the whole race run in great spirit, I thought.
Indeed.
You know, everyone we interviewed, I didn't find anybody who had a crossword to say, and absolutely wonderful point. Here they still are waving their flags, waving the waving the Austrian flag, I suppose. No, he's not. No, he's waving a camel flag.
Yeah, team giving a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a big round of applause. Your top 3 across the line: Christopher Haas, Sven Miller and Jacques Barlow doing the epic camel ride here at the 24 hours of Dubai.
Absolutely marvellous stuff. Everybody, because they collapse in a few hours now, you know, all the adrenaline is kicked in. You know.
Yeah.
So what Jack Barlow telling us that he hadn't been to sleep for about 30-odd hours and done all that driving. Photographs taken.
Yeah, now comes the difficult part. Getting off the camel and getting up to the podium.
Sven Muller.
Oh, they've got ladders. They've got ladders.
Got ladder this time.
Oh, come on. I wanted them to kneel down. Oh, that's brilliant.
I think that one's called Fred.
Oh, yeah. Fantastic stuff here.
And a great look at it. It's a terrific shot looking down on the cars. Oh, whiskers galore.
Well, we've got
actually eyelashes galore it was.
Luckily, we've got one of them down. Indeed.
Has one gone down? Yes.
We've got one driver off at the moment. It's not the easiest balancing act, is it?
No.
We're asking a lot of these guys. They just spent the last hour in a car.
If you're a racing driver, you think you might win this, and you're watching it, you know, keep your crash helmet on, I think.
Exactly. And the Peter Friedge from Creventic taking our epic 3 camel riders and our epic 3 drivers for that last stint, and to complete 603 laps here at Dubai Autodrome. We had sandstorms, we had rain, we had great night driving by a massive around the circuit that has been fully lit for this race. This is the first time we've had the 24-hour here with the total track lighting.
We had potential winners hitting oil patches and creaming it into the barrier. We had one of the leading cars not even starting. We had the Pole Sitter going out early. We had Ferrari doors having to be crowbarred open. We've had it all here today, and a good crowd here to enjoy the entertainment.
All the way through. Yeah. I was outside at 3 a.m. in the morning. There was people in the grandstand. It was brilliant.
Yeah. But, you know, the wonderful sights and colours, and then even the hotel with its flashing lights behind it, so it makes a nice backdrop too.
Well, also that night running with the flames out of the exhaust pipes and the glowing red-hot discs.
We had a Bentley giving us a good show, and we had a British Ginetta giving us an outstanding run as well, and that winning its class. So we're having the podium ceremony coming up in just a moment. Di will be there, and lots of names. When we do these ceremonies in the past at Creventic, we've had a very successful team from Thailand with the most complicated 7-syllable family names.
With no vowels in them.
Yeah, hardly with any vowels in it, yeah.
As you can imagine, it takes a little bit to get all of this happening for the podium, because we have a lot of classes, we have a lot of drivers who are all excited. We've got to get them all in one room and try and get all the organisation done. You can see all the magnificent trophies down there for all of the classes. And remember, we've got a race happening, but we're also presenting the round 3 of the Middle East Trophy, which is the final round. So somebody is going to be crowned the Middle East Trophy winner for the 23-24 season. We started that in Kuwait in December. In Abu Dhabi, Kuwait was a 12-hour race. Abu Dhabi was a 6-hour race. And then here with the 24-hour race. And that'll all be tallied up by the amazing staff at Creventic.
Phil, but they all counted equal points, didn't they? Or did they?
Yes, they do. No difference in the point structure from what I can see from the 2 results that I have up in the commentary booth.
Well, of course, we've got to remember this race was in jeopardy when we had the problems with the shipping, and everybody stepped up to the plate with that. The circuit, Creventic, the teams. We lost a few cars, sure, but you know, we had well over 50, and it all led to a great race.
Indeed, and you just think about some of the heartache that happened during that race as well.
Oh, yeah.
With we lost our front row. One of them didn't start the race, and then on the Lamborghini didn't start the race. They had a fuel issue. They would have had to take the fuel tank and the engine out of the car, and so that didn't start on lap 88. We lost the pole sitters, the St. Alok junior team, with that power steering failure. We lost the Get Speed car as well that started in P4, the number 9 of that one. The Herbert Motorsport 91, we lost that one. We lost the Grove Racing, so that started in P10.
And we lost both Ferraris, which we didn't expect.
Both Ferraris, the Dragon racing team that started down there in 22nd position. We lost them. We lost the Salterson by Cox Racing early on. That's a lot of GT3 cars. We did have a huge field, 23 GT3 cars, 29 92 cars. So it was really, really difficult for that. And then the 936 with the K Kramer race with the engine issue from that.
Yeah, the Peter Cox one was one of the last to go, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I think it was about 4 or 5 hours ago. And Peter with his daughter, nice story there, having a good run. But fate intervened with that.
Yeah, and that's a motorsport. It can be a cruel mistress, and that was exactly what happened. And then our teams, amazingly enough, they had to deal with a sandstorm when we started the race, okay? So the track got very, very slippery. We saw from the opening when they were going down into turn 1, you couldn't see anything behind them when we were 5 wide. It took a little while for that track to clean up. Then they started already dropping. Well, I think it was lap 4 they were dropping into the 59s already. And that was like, oh, hang on, this is going to be quick. And then the team managers got on the radio and said, and no. Okay.
Now, of course, Creventic heads to Europe with an excellent schedule of races coming up. But the sun will start shining in Europe by the time that starts. And amongst those races, of course, one of the keys will be the 24-hour one at Barcelona at the end of the season.
Yeah, it was amazing. Things got cleaned up, and the track started to come around, and things started to settle into a rhythm as we get into these big endurance events. It does get into a rhythm, and the drivers were working very, very hard. to get everything done. So, you know, get the cars set up the right way. Remember, you have maximum 2-hour time limit. And strategy started to play a part. And then we had a long code 60.
Yeah, we did.
And that code 60, an hour and 11 minutes at turn 9 to replace the Armco. And then that upset the strategy for the rest of the race. Everybody was working very hard on trying to get that done.
So the upcoming season's going to start at Mugello for the Europeans on the 22nd, 23rd and 24th of March. Beautiful track in Mugello there in Italy. That's going to be 12 hours. Then we're going to have the 12 hours of Francorchamps in April. Then they go to a wonderful track down there in Portugal.
Frozen Hoover competition. Renat Salikov, Sergei Borisov, Victor Schreitar and Sven Muller. Swing now for the winners of the GT3, the number 54 Easterland Racing Team, Christopher Haas, Simon Riker, Marcus Winkelhock, Mike Zhu, Gilles Magnus. And once all the drivers are up there on the podium positions, we'll get ready. Just give us 2 seconds, because obviously we want to now go to the national anthem. That's not the national anthem. It's coming in a few minutes' time, ladies and gentlemen. So I really appreciate your patience down there in this lovely sunny day here after the fantastic race we've just seen with the Dubai 24 hours. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And now to present the trophies for the overall winners, the Managing Director from Union Properties, Mr. Amer Kanasad. Julia Witzer now presenting the other trophies to the teams up there on the podium in recognition, as we all said, of a fantastic event here this weekend. Thank you very much, Julian. Who's this? And congratulations again to the East Island team up there on the podium. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the big one, the big trophy that they were eyeing at the start of the race. This is the Daytona 24-hour official trophy, which you're not going to get that into your suitcase at all, but it's pretty spectacle. All the drivers and teams have their name engraved on that trophy each year after this event.
Go there and raise the trophy for
Thanks very much. Okay, photographers, I know you're waiting down there very patiently as well, just to get some pictures, so there will be that opportunity right now. I think the flag is nearly in place up there on that trophy. Are we ready, gentlemen, up there on the podium? If you look straight ahead, the photographers are now looking to take some shots from you. If you could hold your trophies up. Raise your trophies for the photographs. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation for all the hard work here today. Thank you, gentlemen, up there on the podium. You can leave the podium position now with your trophies, and huge congratulations once again. Thank you, and sorry for the slight delay in the sunshine. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now carry on with the next presentation, and that's for the GT3 Pro-Am category. So in third place, it's the number 96 Car Collection Motorsport. So please welcome Dustin Blattner, Sebastian Gorga, Fuad Salaya, Mark Wallenwine, and Dennis Marshall. In second place, the number 95 Manamara Energy by EBI Motors. Please welcome Fabrizio Broghi, Sabina De Castro, Nika Cosmo Tape. And I probably got that wrong, gentlemen, so I do apologise, but you did get the trophy. And the winner in the GT3 Pro-Am category is the number 22 Century Motorsport. Carl Cabot, Lewis Plato, Jack Barlow, and Jacob Rattenbury. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the top three from the GT3 Pro-Am category. And they'll now be presented with the trophy. No, they won't. They'll be... So we will continue to have the trophies for the GT3 Pro-Am GT3 car winners who are up there on the podium steps this afternoon after a long, hard effort out there on track. And now for the main trophy and the photo opportunity. Congratulations, everyone. If you could just look straight ahead, gentlemen, to the media down there at the front. Congratulations. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. Thank you very much. Now we move on to the next category, which is the GT3 AM GT3 cars. And in third place, the number 21 Haas RT, Stanislav Minsky, Thomas Kiefer, Torsten Kratz, Matthew Dietrich, and Mika Panu. Apologies, Matthew. And in second place, it's the number 26 St. Lot Junior team. Wilfried Merfina, Thomas Merfina, and Matteo Merfina. Oh, and there's a lot of noise coming from the back here. And the winner on that one is the number 14 Century Motorsport, Michael Johnson, Chris Salked, Darren Lung, and Sean Galal. And now we can present the trophies again. And just a reminder that this is the GT3 AM category. Haas RT in third, Santalok Junior team in second, and Century Motorsport in first.
No, we're doing the first championship podium. So they will go off. Just announce.
Thank you, gentlemen. Huge congratulations there. Superb looking trophies for you to take away as well. And again, thanks to Mr. Amer Kanazhad for presenting those trophies, the Managing Director of Union Properties. And we have a few more trophies still to come, so please do stay with us just to show your appreciation to all the teams and drivers for their hard work. I will have to tell you that they are in an air-conditioned room up here, so I'm not suggesting for one moment that that's what the delay is, but we're just welcoming everyone in. Make sure we've got all the drivers that we need and team representatives as well.
Championship.
And this is the GT3 Teams Championship Awards. for Century Motorsport. So Century Motorsport number 22 have been awarded the Team's Championship Award for GT3. Number 1 is this man. And it's Manamari Energy by AB Motors, and making plenty of noise to receive that championship trophy here this afternoon. And Anna Canatad will be presenting the trophies again. And now the drivers will also get a championship trophy. And the first one goes to Cosimo Papi, Fabrizio Broghi, Sabina De Castro, Sergei Nikolai, Luis Plato, Jack Barlow, Sabina, are you going to scream for everyone? Yeah. Dennis Marshall, Dustin Blattner, and then moving on to Charles Putman, and teammate Shane Lewis from CPS Racing, Joe Foster, and Charles Espinal. And gentlemen, stay there for a moment. We need to just have some photo opportunities. And we have some additional trophies for the team trophy for the GT3 Pro-Am, and that goes to Century Motorsport number 22. So an additional trophy for Century, who are picking up a few trophies here in Dubai. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation for everyone up here on the podium today, receiving their trophies for an incredible amount of hard work.
Thank you very much. What's up?
Now we'd like to recognise the GTX Special GT cars. And in third place, number 714, Razun More Than Racing. Artakist Haitham. Oh, sorry. And in second place, it's the 701 of the Vortex V8. Come up onto the podium, gentlemen. Anad Gomez, Philippe Bonnel, Lionel Amarouche, and Olivier Gomez. And the winner of the GTX Special GT cars is the number 795, Toro Verde. And congratulations to Lawrence Tomlinson, Freddie Tomlinson, Michael Simpson, and Nico Prost. And the GTX Championship trophy goes to the same 3 teams that are already up there on the podium. So you will receive 2 trophies. So in third place, Razun, More Than Racing, Vortex V8 in second, the number 701, and Toro Verde, the number 795. And please give your appreciation to everyone up there receiving their trophies. Thank you very much. And for the photo opportunity, please, at the very front. Wonderful. Thank you, gentlemen. Our next category, ladies and gentlemen, is the 992 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. And in third place, it's the number 962 Fat Auto Tech. In second place, the number 931 QMMF by HRT. Please come up to the podium, gentlemen. And our overall winners are the 909 Red Camel Jordans. If you could make your way up to the stage, and this is your category winners for the 992 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. And they will receive their trophies again from Mr. Amar Kanajad, who's very kindly handing out those trophies, the Managing Director of Union Properties. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you show your appreciation while we have the photographs of the winning drivers. One more photograph for the front. Wonderful, thank you, gentlemen. Huge congratulations to everyone up there on the 992 911 GT3 Cup winners. So now we'll get ready for the 992 AM Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. And in third place, please welcome to the podium Ramdan by Fujigenzi. In second place, the 907 RPM Racing. And our winning team in first place, the number 931 QMMF by HRT. Gentlemen, please make your way to the podium. And everyone here will receive their trophy. Well done, everyone, and obviously there will be a photo opportunity once the trophies are all fully in the hands of the drivers. Thank you very much. So this is the 992 Champion Trophy. And the winner is Red Camel Jordans. If if they would like to come back on to the podium to receive the trophy for the 909. They're coming back. They've realised they've got to get the trophy, so we're going to bring them back just in 2 seconds. 5 seconds. Unless someone else wants the trophy, of course. Gentlemen, yes, please come out. Rick, Ivo, back up onto the podium. You have won the 992 Champion Team Trophy. And now for the 992 AM Team Championship. And the winner is the team 931 QMMF by HRT. And in second place, Rabdan by Fuldenzi, the 971. Many congratulations. And our next category is the GT3 AM Teams Championship Award. And the winner of that is the number 85 CP Racing. So CP Racing, gentlemen, if you could make your way back out onto the podium. And in second place, the number 21 Haas RT. And now we will present the trophies to the teams on the podium there. So, gentlemen, photo opportunity for you now, and I think there's some team members down there showing. Now, come on, let's hear the voice. You must have a louder voice than that. Huge congratulations to you. A few pictures at the front. And then you can leave the podium, gentlemen. Thank you very much. And our next category is for the GT4 homologated cars. And the winning team are the number 496 Continental Racing by TTR. Huge congratulations to Vasily, David, Mikkel in the Toyota GR Supra GT4 Evo. And taking second place in the number 438, the AGMC Racing Team by Simpson Motorsport. Congratulations to Fabian, Mathieu, Hugo and Cameron and Ivan. And if you would like to present the trophies to the drivers up there on the podium. And once the trophies are presented, there will be another opportunity, another photo opportunity for our media down at the front. A couple of more trophies to go, and then they'll be yours. And gentlemen, if you could look down to the front, just for our photographers that are down in the pit lane that want to take some photographs of you as well. And now for the GT4 Team Championship Trophy. AGMC Racing are already on the podium. In second place, Century Motorsport. And it's the team. And in third place, Continental Racing by TTR. Okay, if you would like to present the trophies, and as I remind you, that's the GT4 Team Trophies to AGMC Racing by Simpson Motorsport, number 438, Century Motorsport, number 429, and Continental Racing by TTR, number 496. If you could all make your way onto the podium to receive your trophy. Thank you very much. Sorry to have to get you to come all the way back. So now you have your trophies. Time for our photographer to make his way in to take some photographs. If you could put the trophies, yes, in your hands, that's wonderful, thank you. And for any of our media down there in the pit lane, if you could raise your trophies, straight ahead. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you very much, gentlemen. You've got your eye on that, haven't you? Next year, wonderful. Our next class is the TCE class. And in third place, I'd like to welcome onto the stage the number 227 SRS team Sorg Rennsport. Benito, Christoph, Giro and Patrick. In second place, the number 278 CWS Engineering. Colin White, Mark Griffith, Daniel Morris, Owen Hissey. And taking the top step is the number 138 of Simpson Motorsport. Nadir, Oliver, Andrea Alcajar. And to present the trophies. Slightly different trophy for these in recognition of the 2024 race. Okay, gentlemen, if you could get a little bit closer together for the photo opportunity. And if you could look down to the media, which are down there in the pit lane as well. Thank you. If 1 and 2 can stay, that's Simpson Motorsport and CWS Engineering. If they could stay. And in third place for the team championship, it's CWS Engineering, number 277. If you could just come and join us up here on the podium.
Simpson.
And gentlemen, thank you very much. Raise your trophies for just that quick photo opportunity for anyone down there in the pit lane. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Our next category is TCR certified cars. And in first place, it is the Simpson Motorsport 138 who remain up there on the podium. Congratulations to you. And joining them in second place is the number 188 AC Motorsport. Congratulations, gentlemen. And now for the Championship Team TCR Certified Cars Trophy. It is the same podium that we're looking at right now. In first place, the 138 Simpson Motorsport. And the number 188 AC Motorsport. Many congratulations. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Would you like some more? And our final trophy this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, so thank you very much for staying around to support it. It is the TCX Special Touring Cars and Silhouette Cars. And in third place, it's the number 277 CWS Engineering. In second place, the number 227 SRS Team Sorg Rennsport. And in first place, it's the number 278 CWS Engineering. And to take receipt of the TCX Winning Teams Championship Trophy, it is CWS Engineering number 278. And in second place, CWS Engineering again, number 277. It's a bit like being at the Oscars, I think. But gentlemen and ladies, huge congratulations on your achievements with the TCX Championship class. Congratulations, everyone, and if you could just, there's a few people down the front there in the pit lane that would still like to take some photographs of you. Huge congratulations and thank you for waiting to this point in our ceremony presentations to receive your trophies. Thank you, everyone. Last minute photographs, if you would. Thank you. Many congratulations to all our winning teams and drivers here after the 24 Hours of Dubai 2024. Safe journey, everyone.